Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Ecs Spring 2021 Qualifiers. Today we have an amazing game for you. The classic, the old-time name, Playing Ducks, are versing Team Frosty. And with me to cast all of this is Ebac.
Hello, I'm Ebac. I'm very excited for these qualifiers. I've been writing down a big list of all the teams I'm excited for. I'm just scrolling through and seeing all these qualifying teams. We've got two upfield today. It's Playing Ducks first up against Frosty. I have no idea who these teams are, but I think you've heard of one of them, Yannick.
Yeah, indeed, Playing Ducks is a classic name. If you've been in Siege Pro League or Siege competitive scene for ever since the game has started, you've known about them. They were one of the first teams to play in Pro League. They were the very first Pro League, the very first Pro League matches. They were there, ready to win, and I think they were top 4 as well. But after that, sadly, they faded back into obscurity. I think popping up in a Challenger League once or twice, but never really made it back to the main stage of Tier 1.
I'm looking at their lineup. I see a player called Rorik on there, and I'm not 100% sure whether that is the Rorik who won the league the season before the last one with Shreks and Hobbits. If so, Return of a King. If not, then that'd just be a bit of a shame. So I'm hoping maybe it is. We'll see. I mean, we'll certainly see in terms of quality if it is him, because I'm expecting high quality from all these teams trying to qualify, trying to get those spots in either open division. I believe there's a few contender spots available as well. Not sure what the rules are in regards to that. We'll sort that out. I'm sure the next lot of casters coming in for our 5 games today might know a bit more than me, certainly on the topic. But this game's going to be quite exciting. Where are we going to decide this one, Yannick?
We're going to Clubhouse and this best of 1. Clubhouse, map we all know and love. Reworked a couple years ago with the old Playing Ducks. They know the old one, but you're back in the new one here. It's a map we all know and love, right? I mean, you know it, I know it, everybody knows it, so... But what is interesting is I think it was Team Frosty that starts on defense. Could that be something that could sway the game into their side?
I mean, it could do if you get off to a good start on the defense. Obviously, you're slightly more favored traditionally, and off we go into the ban phase straight away. That could certainly help Frosty. It is not Makers versus Lions Creed. What a game that's likely to be if we see that coming up this season. But right now, we've got Team Frosty up against Playing Ducks, and we're starting off with a Hibana ban. I don't expect anything particularly out of left field in terms of bans or strategies from either of these teams, but the qualifiers, a good place to just go for something, I guess. I mean, it's a €5 entry, so a lot of these teams can just, drop in a couple of quid, give it a go, try out some strategies, and maybe that might be the slightly more kind of bizarre, interesting element of some of these games that we'll see today.
Yeah, indeed, you could see some strategies that maybe some of them were thinking about in the back of their head. They had it kind of lying around a little bit, and, well, it's, like you said, it's the perfect time to try it. But, of course, this being a best of 1, you only have one shot at qualifying. If you really want that spot, this is your time to shine. Of course, you're in the Swiss Cup, so there are 4 more rounds after this one to put yourself up into the league. I don't know if you're very familiar with the Swiss Cup, Ebac.
No, I'm not.
Well, I'm just gonna bring up some facts here. It's basically a cup where when you win, you gain a certain amount of points, and at some point, the amount of teams in the cup has to shrink. So every round, teams that are at the bottom of the table will get kicked off, and that way you start narrowing down the teams to, well, a certain list, and at that point, you're gonna be ending up with a certain amount of teams. But you can talk a lot about the Swiss Cup, but first site, gym bedroom. Interesting.
Well, there's quite a lot of things that are interesting right now. It's not just starting out on Gym Bedroom. The thing that strikes me straight away is Axe on that Aruni, the new operator allowed for this season. We've seen it in other leagues. We are starting a little bit later than some, so I'm yet to see any Aruni play in action. And also Chalet, an extra map that's in the pool with the new format for ECS. It's going to be really interesting in the league season. It's just the one map system from this point on, and the qualifiers will be going for a one map system as well. Just the one came to decide who's going to be moving through today, and that's going to be really exciting to see. We've got some vaguely familiar names in some of these lineups. I can't recall where some of them are from, but I'm very interested. It's going to be a bit of a mishmash throughout these qualifiers as to who we recognize, where we know them from. There are some really interesting teams lined up And in terms of, I'm just going to go on a slight aside before the action gets going at this round, if that's permitted, Yannick. There are some teams I'm really interested to see. There's a team who didn't put their name in, unfortunately, so I'm not sure who it is. But there is a team with Pat Sino from the old Lexaro lineup, Mats, who everybody knows, like Jaegers and I think it was Aqualix, Joker from Skittle, like all in one lineup, Robitussin as well. We've got a team called Fortnite, which is a bit of a shame, but they've got Triple, everybody knows him pretty well, and Avarice as well from that old Lexaro lineup as well. And the team I'm probably most excited for, other than Proximity, would be Norway on top, which is the old Bitfix Gaming. And for those who are watching the EBAC Awards, the first EBAC Awards, not the second, I gave them the, I think, the equal runners-up on most exciting team to watch. In their first season in the old Contenders division back in EEG. So it's going to be really interesting to see them back in action. Speaking of the action, we're 1 minute into this round. What's happened so far, Yannick?
Well, they've gotten the bedroom all open and the first kill has fallen. Irmeli got one on the 7. First good kill there. Slide off the board. A lot of sus destruction has been removed from the map. What I've also noticed is that the Maverick has started working his way onto, or working his magic rather, onto CCTV wall. And I guess the teams are just, or at least the attacking team, starting to shape up, getting rid of utility right now, and placing down their own with the Claymore. And they're just making ready. They're getting ready to push onto site.
1 minute 30, half the round gone. That kill against Playing Ducks is going to be a bit of a nightmare. They've lost some utility for the sledge. Thankfully, there's no castle in their opposite, but they can use their own utility to equalize things out. A lovely nade from Rorik. It's going to be me figuring out whether this is the Rorik we know, and that certainly is the sort of play I'd expect from a strong player.
Playing Ducks now equaled it up and leveled it up now. We'll see how Team Frosty are going to be able to withstand Team Playing Ducks here with 1 minute to go. The first smoke canister being thrown out by Irmeli. Irmeli now already low on HP on a little kerfuffle early on in the round. BMZ playing in quite the power position here in the logistics. Cannot really hold the site just that well, but the wall will be blocked off. But the Jaeger gets the kill onto the Zofia, and now Playing Ducks are down one man.
Yeah, Playing Ducks, they're in a poor position. At the moment, more like sitting ducks, just waiting outside of the site, ready to move in through a single hole, and it could be a funnel of death. It certainly is. One man falls, and it's all down to the final two, the Ash and the Maverick. Very little to be done from here. Team Frosty take one step closer to sealing this round out. Rorik shoots a C4 out of the air. Will he be shot out in return, though? He takes a lot of damage. Backing down the stairs. A fight back from the Ash. Horva picks up one, but it's only one remaining. It's the Ash of Zidane. And with those Aruni gates as well, the low health, he's got no projectiles. And the Aruni seals the deal with the Roni as well. The Jess Goat Charm, absolutely fantastic to see that repped. And, I mean, what a great start for the defense.
Awesome start there. They delayed time very, very well. And we saw the Aruni gates working their magic for the first time here on ECS. The Ash had no projectiles left, no drones, no time even, and no Ash charge to push through it. And she had no health to push through it herself, so blocked her out. And that's how they work, Aruni gadgets. They're so OP at late round, and I think that just showed us just how good they can be.
Well, we're moving on to Church and Arsenal. A good surprise pick, as you mentioned at the start. Starting with the gym could slightly throw off your opposition. In the favour of the attackers, though, you pretty much expect anything. Bringing a standard lineup, you are ready for any of these sites. There are very few times you'll bring something else to surprise anyone, unless you are ready for a particular site. And it didn't seem like too much of an issue for Playing Ducks. They looked like they knew what they were going to do. They just struggled to execute it throughout that round. And now on this basement, this is where you need to make sure you are on top of your strategy. You need to be ready for anything. Team Frosty, they're going turtle strategy. Playing Ducks, they need to be efficient in their time management. And they need, probably most importantly, to just get that early kill in their hands.
Indeed, the opening kill is going to be huge on this one. Downstairs is a site where you typically don't have too many roamers, one at max. It's a site where you all want to be downstairs, and just going to see how Playing Ducks are going to work with that now. As you said, speed and efficiency is going to be key with this attack. They want to get map control as soon as possible and as quickly as possible. And this kitchen hatch is going to be vital for that push. So we are moving in here now. 2 minutes, 40 seconds. The attackers have moved their way onto the building. Very good start here. And I wonder now how they're going to attack this. Strip has been cleared from map control here. Taken very, very swiftly by the Ash. And she's already moving down towards bathroom. Nobody here to contest. The mute is going to be downstairs, but Hova gets a kill, but gets traded out immediately by the Thermite. And that's your Zofia, one of your secondary entries, already off the board very, very early on. So the first kill not coming in for playing Ducks, but gets traded out immediately back.
Yeah, well, the passive utility of the Jaeger obviously already put down. You've set down your utility. You can afford to lose that man. It's a decent trade for taking out the Zofia. It means those Melusi Banshees are ever so slightly more likely to stay safe. Of course, Maverick, the nades as well from the sledge. The Ash can do that as well. So there is a lot to get rid of those. But then there's so much other utility as well. Those mute jammers are going to be very annoying for some of these players trying to move in through these positions. And if the Maverick drops as well, it could be some problems for playing Ducks. They have taken the ground within a good amount of time, so they've got that in their hands. And they're starting to try and make this entry move. They found that first kill, which will certainly help them. But, oh no, if you're not ready for the players just pushing up the stairs, it's going to be a bit of a disadvantage, and they certainly now disadvantage in the man count.
So Thermite gone as well. One of your Heartbreakers, that kitchen hatch is going to take a long, long time to open with that Maverick. And not to mention, it's also going to make him a lot more vulnerable. The Maverick, it's just so difficult to open up a hatch in kitchen. But the stock hatch has been opened, and even more, someone has dropped down. It's going to be Maverick. Dropped down, his next fight is going to be with the Maestro. He's going to peek it. Nate goes out, doesn't hit anyone, but Seven gets one onto BMZ, and he levels it out, but Axe gets one back immediately. And now Team Frosty have diffuser control.
45 seconds left. Again, the attackers, 2 men left in a weak position. But the strength this time, they don't have 4 men to face. It's just 2. And with that amount of utility available for the defenders, still the Smoke and the Maestro, the 2 in this lineup you want alive coming down to this push. But can they be relied upon to win these fights? Well, the Ash is going to move in any second. She's unaware of these angles, those mute jammers. You can see the drone's not quite in position. I doubt they have the intel ready on the site to help with this push. And here comes the Maestro. Misses the shot, allows his teammate to be taken out and himself afterwards. So close to Maestro. If he gets that shot, it's a win for the defense. But suddenly, the Ash comes alive and gives another round. Actually, no, the first round, sorry, for playing Ducks on the attack.
That was quite the whiff there from the Maestro. It's something you don't like to see, and I think it cost them the round, as you've just said. Axe, oh man, yeah, I wanna get some back onto some T-hunts or some aim trainers there. But summary of their round, I'd say that playing Ducks are taking it very, very slow. They get initial map control very, very quickly, but after that, it kind of slows down a little bit. The Melusi coming on the flank on blue stairs, got the kill on the Thermite, and that really limited their opportunities. That meant that the kitchen hatch couldn't be opened. They had to improvise, and improvise they did. It shouldn't have worked, but sadly for Team Frosty it did. And, well, here we are in level standings, 1-1.
It's a reattempt of the basement. Can this go more successfully for Frosty? I mean, they did a pretty good job of delaying time, and they took out enough men. I think they had the advantage of making sure that all the players with the passive utility, as I mentioned with the Jaeger earlier on, all the players like the Melusi and the Mute, who got most of their stuff down earlier on, were the ones who died. And they traded out the attackers, meaning the attackers' utility was limited, their intel was limited when they tried to move in, and it was a tough execute. It was almost done in that regard. It was just an unfortunate bit of gunplay in the end from Axe. But they did a good amount of the job, Team Frosty, like they did on the gym defense first out. And this time, unless we see an adjustment from playing Ducks, who maybe have woken up a bit more, ready for some of these early engagements and the aggression of Frosty, they could do a lot better this time around. They'll certainly need to change something up. So this round could be quite telling, I think, in the overall scope of some of this match.
Indeed, have switched over the Thermite onto an Ace, an attacker that can breach hatches and walls from a distance might be a good pick here, seeing as the Thermite, they couldn't really get close to the hatch, they had the impact holes out, so maybe this change will work, but 7 will work as well, getting the kill on the BMZ. That's your Melusi off the board very, very early on, and that is that opening pick you were talking about last round there, Ebac. So, very good start here for playing Ducks. Good opening kill, 1 minute remaining, and map control They have it. They're looking good right now. But we have 2 minutes, and they need to convert that now to a round win. Well, we'll see how that's all going to go. It's going to take some time, but I have the hope that they'll do it.
Well, the most important element of that entry frag is that they haven't been refragged for a change. The big difference, we've always seen a man fall and then one straight afterwards on the opposite team. These teams constantly equalizing each other. This time, a strong advantage for the attack, and they're getting some more damage done. Ace is taking some from above via these vertical angles from the sledge. No kill confirmed. It's going to be a bit of a nightmare, especially as Rorik is falling. Damage being taken all around the map. The kill, though, finally finished off by the sledge from above. And the attackers, despite that man being down, still in a pretty solid position. They've got the ground and they've got the man advantage.
Yeah, Rorik been picked up here now. The Maverick's back up. That Blowtorch's back up. We'll see how they can use it. Team Frosty now looking pretty burstful. We're here. 3v5. They need to hold on. 1 minute 20. That's a lot of time. Plenty of time even for Playing Ducks to start to play and not be those sitting ducks that you said in round number 1. We need him to make a play here. They have the man advantage, but 7 goes down as well. Oh no. Let's see if they can pick him up here. Fishy, excuse me. He wants to get that kill, but he can't. Well, 7 gets picked up yet again. 1 minute now remaining. And Playing Ducks, they need to start shuffling around. They've done the damage they want to do, but they need to capitalize on it.
Well, they've done exactly what we said they needed to do, which is adjust this round, make sure they win those early fights and don't get refragged. They've taken a lot of damage from those fights, but they have crucially survived. And now with this execute, even if there is a bit of a stronger gunplay than the poor play we saw from Axe, they should be a lot better coming into these fights. And here they go. They've won the first one.
Won the second. That's a 1v5. Ermeli in a tough spot. Needs to fight 5 attackers with an SMG-11 and a shotgun in hand. Plants going down by acids. It's not looking too good here. He can try, gets the kill, but 7 gets the immediate refrag. It just looks good for the stats, to be honest, that smoke kill. And, well, round number 2 for Playing Ducks. I think you have rightfully said that they've woken up right now.
Yeah, just a bit sleepy on that first round, potentially caught off maybe by that gym play. Regardless, they have certainly started to step up a bit more. That round, I think, very telling in the way that the attack... They've been quite efficient so far. They've got the things open they've wanted to. They've taken ground pretty well. But when it's come to getting those fights, they're just not there necessarily to support each other. They'll get a kill and then maybe lose a bit of attention, or they're running into an area they're not ready to fight. Maybe a lack of intel. I think that's one thing that might be playing into it, is Frosty's reliance on this mute. They've not brought him along this time as they move along to CCV, instead opting... they've changed it around. They've got the Wamai, and interestingly, for the first time, we've seen this triple combination of projectiles, which we've the first time we've seen it in ECS now, with the Aruni, the Wamai, and the Jaeger.
Yeah, grenades, flashes, drones. Well, not necessarily drones, but they're gonna have a hard time right now. Aruni she's really strong. I think a lot of people, especially on maybe the more casual play style, they kind of sleep on her. They don't know the effect that she has on the game. She's such an amazing time waster, and not to mention utility waster, but we'll just see how Playing Ducks are going to work around that.
I would argue there's also an element, like the argument I often make of Melusi being an intel operator. It's the same sort of thing for Aruni, although it can kind of be tricking in a regard. You've got that gate there. I mean, in terms of the attackers, you can see if there's a defender close, which is a counter. But for the attackers, if they're trying to move in, they've got to get rid of that gate. They've got to open it up, and that signals, hey, I'm moving through this door.
Yeah. And it's not just the gate, it makes such a loud sound as well. It's so telling. It's so... The presence of that gate is enormous. So, it's an amazing operator, honestly. I am expecting to see a lot of it in ECS, at least, and higher tiers later on in the season. Hova playing downstairs, waiting for someone to push, but that person's not going to come, so he might be sitting there for quite a while, not in engagement. The CCTV wall has been opened, though, very quickly here. 2 minutes still to go. Only 1 minute has
Look at all the projectiles sailing in. The frag grenades dealing with some utility inside. With this lineup, I didn't really expect to see too much of that, and it's a great start. A lovely shot from Para onto BMZ, and that will start things off for Playing Ducks. Again, the second round in a row, they found that entry frag. They haven't been refragged yet.
Playing Ducks so far, when they found the opening frag, they've won the round. So we'll see if that can happen again. Hova is still playing around. He's still a roamer, but this map, when you push CCTV, you don't necessarily clear it from downstairs or anything like that. You have the wall and bedroom. Bedroom, if the Jaeger might try a flank to go all the way around to bedroom, he's gonna need to do it now because time is slowly running out, and I think Playing Ducks are setting themselves up for an execute. 1 minute and 20 seconds remain now as 7 is already on the CC window, and Hova has basically fallen back onto site. Fishy is holding on to Rafters, very, very good here. Keeping that Rafters control is very, very important in CCTV, and you also can see now that it is very apparent they are not going to be able to take that. At least that's not the focus of Playing Ducks. So he's going to be rotating around, probably pushing up the red stairs to support Hova here in his hold of CCTV.
2 minutes of the 3 have ticked by, and the defense, despite losing that one man, still in a pretty solid position. They're starting to use utility. We can see those smoke canisters being deployed, but with the walls open all around, it is a bit of a death trap. Those defenders have to hold strong and win these key fights, and they've started by getting 1.
And 2. Para is down with a nice headshot with the SMG-11. 7 follows it up with one on Axe, and it's a 3v3, 30 seconds remaining. It's a party of 3s here as Ermeli stops that with a kill onto Acid, and now Playing Ducks are looking worse for wear when Hova takes another one, and suddenly it's all up to Zidon in a 3v1, getting smoked off. He has nowhere to go. He needs to go up Rafters, but there's someone waiting there. Can he win this gunfight? He takes some damage, but Ermeli from up top and a hole through the floor gets the last kill, and that's Team Frosty showing that even though Playing Ducks is a legendary name, they have the players to fight back towards a 2v2.
We haven't seen them win a round in a while, but it's a pretty convincing one there from Frosty, holding on despite that man disadvantage. Great delay, as you said, with that Aruni. We're going to be taking a short technical break, just a minute to sort out an issue or two, and we'll be back with you in just a moment, so hold tight.
And we are back here now, where we left off, 2-2 each. Team Frosty has 2 and Playing Ducks have 2 after that amazing round crawlback from Team Frosty, showing that they can hold CCTV, that Playing Ducks is not the legendary team that they used to be, at least not just yet. And at least if they are, Team Frosty are just as capable of beating them.
Yeah, Team Frosty, they've looked a bit weaker when it comes to those basement defenses, losing both of them. But on the top floor, they've looked a very different team all around. They seem a lot better at just holding these areas, and they've been quite minimal in terms of roaming presence. They've been pretty standard in terms of, we'll hold the site in the standard areas. You know, you have a player on red, for example, over by CCTV, and then one over by Constructor. You just position them around in exactly where you'd expect, and they're just doing the standard jobs, and they're doing them pretty well. So you imagine something similar coming out here again over on the first site that they won, which was Dim. It won't be a surprise to Playing Ducks this time if it was at all, and that Aruni's been picked virtually every single round. I believe it's every single round so far from Team Frosty.
They haven't picked them downstairs.
Ah, okay. But it's really interesting to see how pivotal she can be to some of these defenses. And she's got a bit of a setup over here by Cash and CCTV to try and delay, which is probably the main thing that you would argue that Team Frosty have done so far to help them win.
Yeah, indeed. You see a lot of... If I could just summarize Playing Ducks a lot, it's not their fault. It's what Team Frosty are doing correctly. It's just they're sitting outside and they're waiting. They need to wait because a lot of utility needs to be cleared by other players and their teammates need to do some other things before the diffuser can go in, etc., etc. So yeah, the delaying is something Team Frosty is doing really well. 7 right now, holding the angles, almost getting a couple tags off onto the player. And Rorik working his blowtorch magic onto the CCTV wall. Maverick just doing what he likes, just blowtorching the wall. Let's see if it's going to be some art created here. Seems to be. It's something, alright.
Well, he's done a bit of a wonky line, but he seems to have given up on that for now. Don't know if those are just... I guess those are just rappel angles for the moment. He's sent a drone in to go and check. He's got no support right now. I imagine he'll go and sort that out later and get that wall open. At least he's made sure there's no denial on it. The ace could potentially go over, but currently he's focusing on the jacuzzi breach. And he's got it wide open. Acid's now with a long angle towards the corridor. Pretty good time efficiency for that. He's just got that Banshee in front, and it's going to be tough to displace it.
We've been here before. Playing Ducks had CC wall open. They've had the jacuzzi wall open, and then they just stole. They were standing there for at least a minute, and let's see if that has changed, if they've adapted to that now. Well, we see the Ash downstairs in bathroom. That's very, very important. That's a good adaptation that they've changed from the last time. It's not a 2D approach now. They've gone 3D and gone downstairs as well. Ermelli gonna feel the pressure as the ace so much charge is gonna pop off, and he needs to move off his position. 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining, and a nade from underneath 7. Oh no! There goes your Wamai, and some of those Wamai discs as well.
It's projectile heaven
there from 7
right now for the attackers, and they pick up a kill on top of it. I mean, they managed to get that wall open so easily, the wall opposite as well, get rid of the Banshees, throwing in frag grenades. With the amount of delay and, well, denial from Frosty, you'd expect a bit more resistance in that regard. They obviously focused it elsewhere, and no such attack has come. They managed to fight themselves 1 kill back in it, make that 2 as the Jaeger gets 1, but Axe is taken down in the meantime. The advantage still for the attackers with 40 seconds left.
35 seconds indeed. Acids on low HP. Hova and BMZ are up for it all, but Hova gets found, and now it's all up to BMZ in a 1v3, holding the angle, and oh no, 7! He just peeks in and gets a headshot. What a shot there from him. Oh my, let's look at this, and boop, there goes the head.
Aww.
Oh.
Lovely play from 7 to get another round for Playing Ducks, and they've got themselves an advantage, and they look pretty strong. The one thing they've managed to do there that's quite a key difference, they've won a top floor site. They've won a site other than the basement, and they look quite convincing in it. I would like to see an adjustment in terms of strategy from Frosty. They're bringing this huge denial for projectiles on the team, and then they're not really denying many projectiles. It's really strange. So they've opted for the castle this time, which is a much more traditional pick for this particular site. And I imagine, especially with the bandit, they will be going for a very, very traditional gym bedroom hold.
Yeah, that wall needs to stay closed for a lot longer than it did. It was, I think, 30-40 seconds, and Playing Ducks already had the wall, and we're like, hi, we're at your doorstep, we're ready to get some kills, ready to throw in those projectiles that you were mentioning. And that, I think, was the downfall of Team Frosty in that round. Just, they let them in too easily, and like you said, the bandit, the perfect counter to that, together with the castle. He's going to need to, well, yet again, burn up some utility by closing off those windows and the doors towards the bandit. But we'll see how that's all going to play out. Do you reckon Team Frosty here, if they can get a 3-3 split, do you think Playing Ducks have already won this half, this defensive half yet, or no?
I don't know. It's really tough to say at this point. We know rather little about these two teams, and one of the more interesting things is going to be, are they playing in similar styles when they move across to the attack and defense? as well in this second half. This is the last round of this split, and look at that cool shield setup. I do like that. It is a bit weak, though, to these projectiles, and as they brought along only the Jaeger this time, there's no gate on that wall from the Aruni. It's going to be difficult to deny some of these projectiles, and it's such a projectile-based team. I find myself talking about it over and over, but it's such a key problem for Frosty. It's a little bit antithetical.
Yeah, something in their minds must click, but it's going to be a bit too late if it clicks after this round. But yeah, 7 with the projectile kill from down below. I think that was last round. Amazing kill, by the way. But that, I think, just shows that Paying Ducks know what they're doing with those projectiles, and they're very comfortable with it, as you said. It's a very projectile-heavy team. But here's the Maverick. Going to get rid of the Bandit charge, or at least attempt to. Going to make some more of that beautiful line art here. Getting shucked in the meantime. Absolutely amazing. There goes the Bandit charge, and I think Acids is just going to place his Salma charge. And, well, if you look at the timer, it did take a whole lot more time now than last round.
It did. The Bandit has given up on that wall, and he is very, very close underneath for a potential run out or a wall bang he might be going for, which might be a safer move given the Claymore potential that is behind. Currently just lingering underneath. I imagine just waiting. He can come up the stairs to fight as well, and the first kill is him. He's taken out over by Billiards, just bimbling around waiting to see where he can make this move or maybe deny from underneath, but he's denied straight away with a lovely flank around from 7.
Yet again, Playing Ducks with the opening kill, and yet again, so far, when they get the opening kill, they win the round. Selma charges here, now opening up the wall towards Bathroom yet again. But I'm going to repeat it again, the key difference is it's a lot later into the round. Do they still have enough time to execute and prepare for that said execute? Yes, they do, but it's a lot less than it was last time. Axe is still playing on the other side of the map in cash, together with, I think that was the castle, playing in cash on the other side of the map. Excuse me, I'm just repeating myself. I'm having quite a hard time to talk. Please excuse me. But Zidane on the upside down rappel on the stairs could prove very, very vital here to Playing Ducks' attack, as it is going to block off rotates, and 7 is going to take out the Aruni. Plants going down, 30 seconds remaining. Take it away.
Oh. Well, it's a lovely start from the sledge, and it's almost all done before he can even get on into the site. He's taken out by the remaining smoke, but as he is the last man, his position is well known, and he's finished off by Para. Another attacking win in a row on this gym site. Playing Ducks learning from their mistakes, learning how their opposition are playing. Very little adjustment in terms of strategy at anything other than a base level in terms of bringing the Castle and the Bandit, who were dealt with very, very easily. Playing Ducks looking on top at the moment. They can transfer this energy, this playstyle towards their defense. They'll be looking towards a win, but it's far from over.
It is far from over. Still have a lot of rounds to play here. They need at least 2 more to push it into overtime, get themselves a safe spot, but Team Frosty are not going to want to bring it that far and let it go that far, so we'll see what they have in store for us on their attack. The Buck is a pretty interesting pick here, as we are going towards, I think it was downstairs, yeah, Church. That Buck is an interesting play. There's a lot of soft destruction coming out here from Axe. I wonder how this is all going to play out. A lot of soft destruction, the Sledge as well, and the Ash. Interesting. Interesting lineup from Team Frosty.
A lot of potentials for that vertical play, but we've seen a lot of teams fall to this in the past in ECS. Teams too focused on just getting angles open, standing there, especially on the likes of Theme Park. We saw a lot, even in the grand final between Lions Creed and Jaegers. Too many players just sitting upstairs. Here, a little bit different. As long as that hatch is wide open, you can maybe get a plant down in there. It's a strong position to hold, and it's a very, very tough retake. So it makes sense from the attack. And the defense, otherwise, in terms of lineup, it's quite varied. They've got that Mozzie along. I think that might be a direct pick. I don't know if these teams know each other at all, but that Valkyrie ban really screams out to me as something, especially with that Mozzie on the board as a kind of replacement. I'm not sure if that is an interplay with those bans.
Yeah, indeed. It does seem like these teams know what they're... Oh my god, 7 with 12 kills after 6 rounds. He's had an average of 2 kills per round.
Get those stats
Man
up.
is popping off. Whew. Insane. A Fishy one, meanwhile, 0 on 5. Oof, we're not going to talk about that just yet. But, let's see how it's all going to turn out. Playing Ducks, sitting very, very comfortably downstairs. No roamers, as is per usual on this site. I think no roamers just yet. Oh, no, never mind. There could be one upstairs in cash. Not sure. Well, let's see how this is all going to pan out now.
Oh, Yes, it's Rorik
Rorik.
sitting upstairs. And he's proven himself quite lethal so far. He's got some pretty strong kills. Not going as crazy frag heavy as 7 on his team, but Power is vaguely in support underneath those impacts. Bit of a distraction, and also the way to drop down and get away, but he can't escape the ever-lingering dread of that AK-12. That BMZ takes him down. A lovely start for the attack. Good pinch, and a decent amount of time efficiency as well. It's just... they need to get some of these hatches out. You can see BMZ waiting for the Maverick to come along and open that hatch. He's going to do it himself instead, which does waste 2 Selmas. So they might, if they had a different plan of getting maybe the church wall open, that could be a bit trickier. And the Maverick falling, it's going to be so much harder to get holes open.
Ooh, Fishy gets one as well. The 7 gets the refrag, but yeah, that Maverick is quite the impact kill. Church hatch is closed, and the Moto hatch is still closed. Ooh, it's going to be tough for Team Frosty to push this, if they are even going to be able to push this. Axe is going to push down main stairs, quite the funnel there. If they're all going to push down, it's going to be quite difficult. It's a hallway of death, for sure, if Zayden decides to peek that. We're going to see how this is just going to... I'm interested to see how Team Frosty is going to do this, to be honest. Tara making some lines of sight onto Blue. He's fallen back from Blue itself. Fishy ready to drop the hatch, it seems. He's atop that. And the first smoke canisters are coming out with 40 seconds to go.
I believe that was the kitchen hatch open. No, it wasn't.
No.
The kitchen hatch is still closed, so it's a really strong area for this smoke. He can use that area just to deny, and the other side they have to go through is the Alder. Walking straight into that doorway is a nightmare. A trade coming out in the meantime. 20 seconds left now, and we find ourselves in a 2 versus 2. Like the first time we saw Frosty defend this, they lost it due to some bad gunfighting from a Maestro, and we found a Maestro again in this position. Maestro and Smoke trying to hold off these attackers, but this time, they don't miss their shots. They get a lovely kill. It's a great play with the SMG-11. A refrag comes out from the sledge, and it's just down to this Maestro. Stay alive for a second. He manages it. Playing Ducks take the round.
2-5 now, or 5-2 for Playing Ducks. Team Frosty need to start to get rolling here in their attack. Otherwise, it's all going to slip out of their hands really, really quickly. One more round and Playing Ducks is on match point, and Team Frosty certainly needs to feel the pressure. We need them to make some adaptations as well. They're going upstairs to see... sorry, excuse me, I'm just losing my train of thought. Team Frosty need to make some adaptations as well, but it's not looking like it. They have the exact same operator lineup.
Yeah, Clubhouse is a pretty by-the-book map. There's not too much variation you can afford to do, especially given the strong lineups we've seen from both teams on the defenses so far. They struggled with breaching. I think the Maverick and the Ace seem to have some sort of confusion between themselves as to what to open and where to be, and that's just a matter of either team communication or I don't know how long these players have been playing with each other. Maybe they are unfamiliar with exactly what they want to get done at what times, and then losing the Maverick midway through. Just a bit of a nightmare. When you've got nothing open, you're pushing through 1 or 2 doorways. What are the operators you want in that situation? Probably a smoke to make sure that one angle is closed off, and then you've got an Alder waiting down the other side. You can just hold it down. Alder go burr. And Team Frosty looking chilly with that burr.
Okay. That one caught me out of left field.
As an accident. It surprised me just as much as you.
Oh, God. I was being told coming into like I was supposed to captain to like a couple of weeks back, and somebody told me like, oh yes, Evac, the captain of dad jokes.
Yeah.
It's amazing. I love dad jokes. Keep them coming. I love
Okay, cool.
So we are moving in here. Team Frosty, I'm just gonna reaffirm this one more time. They need to win this round, otherwise it's almost done and dusted, almost certainly.
Match point against them, yeah.
Yeah, we'll see how this is all gonna turn out. It's only a best of 1, so there's no second or third map for them to kind of redeem themselves. This is the map they're gonna have to do it on, at least for this round of the Swiss Cup. So let's see how it's all gonna pan out.
Also remind, a great shot to start things off from the sledge to get that entry frag. It's going to be a good position for Team Frosty. As you said, they've got no chance. This is the layout of the qualifiers and also the layout of the rest of the season for those who are not aware with ECS. This season, we've just got one map. throughout all the divisions in terms of the league season. So that's going to be really interesting to see. With some of these teams who like to pull out draws, they might find themselves in a bit of a different position. If we had a classic Lexaro situation where you draw every single game, you might be able to get a few more points, but that's going to be quite an interesting one, how that balances out throughout a league season, especially with the increased amount of games.
Indeed, and I do like the pointing system that we're using. The overtime points, you get more and less points if you win with or without overtime. But one half of the round has been wasted here now by P-Ducks, and the nade coming in. Rorik with the trade, but Fishy, what an amazing kill. Hova gets 1-2, 4v2, 4v1, and now suddenly it's all up to 7 in a 1v4. Quite a tough situation to find yourself in, and Fishy capitalizes on it, gets the kill. Team Frosty with the round they desperately needed, putting themselves 3-5.
Very simple, just pushing in, winning the gunfights. There was a refrag attempt, but they were close behind. They followed the 3-second rule. They moved in. They just took out the player in response and then moved on further and kept picking off players. I guess as more refrag attempts were tried by Playing Ducks, they were shut down one by one. And Team Frosty, that is the sort of team play we're going to need to see. That's something they've lacked ever so slightly. Not seem to have that communication, especially on that basement attack. I think maybe it's just both teams seem to be struggling with basement attacks so far today. They looked a different team there on the top floor, and as it's re-attempted, this could potentially help out Team Frosty. As long as Playing Ducks can be staved off in terms of doing other defenses, it might suit them somewhat.
What we have seen from Playing Ducks on the attack is that they are very, very good at adapting to what the enemies have brought up to them. So we'll see if they can adapt once more now with the same site defense. Rorik and 7 just reinforcing in sync. Very, very calming here. That does get you some kind of team bonding, doesn't it? To reinforce the walls in sync. Don't you love it if you reinforce walls in sync with your buddy?
Yeah, it's a proper good team building exercise. I made sure I did that before our staff match.
Game.
Yeah.
I see. I think that's why you guys won. You guys
Part
won it,
of
right?
the preparation.
Did you guys end up winning it?
No, we didn't. We didn't win the final. I was mostly just trying to make sure we won the first game. After that, it was just a kind of fantasy dream. I mean, Jerry just pummeled us a little bit, unfortunately. And speaking of Jerry, he's on production today, so shout out to Jerry. He's doing some hard work. He's trying to use this new system for the first time. And he's doing a pretty good job. It seems pretty smooth. So good job to him. And also a shout out to a new man on the observation desk who's jumped in all the way from America. I think it's 4 in the morning or something. For him right now, it's Kizzo. So good job, Kizzo. I've not noticed anything horrendous observing-wise. We can see all the action. And what is the action you've seen, Yannick?
So far, the CCTV wall has been opened yet again. Same timings as the last round. Para is playing downstairs, and some of the action that we have seen is that map control has been established downstairs. Actually, no, it hasn't. No. Team Frosty has no map control whatsoever just yet. They're still sitting outside, just chilling, waiting, seemingly waiting for Playing Ducks to make a mistake, to overextend themselves. Axe holding the angle, waiting for just that, and Fishy gets found, and Hova, though, gets one. But 7 with the immediate reflag. Hova with a double. Going big for his team this round. 11 kills. Ooh, Zofia working wonders for him.
Well, Team Frosty, again, coming out as kings of the refrags right now, which if you can do consistently, when you've got a man advantage, if you just refrag your way through the game, you've won. That's as simple as it is, and right now they're looking in a strong position, and they're just trying to get some of these breaches open now, as they struggled with that on the basement attack. They certainly didn't struggle with it last round, and with 7 down in the basement, he's got to get up there nice and quickly. They haven't taken too much control inside of the map. They've mostly got that master construction area open. They don't have lounge control, and with the potential C4, I'm not sure what the Melusi, I don't know if she has impacts or not. That could be a bit of trouble when this execute tries to take place.
Still quite some time to work with here, but oh, what a shot from Hova! Triple kill on his name now. Can he add one more? Not, and is up to 7. And Axe gets 1 too. 7 wants to go big. He does, but the trade just prevents him from going all the way and saving the round for P-Ducks. And now Team Frosty 4-5. They're getting back. They're coming back.
Yet again, it's just the battle of the trades, winning it out for the attack. They got the angles open they needed to, so that they are ready to move. But when it came to it, it was just a matter of, we'll walk in this door, we win the first fight, and then we just keep refragging from there, and the job done. And it seemed pretty much as simple as that. You were talking about them clicking in terms of strategy in their heads earlier on, making sure they're all on the board, but all the strategies are very, very simple. It is just how well they can execute it and work together as a team when it comes down to it. And Team Frosty have showed on the attack they are certainly more capable of it. They've managed to equalize their defensive record, and they still have a few rounds to go to make sure that they can better it. And they're going to need to if they want to win this, as I believe we just have a standard overtime system, I'm pretty sure, here. So it might well be, we are headed, I'm imagining, for a pretty even 6-all, it would seem, with a slight attacker favored clubhouse coming out. That's kind of what I'm looking at right now, which means that we might have to be separated all the way in overtime. Playing Ducks, though, their advantage here is that they are back down on this basement. They can win this out, they head straight to match point.
Yeah, if history repeats itself, they'll win this site, and then they're gonna go back to maybe CCTV. I'd advise them not to. I'd advise them to go maybe to gym bedroom and try it there. But it's up to them to decide. We are not their coaches, and neither are we their parents. So we have no say over that. It's all up to them. But now we're talking about round number 10. They're downstairs in church. A site that they won, the only site that they've won on the defense. So we need to see an adaptation coming in from Team Frosty. What happened last time, which really was the crux of the round, was that their Heart Breachers had some kind of a miscommunication, and when that happened, the Ace used his Selma charges on the blue hatch, and after that, the Maverick tried to open the bar hatch, and then he got killed, and then you're kind of stuck with like a lack of Heart Breaching, and that was kind of the turning point for the round, at the time when Team Frosty just did not look good. And
it was assisted by the kind of the relatively minimal aggression from Playing Ducks to just peep the head up, maybe some staircases, and nab a kill, run back down. This time they seem to have backed all the way off. Everybody is sitting very, very tight inside of the site. They've got the utility to burn up a lot of projectiles and know where everyone is. They've got the Legion, they've got Banshees as well in their hands, and those Evil Eyes and Smoke Canisters, when it comes down to the late push, are going to be really hard to move through. So Team Frosty, they've got to be quick. They've got to get these angles open and start moving. And they've started things off in terms of kills. Axe gets the first on to Rory.
It's a very, very good start from the attacking side. Good opening kill halfway through the round. It's what you want when you're attacking a site like this, when everybody's downstairs and nobody really is roaming around to get an opening kill. It's very nice to get this. It also kind of gives you more breathing room to open up the floor and do some more self-destruction. But what we really need to see is these hatches being opened up. I want to see the Ace and or the Maverick starting to work their magic, their heart-breaching magic on these hatches. And I think once that is done, you can really start talking about Team Frosty winning this round.
Oh, well, that'll help. Axe gets a vertical kill. Seven just exposing himself unnecessarily, and the Zofia picks up one as well. 2 players remaining. Again, we find ourselves on the basement. The Maestro and the Smoke left alone, but this time they're against 5. It's such a tough task. You got to win some of these early fights, and Acid does.
Good first kill there, but still many, many more to be found by Team Playing Ducks. Acid's getting tagged heavy. Down to 1 HP. Zayden getting tagged to his death, and now it's Acid in a 1v3. 1v2, no, it's a 3v0 as Ermeli finds his kill. And Team Frosty are back level 5-5. Playing Ducks, you've been bleeding rounds left and right for the last 3 rounds. You need to start winning them. You need to put yourself on that match point that you want to secure overtime, man. Otherwise, it's not looking too good.
Well, convincingly winning the basement is a really good start. You were talking about Playing Ducks. Where do they go after they've won this site? They couldn't even win that out. So now they're going to reattempt that bottom floor and try and seal it there, which means that then later on they might have to move to that. But Team Frosty now on the verge. I mean, it's match point because somebody will be going on to match point in this one. And I do think, looking at the way some of these top floor rounds have played out, I think that Valkyrie ban is a team ban against Playing Ducks. It would very much seem like it, given their reliance on this Mozzie they've brought out time after time, playing a very similar role. I think the Valkyrie, maybe for maybe a C4 play, adding a bit of potential verticality without relying on something so specific like a pulse, for example. I think that might have been a very smart ban from Frosty, and they've certainly made it look like Playing Ducks are a different team on their defense right now.
Yeah, they're not looking too good. They need to win this one. Do they want to go into match point? And I think if they lose this one, the momentum is shifted so much into Team Frosty's favor. I'd see them winning the last one, and I seem to be liking my predictions, going a couple rounds ahead of myself, but we're still stuck here at round number 11, so it just started. Let's talk about this round first and see how this round ends up before we start predicting too much, as it is all level, and Team Frosty have shown that even though Playing Ducks had a fabulous start on their attacking side, and even a good start on their defense, they've kind of found a way to swing the momentum all the way back into their side, and now onto a level playing field.
Well, at the start of this round, just droning out, finding out where these players are and pushing them back. There's no real extension from Playing Ducks. I think they've done better on some of these defenses, and certainly we've seen it from Frosty as well at times. By just any aggression from defenders at the moment, it seems to be pretty good. As long as you're not refragged immediately and you're quite careful about supporting players, I think most acts of aggression have been pretty well warranted, and they've worked very well for some of these defenses. And right now, they're backing all the way off. They're playing it so deep. And given the fact that they were all taken out mostly from vertical angles, at least 3 of the kills in the last round were just through vertical holes or hatches. Bit of a shame for Playing Ducks. I think that's just a positioning problem more than anything else.
Yeah, it's something they can definitely adapt in. It's something you don't need a whole coaching meeting to figure it out. It's something you can adapt on the fly. So let's hope they did just that, and they're not going to be found by these vertical holes. But what I have noticed from Team Frosty is, where are the vertical holes? I haven't seen much of them. The Buck is playing all the way up top. Does he think this side is far stuck? Yeah, here. It's only now is Fishy starting to open up some of the vertical holes. And no real kills coming out of it just yet. Axe is going all the way down to main stairs. Have they switched up a tactic that was working for them, and maybe could this prove to be something that's going to work against them?
They're relying on the sledge to get the angles open, letting the Buck do just whatever he's doing, which is holding this angle down on the basement to catch off anyone rotating around. They have the options with the C4s available, but I think a mist drone shot out of the air, I think, from the Melusi. The Mute, I believe the Mute still has one in hand. Oh, the T5 in the Legion's hands is the most lethal thing right now. Taking out Axe, that player downstairs, not using his utility to open angles. He's just been opened up himself.
Yeah, Axe is now dead on bottom of main stairs, and nothing has really been opened up. 20 seconds remaining, and this time Playing Ducks got the opening kill on the defense. They're gonna need to funnel down some of these hatches or corridors that they don't want to do, but Fishy gets onto Rorik. It's all gonna be a bloodbath here. 3v4. Para gets 1. Gonna need to see how this is all gonna play out really quickly. Assets with a double kill. Oh wow, Fishy upstairs, no time remaining. Might be able to get a kill for to save his stats, but no. Playing Ducks find themselves on match point 6-5, and Team Frosty need to win the next round. Do they want to stay in this game?
Well, those stats aren't going to be very important to the Sledge in that situation, and not because we're not on top of stats in ECS, clearly, if you've been watching in the past, but just because the real stat that they do need is those points on the board, and they're losing that round. They're moving match point against them, and they're going to have to take it all the way through overtime. Which you can certainly see them doing. They've looked very strong on these attacks in general, and they still look strong throughout that round. I think maybe that Buck pick, despite the fact they weren't using him as a Buck necessarily, just there in that round, because they didn't need to. I think they almost brought him as insurance in case the Sledge died. That's more what that screams to me in terms of their strategy in that round. And the Sledge didn't die, so he just took up a strong gunning position. And the C8 is pretty reliable for that, but in long-range fights against that T5, as we saw, maybe a tiny bit too much recoil to deal with is quite tricky. It could be well suited to have a different role. Maybe bring that Jackal to add the security of moving in and making sure the Sledge doesn't die, or something entirely different that will help you win the fights. a Lion, a Dokkaebi, to make use of that that intel, potentially, that was brought by the Mozzie, the Maestro. Of course, we've got so many operators in play, and here's one of them that we've not seen so far, a slight adjustment from playing Ducks, the Pulse.
Very, very interesting. CCTV, a site that can be held vertically. Let's see how that's going to work. But if you do want to hold it vertically, it's going to be putting you in very vulnerable positions. Stock and lounge is a position you don't want to be caught yourself holding a pulse heartbeat sensor. It's a place where you want to hold a gun because it's so easily accessible by the attackers and a lot of lines of sight. So I'm interested to see how this is going to be used. Probably just going to be used for a lot of intel gathering for the side of playing Ducks. Maybe yet again one of those things that just shows that that Valkyrie ban was a target ban. But see how it's gonna. It's just, I think only time will tell how that pulse will be used by team playing Ducks.
They've looked very efficient so far, Frosty, I will say, on the attacks of this floor all around. They've looked pretty consistently strong. But the one thing they haven't checked yet, there is a ping 2. I don't know if that's the defense or the attack. I imagine that is the defense. Axe, he might not be ready. The drone's gone straight past. He's not ready for the Melusi sitting on the stairs. A simple drone and move. You've got to check the stairs. I check the stairs when I play in silver.
Oh no, that's going to be detrimental. Oh, is that an impact trick coming out from playing Ducks? It is. And yep, there we go again. No, no thank you is what Zidane says to the Ace Selma charges, but he only has 2 impacts as Ace has 3 Selma charges. So the wall is going to be opened up eventually, but oh no, is that a piece of the wall that's going to force them to either vault over the wall or crawl underneath it? Could that prove detrimental for Team Frosty? Is that wall bugged?
Oh, I'm not sure. It might be a bit tricky for them trying to get in through that, but at least it's an angle open, and it could be a bit tricky. You want to leave at least one player out there to have that side angle. It means that the players on the defensive side can't sit inside of that other site. They have to rely on that cache presence. They certainly have it. The Mute inside of there is prepping a C4, ready to throw at any of these players trying to move in from the cache side. We've got construction presence in good amount, and they're winning their fights. A lovely refrag eventually onto the Melusi, who got that entry frag, and it's a 4 versus 4. 45 seconds playing Ducks. They're close, but they got a lot to do to seal the victory.
40 seconds is enough time for Team Frosty to set up and execute. And oh, that's Fishy down. It's not too good for him. Acid sees Hova outside. It might not know who it is, but he knows there's someone there, and that's going to be huge for playing Ducks. The stuns coming out, utility being thrown in, the guns flying out, and Zidane's gonna come reign supreme. BMZ is planting though, but I don't know where. They're planting in cash. It's gonna be a post-plan situation. 40 seconds remaining, and suddenly all the roles are flipped. Zidane gets 1, but gets refragged straight away. A triple for Fishy, and now it's all up to the Pulse and the Mute to win this all back. Time is running out, and they need 7 seconds to defuse. Ooh. Fishy is sitting safe and sound outside. Ermeli with the angle is going to throw at the nade, but that's going to miss by quite a long shot. Fishy gets onto Rorik. It's all up to Assets. Gets 1. Gets the quad. He needs the ace, but no, Ermeli, he denies it and pushes us over into overtime. As that was quite the amazing round there. Round number 12, 1 for the books here. We're all level.
Action from start to finish in that round, and it comes so close. I was going to say, in that 2 versus 2, a great position to have your Pulse in, just tucking inside of the site there, inside of server, scanning through the wall to see if the player is holding an angle from outside. He realizes there isn't one, they move around accordingly, but just not winning out the fights, and in the 1 versus 1, the Pulse couldn't finish the job. So close from playing Ducks, but they don't seal the win there. They have to win 2 rounds of overtime of the 3. Which is quite an ask when they've won 2. It's been a 4-2 win for attackers the whole way through, and that's positive for Team Frosty right now because they've started overtime on the attack, which gives them an ever so slight advantage. The weaker point for them is that they will have to attack this basement, which has been tricky for them as of late.
Playing Ducks.
Oh, they've done what I said though. They swapped the buck for the jackal. I'm a genius.
Oh my god, they're listening.
Wow, that was a very nice adjustment, but it does exactly what I was saying with what they need. That Buck, somewhat of a wasted pick. They were worried about the aggression, and they brought him as a backup sledge, and they haven't needed him because the sledge has managed to get in quite happily each time and find quite a few kills through those vertical angles. So this time around, they're going to move in, they're going to use that Jackal to make sure the area is clear. There aren't any cheeky roamers, which there really haven't been from either team on their defense of this site. They've been sitting deep. The Jackal allows you just to check those angles, and once the angles are open vertically, you might be able to nab a few feet, you might be able to figure out where they are, and then go for a slightly more traditional plant. And so far on these attacks, no team has gone for a server, for an Arsenal plant. We've seen very little presence inside of the site downstairs. It's all been pushing in from main stairs.
What I do want to note here, though, is that on Playing Ducks' defensive half, they've won Church twice and no other site.
Yes.
Playing Ducks, if they win this and they are going to their next defensive site, need to switch something up, go to a different site, do something else. Do they want to win? It's key. They need to change it up. But we're now in Church. But no, Rorik!
What a flick.
The flank gets denied by Ecs. The Jackal coming out big.
I'd love to know if that was a hip fire from the Jackal there. A lovely headshot just flicking to the side. He's not quite paying attention, just looking at his teammate. But the refrag eventually comes out. This time onto the ace, though. It means that the Maverick is the only hard breach available. And we know Frosty, when they've struggled with their breaching men being alive, they've had a bit of an issue. That Jackal will certainly help with pushing the remaining players back. It's just, will they be able to get the angles to make sure that they can move in? The Maverick potentially under some pressure, as the Jaeger was holding an angle towards Orput, but he's actually not in there, and the Jaeger has, in the meantime, backed all the way off. So now, 1 minute and 30, half the round gone. What can Team Frosty do here to adjust and make this move happen? Because right now they look a little lost.
Can I just point out that Seven has the 19 kills? He has got a 2 KD, 19 kills. He's going absolutely huge this game.
You got to turn that into a win, though. That is the big difference. They've only won 2 defenses so far, and they've done very well on the basement, and they're looking strong with 1 minute left. They've still got to win this round and another one after that. Utility being taken out. Banshee's there at the bottom of the stairs prepping for this move. It's so bizarre to see such little presence around. This will certainly help, though. Getting this hatch open means that the Maestro, who we usually see sitting in that position, who has opted away from this time, whoever has adopted that position, is in trouble. You can't hold that main entrance from any other angle. You've got to use these vertical angles. C4 is held once the call goes away, but in the meantime, Legion of 7 inside a garage getting a kill.
He has now gone on to 20 kills, but what is also hitting 20 very soon is going to be the timer, and Team Frosty are going to need to push down with the one-man disadvantage. This is going to be rough. It's going to be a kill box down this corridor if that's what they're going to decide to push. 2 people drop down Church, though, so we're going to see how that's going to work out for them. Axe is holding the angle, preventing the rotate. Fishy gets 1. They need more. The shotgun going big gets 2! And Acid finishes it off onto Axe. And Playing Ducks win another Church defense. But this was expected.
Wow. I mean, you've got the Mozzie holding that long angle. And they had the crossfire ready. But with the hatch open, they had to back off. And the Mute in that position, he gets 1 player. But most importantly, the key difference for Playing Ducks on that defense, they've struggled in the past with the refrags on Team Frosty, who swing on the intel straight away, get that kill straight back, which is what they need with a man disadvantage. But the Mute there gets a double with the shotgun from close range. Great play from him, and it was pretty much all done from there with 1 man left, just running down the corridor by himself. Quick adjustment from the Mozzie. Round done. Playing Ducks take that defensive win of the basement. And we move to another basement defense here for Team Frosty, surprisingly for them, as they really struggled with defending this site themselves.
Yeah, Team Frosty on Church. I'm just going to look down my notes. They haven't won a single Church
No, they've
defense.
lost it every time.
Yeah.
That's why I'm so confused. I'm not quite sure what that is. They clearly have had a bit of a back and forth in how well they can attack it. But certainly on the defense, they've looked pretty weak all round. They've had very little aggressive presence to try and find those entry frags. They've relied on just sitting down and using utility, but Playing Ducks have been really efficient in burning that out and then moving in. So I'm baffled by this pick, because it's just bizarre.
Yeah, me too. But Maybe Team Frosty has got something up. Maybe they've listened to more of your advice. I don't know if you've given advice to them over onto the defense side, because they did take that tackle advice.
Axe, win your fights in the 2 versus 2 from that earlier round, maybe. That's all I can think of in round 2.
Yeah,
but,
the whiff from the Maestro. Yeah.
They were close on that round, so if they can bring some of that general round element play, they did some very good delay. I will say, on their basement. They've not looked entirely hopeless. It's just bizarre because they haven't won it yet. So now is the time to do it. You got to buck that trend.
Yeah, and you just excuse my cat. She's my parents aren't home, so she's kind of looking for attention. I'm gonna get her out, put her out in a different room after this game. But other than that, 2 minutes, 1 minute has passed, and not much map control for Playing Ducks just yet. The team that looked so efficient in the first few rounds are now looking a little bit less that. As they're still outside. They have a Heart Breacher. They have 2 of them to be exact, but they've both lost HP. I wonder how. They've lost HP on these simultaneously. Must have been some kind of C4 outside here or some kind of impact. So, the shield has been destroyed though. So Rorik and Zayden, the duo, Heart Breach and Soft Breach, are gonna go into dirt and see what they can do with a second smoke canister now coming out. Very, very early on in the round, but the spray! And there goes your Maverick! One of your Heart Breachers down.
It's so hard to hold onto that tunnel nowadays. I mean, it's a bit nicer maybe with a Rooney around, I guess, near the end. It depends what you want to do with that. It's not opted for necessarily. You're weak to so many frag grenades, and those are taken off the board. I mean, the Maverick, he's lost 2 right there. I think he was prepping one with the Ash holding an angle, and he's taken out mid-throw, I imagine, by the Smoke, who's just sitting there tight, holding off Zydon. I mean, speaking of holding off, it's what they've done again, Team Frosty. This delay is fantastic. If they don't lose this fight here, if there is a bit of resistance from the Smoke and he can get away, which he has, they are looking in a much better position. All strong on the site. 45 seconds left to try and fight their way back, and they're winning fights on the verticals.
And it's a 5v3, 40 seconds remaining. Playing Ducks not looking too good here as Team Frosty find one more. And it's a 5v2, 7 on low HP. Para needs to push through tunnel with 2 guns staring at him. And Axe gets that kill, and now it's all up to 7 in a 1v5. It's not gonna be looking too good here. Could get a couple kills to boost his KD just a tad bit more. He sees the Jaeger, but no! Hava from below gets the clean headshot, and that's a flawless round from Team Frosty. And we're going all the way to round 15 evac. This has got to be one of the tensest games, and one of the most beautiful games I've casted in a long time.
It's been a good ride for 2 teams that we're not too familiar with in terms of strategy. It's just a qualifying game between 2 teams looking to be more regulars within the team, within the league. They've both shown a good amount of personality in terms of their defensive style, their attacking style, how they exactly want to play. There have been misplays across the board by various players, but also fantastic moments stepped up by various others as well. I mean, it's been so crazy, and I think both teams deserve a good bit of something. They don't, obviously, because only wins matter here, according to the qualifiers. So it's a really sad tale for whoever loses out this one. And we're going to be moving to CCTV and Cash for this final defense of Playing Ducks. And it's been a bit of a trouble sight for them, though, as well. So a really interesting kind of doubling up of teams going for sites they've struggled with during regulation. And now we're at overtime. Here we go. I mean, Frosty won it flawlessly, so I guess that all my strategy and notes are out the window.
Playing Ducks need to get a good adaptation going here. They need to change up what they've been doing for the past, let me count here, 1, 2, 3 times that they've played CCTV and tried to defend it. And they need to win this defense. It's all or nothing now for both teams. It's all or nothing. Do or die. There's a lot of sayings you can say for this.
Kizzo, can we get those stats up? I'd love to see. We saw it briefly just then I'd love to see some of these kills and how they're unfolding. I mean, you can see BMZ having a rough time on the 312 as the hard support. But, I mean, looking around, there's so many high kills. I mean, you expect that when we're so many rounds in. We're on round 15, but the 29, like the 2 KD plus from the Melusi, absolutely fantastic. I mean, if that is the Rorik that I think it might be, that's not necessarily the result I expect. So I'm not sure that is the man I'm so used to seeing. But anyway, it's looking good all round. We've got heavy supports and heavy frags from both teams. So could be coming down to impact kills of who can take out the fragging man first a lot of the time. So 1 minute ticked on by and a little bit of progress made, and I believe that breach is now open. Yes.
Yes. CC Breach is open with 1 minute past. Very, very good start here from Team Frosty. They are looking good so far, but looking good at the 2 minute mark is something very, very different from looking good after winning this round. Rorik getting the first kill, pulling his KD up just a tad bit. Axe finds a good refrag onto the Jaeger of Para, excuse me. And now we're all back level. 2 kills, a kill from each side. Very, very good here, and the soft destruction and the utility from the Zofia is going to be missed, but also a lot of HP on the side of Fishing.
Well, the key player is the Melusi here. Remember last time out, they were clearing out this area. They didn't even drone the stairs, and she was allowed to persist. And again, I doubt they've even checked the shower. She's just sitting inside behind the sledge. BMZ is now droning, I think, stage downstairs behind to sweep up. But in the meantime, he's stopped, and he's moving forwards. The sledge ahead, he's not going to check, is he? He's just going to walk straight past, and she can come up behind too. This could be the play. Playing Ducks. If they take these kills, the round could be theirs. He gets one and backs away. His position now known. The sledge is shocked in the meantime, but he's looking ahead. He can't afford to. He's still not looking towards logistics. Your teammates just died and takes 2 at a strong advantage here now for the defense. They've delayed time. They've got the man advantage. Axe is deep inside the site, but he's got no diffuser.
He is just a man isolated from his team now in cash, and all around him are the defenders from Playing Ducks, and Acid finally gets the exclave man and finds him, and now it's up to Ermeli with 15 seconds left. Not looking too good. 7, one more for his KD. Can we see the scoreboard for this man? This man, 7, he has been going insane with 23 over 9.
Wow.
What
I think
game.
that equalizes the ECS like playoffs record. I don't know how that works for qualifiers. I don't know if we're doing necessarily the same thing, but it's still fantastic to get 23 kills on the board in any situation. Playing Ducks take the win. I mean, I would say a brilliant roaming play from the Melusi, but it wasn't. It was just really poor droning. You just check the shower. I don't know how she got there in the position where the sledge. What?
I
just throwing it away, Frosty. It seems at the end.
Imagine being Team Frosty afterwards and just looking at their VOD review and they're looking at this going like, they're just scratching their head like, guys, what did we do wrong? He's like, just droning. Just press 6, drive around your drone. You could drive. It's very easy, guys. Just drive around the entire map. You see defenders. You call it out to your teammates. If you die, you also call it out, because I think that's not even happening.
Yeah,
the first player really died in bedroom, and then the next one just didn't look.
He just like, didn't pay any attention. He was on low health, and he was having a fight in front. And I think he might have been worried that, given the fact that they would expect the call on the player behind, and he was expecting maybe someone to run out to try and pinch with that, or maybe get a refrag if he wins the fight on the Melusi. But at the same time, you still got to watch the thing that's just been called. It's very, very bizarre from that position. Team Frosty almost throwing that away. They were in a good position in that last round. If not for that particular play, could have come very close either way. I mean, came close the whole way through the game. I mean, 7 all right to the end, to the final round. But an eventual win for Playing Ducks, and they get themselves 1 win on the board for the qualifiers, which is a great position to be in to go into that kind of winning bracket. And I think both these teams could do a pretty good job in EC. I think they showed a good amount of there was some decent adjusting across the board, and I think they both showed the aptitude. It's whether they have that killing ability across the team to compete with some of the other teams in ECS? Not sure yet, because a lot of teams we know very reliable. Even some of the teams who've not done so well this season across the board, you can rely on pretty much anyone to do a very good job just fragging wise. So that's going to be the real thing that we'll see unfold during the qualifiers. And the other thing we'll see is the rest of the matches, and we'll be back for that in I don't know what the time is on that, because we've got to organize all the other games. About 15 minutes, apparently, roughly. We've got to get all the other matches to finish and then organise the next ones. So we'll be back with you in about 15 odd. Keep us on in the background. Make sure that your audio's on. There's some good banging tunes in the background. And we'll be back with our harmonious voices to bring you the next match. See you then. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I'm Ebac. I'm joined by Yannick again here today. He'll be sticking around a bit longer. This is my last one right here. Bit sad I didn't get to see all these teams I'd written down. I wrote down a list of teams that I'm excited to see in the qualifiers. Like, in particular, very specially interested to see. And it's 10. So that shows you how many teams, at least even I'm excited about, and I'm sure everyone else is excited about all the rest of those teams. And we've got 2 more lined up, Yannick. Who are those for this particular game?
Mouse plays versus the Bug Boys. It's going to be an absolute game of the century. And the map it's going to be on, we're going all the way back to Clubhouse. The map
so
we just had about half an hour ago. How are you feeling about Clubhouse, Ebac?
I'm feeling absolutely fantastic. I mean, it's a lovely map. It's a great map for testing how strong a team is at just doing the dirty, doing exactly what they need to do, which is relying upon efficiency, kills, the sort of thing that we focused on in our casting in the earlier game between...
just going to flip my page over. Playing Ducks and Team Frosty. There you go.
Yes, those 2 teams. And it was a great... it was really, really good from Playing Ducks winning that out in the end. And this is a winner's game as well. 2 teams who have won technically. Mouse Plays winning out their previous map. Bog Boys, this is their first game of the qualifiers. They had a bye from the last round. They've been gifted one, technically. So this is their first game of the qualifiers. So they'll be nice and fresh, ready to come in anew for this first game. But, you know, that can work both ways. Maybe they might not be quite ready to warm up, necessarily. Mouse Plays might have a strong start. So I think the start of this game could be quite impactful. Like, nabbing a few rounds straight away, it'd be a good thing for them.
Yeah, indeed. That's going to be something they're going to be looking for. First 2 bands coming out, Thatcher and Maverick, very, very standard. No Maverick this time around, but did see it last game. But I don't think it's going to impact them too much. It is going to make opening up the walls a bit harder, though, but if they're good teams, they're going to be able to work around it.
Saying like it is, Kizzo. For everybody at home, the map ban page, both teams put the same team name, so it was really confusing for a while. But, you know, it's all right. And in terms of bans, also another Valkyrie ban in a row from the last game. We find Valkyrie banned again. She's not necessarily the go-to on this map. The go-to, generally more expected to be Kaid. So we're starting off with him. And the Valkyrie is also the other option. And with the Maverick off the board, not sure, I think we might be re-hosting momentarily. So excuse us for a moment. I think we'll be coming back to our screens. We can talk about these bans in general, because obviously Thatcher and Mav off this board, it's going to be that much harder. Kaid obviously helps that a bit, so we're gonna be seeing the kind of Hibana play, you'd imagine, and the Ace to get these walls open. So forcing these teams into a very specific playstyle. I think that main one, though, is going to be the Valkyrie. What are you thinking about that Valkyrie, Yannick?
Last time around, we saw it last game, we saw it really impact. I think it was Playing Ducks for a lot. We saw that they really struggled without the Valkyrie, and that's really something they really wanted to have. And while we can speculate all we want about last game and about if it was a target ban or not, but it ended up with Playing Ducks winning it, that they adapted around it, and I want to see the defensive side of teams be able to do that as well. Because the Valkyrie, it's an amazing operator, right? She can put those black eye cams in spots that you cannot even imagine sometimes. It's insane. And I'd want to see the defensive side be able to work around that, maybe with a Mozzie, maybe with a Pulse. We saw Playing Ducks bring that out last time as well. Yeah. So a lot of opportunities to substitute the Valkyrie and a lot of different operators to do that, but I think it's up to the teams to decide which one it's going to be.
And of course, forcing your opposition who might want to play that role onto the Mozzie means also the kind of accidental drone denial that you're forcing them to take as well, which we saw a decent bit of interaction with throughout that game, especially on the defense of Frosty. They brought out that mute quite often. And it's nice to see a good bit of Aruni as well from them getting into the play. She picked up quite a few kills on those defenses, as well as, I'm not 100%, I didn't see too much usage of the gates in action, but that kind of tale of how that's going to unfold this season is going to be really, really interesting. Alongside any... Like, where's Tachanka, by the way? I don't know what's going on with that. Why is he not here? Because he came out before her.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did, and he is allowed. So
is he? Oh,
yeah, he is. He's
okay,
allowed.
Fair enough. Bring that to Chunka. I mean, there's a lot of teams coming up through the qualifiers. the sort of teams you'd expect to bring. I'm eyeing up Norway on top, and probably Proximity to be the sort of teams who might bring the Tachanka. These seem like the kind of guys who might try and go for some cool strategy, and it's the perfect time to like take a team to Chalet, do something weird, and like bring in a Rooney and a Tachanka. They'll have no idea what to do, how to deal with you, and those are the teams I expect to do that. But anyway, let's move back onto these teams because they're both very, very strong. Obviously, Bog Boys are a kind of cluster of a bunch of dudes we know reasonably well across different ECS divisions and things in the past. And then for Mouse Plays, sorry, I think I've been saying Mouse Sports. Mouse Plays,
different org, Mouse Plays.
What's the deal with them, Yannick?
Honestly, I'm gonna be brutally honest here. I am not that familiar with N2E4.
No, me neither. So, fair enough.
If anything, they have a Mouse Plays makes me think of Mouse Sports. They used to be in Siege a long time ago.
That's
if it's anything like that, then then it's gonna be an amazing match. But I don't think so. Honestly, I think we're just gonna have to go into this game and look in and see how they play. Bug Boys though, so you want to have anything? Some players from Bug Boys. You want to touch up on them for a little bit, see if you can
a wee bit. But it's the thing where I think a clubhouse especially will test how good the team chemistry is, and when you've got these teams jumbling around, mixing players, it can take a while to adjust. I mean, I gave a lot of praise to Panda of Jaeger's last season, to his adjustment from moving to the Lexaro lineup to Jaeger's, and just working in it straight away, and taking up a pretty different role to what he did last time. And that works when you've got the support of all these players who are regularly in the side, doing their normal jobs, and you can fit in as a bit of a puzzle piece. Even if you don't quite fit, you can pretty much be. I'm imagining this weird jigsaw where he's maybe the wrong piece that doesn't fit, but he's the right color, and like in general, from a distance, it pretty much looks like it fits. So like you can do a pretty good job of adjusting, and that was a particularly strong example from ECS past. But it takes a lot. We've seen a lot of players struggle when they've moved to new teams, and especially when you've got loads of different players just coming in from everywhere. You can make a super team, but can the super team play as a team, as a super team?
Can the super team be a team?
Be a team unit. Yeah. Like, focus more on the team than the super.
Either way, any team, super team, you need a team. You need to be able to have that chemistry. You need to work along each other. We saw on Team Frosty how when that kind of communication or that chemistry just isn't going right, how that can lead to a catastrophe for that round where we saw, and I think you remember very vividly as well, where the Maverick and the Ace, if I remember correctly, had a bit of a communication error, and that caused them to waste Selmas, and the Maverick was out of place and just got shut down by someone from playing
I thought
Ducks.
You were talking about the Ace and the Sledge in the final round.
No.
On that attack where they don't drone out the showers on the top floor, and then the Ace dies, and then the Sledge doesn't turn around. It's similar in terms of like communication issues and such, which you don't expect from an ECS team. If you are an ECS regular, whether it's open, contenders, major division, we don't expect anything like that. The teams who are in ECS very consistently across divisions, they are all very good team units, and even if there are issues and mistakes, they are isolated in moments where someone made a misplay or something. It's not endemic of a general problem within like the players and how they work together. Whereas here in the qualifiers, they've not yet been vetted, so we've got to do a proper good job of making sure they are qualified to move in. These other qualifiers, I mean, what qualifies a team, Yannick, for ECS? What do you need to be on? What's your checklist of things?
Well, you need one good fragger, and I'm just going to take playing Ducks as an example. One big fragger, you could put that into Seven's role, 23, breaking the qualifiers kill record. Just want to confirm that for anybody that was wondering.
Yeah, it was
you need
22.
his hard support, and I think talking about the team, you need team chemistry. You cannot make a team, even if you'd put 5 of the best players in the world and you put them in one team and let them loose. If you don't give them communication, it's not going to work. Siege is not CSGO, where one person with godly aim can win an entire round. It does happen from time to time, but it won't win you games and or tournaments.
it's going to be a really, really bad analogy, but you've got the team chemistry in the science of what makes a good team. You've got the physics in terms of the physical, the friction, and how you make it work with that fragging player. And then the biology, the know-how of all the little organisms work within the team, which is the hard supporting player or the IGL. That's your kind of scientific triple for all the kids at school doing all the science. EBAC science is the best one. That's how you make a good team. And that's what we're going to need to see. I think IGLs are quite a big element of that. A team with a strong IGL is a big difference. There are quite a few ECS teams I can think of who at times have lacked a little bit of leadership and know-how, which really gives you that ability to adjust, especially mid-game. This season, that's going to be even more impactful because with the one-map system, there's very, very little time to adjust to a particular team's strategy. If they're doing something weird or you're on a map you don't expect because the bans didn't go your way, can be a bit of a nightmare. So that's going to be a huge element, which could support some of these teams because, I mean, I'm looking at these lineups across all of these qualifying teams and there are standout players and really strong IGLs in general. I mean, again, eyes on Proximity and Norway on top because on Norway on top we've got Kimza. And I know even players like Sunny on that lineup are absolute geniuses with coming up with strategies. The EBAC Award Play of the Season 2 seasons ago was Jen chucking that C4 outside of construction on Clubhouse here. Just fantastic, just big brain plays. And Proximity as well. Samayoto, just one of the best IGLs around in T4. So I'm very excited to see what they get up to. But right now, Bog Boys and Mouse Plays, what can we expect from them? Well, we are moving. I didn't see what site that was. Where are we?
I think it was downstairs. Yeah, Church and Arsenal. Good old faithful. Usually, honestly, I'm going to ask you a question. Do you reckon Church Arsenal is the primary bomb site or CCTV cache?
CCTV. Nowadays, I think in ECS towards the end of last season, certainly. Clubhouse was almost turning attacker-sided slightly, and the basement was just a place to go and lose a lot of the time. We saw so many teams doing drops in through the kitchen. Like, they'd get the kitchen hatch open, like push players back, and then just drop. And if they lose a man or two on the drop, they just bring everyone down, and then they just go for some like chaotic plant strategy. Like, it was really strange, like this kind of weird ECS meta that started coming out on Clubhouse. So I'm gonna say that's the weak point.
Ruby, though, he wants to get a kill. Someone's gonna walk into it. Does he see it? He does, but misses the shots.
Ruby.
That
was so close.
Yeah. Would have been a great start, though, for the side of Mouse Plays.
It's a terrible start for my casting. Anyway. Right, well, Sloth gets things off to a much better start for Bog Boys. The attackers pick up the first kill, and they take garage control. Where was that player on the Vigil? Was he at the top of Rafters?
Rafters.
Deary me. Losing a Vigil that early, not ideal. And Henna's, he can't quite support. He's not close enough. And with the amount of presence already from these attackers, they've moved on in. They're droning each other out. Looking quite efficient so far already from Bog Boys. A great start from them.
Yeah, and it's not just the opening kill that, of course, gives a big boost, but it's also the timing of it. The first 30 seconds and one of your roamers already died. It just forces you as a defending side to be able to... It forces you to turtle back, pull back from sight. Because if you lose another one, it's certain death from that point. You are not supposed to be the attackers. You are supposed to accept the aggression and kind of play into that, delay them for a long time, stall the attackers, and giving them the opening kill is just the opposite of that. It's giving them a lot of the momentum and a good start for the side of Bug Boys.
Ooh, well, as you say that, Sloth is taken out a very, very slow refrag. Ruby getting the better of the Ash. Couldn't quite make that first peak count, but certainly takes down the man count for their opposition and backs off accordingly to the site. Now a 4 versus 4, a good amount of time for the... weird time to reinforce, especially with them opening angles above you right now. And here goes the hatch, attempted by the Hibana. Of course, Hibana a great option now available to make sure, with the absence of the Maverick and Co, to get that hatch open nice and easily. It's going to be very, very tough to deny it. But underneath, we've got an Aruni gate on that hatch. That's cool to see.
Yep. see another Uruni Gate, and that's going to force Bug Boys to throw at least one piece of utility, or themselves, and they could throw a player in there and disable Uruni Gate that way, although costing HP. A little bit of transfer of the diffuser there, as Frenzy's going to put some pot shots in towards the default angles, and the timer is running low already. Henners, excuse me, gets one. Skivia gets a second on a wrap, and that's a double kill for the Jaeger, starting things off immensely well for Mouse Plays. And okay, I was once okay, and Frenzy now need to start and pick up the pieces as the attack is in shambles. There goes that one piece of utility to break down the Uruni Gate. 15 seconds now. He can't get the kill. Hennard with a triple, and he can go for the quad if he can get the right angle, but Frenzy is going to push the other way. Gets tagged by Blue. 1 second remaining. He takes the pistol out. It's hopeless. It's done. Round 1 goes to Mouse Plays.
Well, it was a great start to the game for the attack. I mean, Bug Boys, they showed great efficiency, they seemed competent, and they moved in very spread, like lots of isolated players, which shows a good amount of confidence in each individual player's ability as they moved in, and they did a very good job of that. And when it came to opening things up and starting the move, suddenly Henners just opens fire, takes out a triple. I mean, just incredible play from that Jaeger. I guess the attackers, after that long of standing outside the tunnel, getting the angles open and droning it and all sorts, I guess after a while they just, forgot that someone could come up and push them, and lost 2 men there, and that made a huge dent in their chances for that round. I mean, I 100% know Henners, but I can't remember who he used to play for. But there is a reason why I remember his name, and that's why.
I personally know a Hennessy. I don't know if you're confusing him with that player. He plays in the Benelux, but I don't think so, right?
No.
Totally different player.
Definitely ECS related.
Okay. Oh, then no idea. I've only been in ECS
Same for Sky Ivan. Like, I know Sky Ivan 100%. Yeah. I've casted him quite a few times, but I've forgotten who he played for.
I mean, I can go through my logs if you can keep entertaining the people for all like 10 seconds. I can go through my logs and find Sky Ivan.
I'll do some tap dancing, keep everyone entertained. That's what you want to see, right? I mean, the music, like the ECS, I was bopping along to it earlier, like that we've got in the background, that we hear every single time I'm sitting here just getting ready for the cast, and it's
Aqualix.
It's so irritating. I was thinking I could maybe make some Jerry wave, or some like Whip It wave or something. Maybe some E-back wave to have in the background. I'm hearing "Do It" in the background from Jerry. So I might do that because that'll save us some.
I have found
some pain.
Even
more, probably a lot less pain than when Grissom decides to put his own music on for no reason when he's on production. Anyway, right now, in terms of efficiency, they've got to move on, Bog Boys. They've got to go and clear out this map as they're attacking towards CCTV. They've got to worry about Divided here. They're doing a much more thorough roam clear than we saw last time out in that last round from Frosty. This time, Bog Boys, they've checked the stairs. They're checking all around. And they're going to move. They're not going to go all the way down to the bottom to find this Jaeger, but I'm sure they'll be aware of his position. It's nothing too bizarre, and they've got a Claymore to watch it just in case, so they might have a little bit of sound warning. Bog Boys have taken this ground. Have you found any info?
Yes, I have. Aqualix. We're Super Sloth Skyven and Super Sloth Skyven, and I think that's about it. Rap played on Aqualix, the 3 of them.
Okay, good to know. Well, Divided starts things off by taking out his first man on that roam. I'm talking about it so much, they should be ready. They're droning it out. They've got the Claymore down. But in the end, the Jaeger still gets the kill. And is he seriously not aware that he's being shot through the bottom of that hole? I use this strategy. Very, very simple castle strategy. But when you've not got your sledge on hand or, the right man, especially with the Ash lost to get rid of those barricades, you can just take a lot of basically free damage. I mean, even with the MP5, a lot of damage dealt to Frenzy. And Bog Boys not in a great position right now. They've got 50 seconds left. Man disadvantage. Not much ground taken. Is the breach open at the least? I believe it is.
We're going to see that very, very soon. Ruby, though, gets to go to Frenzy.
No, it's closed. Oh, this is a bad situation, especially as they've lost the other man.
Yeah, Skyven, he needs to use his Soma charges. He has all three of them still in his pocket, actually. Rep gets one, though, for his troubles, and two, actually. Going big here, leveling things up. But with 25 seconds remaining, this could prove very, very bad. Divided here, holding the angle, gets tagged a lot through that softball, and Hibana just pushing in. He could get the kill. No, he doesn't. Divided could get the kill, but Ruby gets it instead. 15 seconds remain. Rep goes down, and now it's just Skyven in a 1v3, finds one. Malusi Gadget is slowing him down a lot. He needs to find two more. He finds one in a 1v1. Run, Ruby, run! And that's exactly what he does. Very, very wise play there from Ruby, just standing on top of Cash. And that's...
What an effort from Sky Ivan, I must say, to give it a good go. He gets that right wall bang ever so slightly on the left. He imagines that little corner is in there. Could have brought that back, but a lot of the hard work was done in the early round by Mouse Plays. I mean, Bog Boys, they got nothing open. Nothing at all. Not even the castle barricades downstairs. You could see at the end of the round, they had so much utility able to do that, but it just didn't work out. They were jammed out by the mute jammers, never dealt with it because they couldn't take Lounge to shoot them up from underneath. Just very strange from Bog Boys. A complete reversal of what we saw in the last round. Just not dealing with things, not getting that checklist done of items you want to get done as an attack before the last minute of play. And they didn't even have a chance to go for an execute, really.
Very troubling, though, from the side of Bug Boys. If that keeps happening, it's going to be very, very painful. It's going to be a very painful loss as well, because it's going to be really tilting knowing that you can't even get your basics done, and it's very, very...
if you're consistently struggling to do that, like you're not quite cut out for the competition of ECS. The level is a bit too high for you to be struggling on like just getting things open and doing simple things like that against a lot of the teams we've got here, especially on a map like Clubhouse. You just gotta be good at doing the basics, which is why I imagine we've been brought here, is because both these teams are very confident on their ability to do that. So when it's letting you down, it can be a bit of a mental blow.
Yeah, it really can be, and I hope that Bug Boys find a way to fix that. The Divided here is going to get the spawn peak, he gets tagged, and only 20 HP lost on the side of Sloth, but that could have ended way, way worse for him.
That was close. That could have been really, really bad for the Ashe. Another time where they've just opened an angle and stood in the middle of the hole. And there's a Jaeger waiting on the other side. Unfortunately, for Mouse Plays, it's not Henna's to get a double. This time it's Divided and just doesn't do enough damage as the attackers move on in. They've at least taken a bit of ground and putting pressure on that Jaeger, who is all alone, I believe. Trapped. Is there a player on red in support or in construction? I don't think so.
Doesn't seem like it.
That's bizarre. So much pressure then on Divided. As this man, you usually see a bit of support. Well, Ruby is vaguely in support now, coming towards that window to try and pick off the Zofia, and she certainly does. Frenzy falls to the ground, and Divided falls back.
Very, very wise move here from the Jaeger, as the first kill has been made, the entry kill onto the Zofia Frenzy, and Mouse Plays now know that they can take it a bit more calmly. They know that Bug Boys kind of need to recoup everything that they've done. They need to regroup, re-evaluate the situation, and that's going to cost them time. And ultimately, that is what the Siege defense is. As Irish takes one kill on the Super Sloth. An amazing headshot with the SMG-11. Rep gets one back, though. But not
Did
for
he
long.
just drop the logistics hatch and shoot the player on the mirror window?
Yeah.
That is a bit bizarre. As a player in that position, you have to be ready for that to take place, and just slow reactions, a lack of awareness, and Rep gets another. He's getting so many kills right now. His I think double or triple kill in the last round was so crucial in Bog Boys staying in it, and he's fought their way back a little bit. They've still got a man disadvantage, but with 50 seconds and a good amount of control of this map with these two men, they're still in a pretty solid position.
The first two kills coming from Mouse Plays that have been evened up by Rap. A triple on his name. Could go for the ace here if he is very, very lucky. Let's see how this is all going to play out. 35 seconds. 30 seconds is all they need. The Hibana on I Was Once Okay has the diffuser. Good going for the cover plant. Let's see how this all going to... See if the Hibana can make his way in. But no! Tay from below, and the C4 just cancels them out. And now Hibana needs to go for the plant. 15 seconds remain. I don't know where the Melusi is. I think she was downstairs just now. No, she's playing at the mirror window. She's tagging up the Hibana, but the Hibana just counter peeks and gets the kill.
Ruby, no! The misplay from the Melusi trying to beat them off the plant to just burn down the clock so that they're stuck there in that 7-second animation when it comes down. Getting 2 over aggressive, you peeked across from the bathroom. You're clearly in that area. If you're the Hibana, you either go for the stick on the plant or you cover that door angle and wait for them to peek. And you know they're peeking low because of the angles across through the floor. So it's just, will you walk into my sights? Yes. Well, there we go. And we'll take a nice free round for it. Huge misplays from Mouse Plays to kind of throw that one away. But I've got to put my eye mostly on great double, a great clutch from I Was Once Okay. But Rep, what a difference this man has made already in the first 3 rounds.
Yeah, he was just able to drop down that logistics hatch, getting the kill on the person. I think it was divided on the Jaeger, just sitting behind the mirror window. Just unaware, seemingly, of the person dropping... of Rep just dropping. It's... As you said, when it happened live, it's something you should be aware of as a defender. It's been there. It's been there ever since this map was made. It's so common. It's such a mundane thing. I can't describe it. It's such a normal thing to do. It's such a normal thought process. Just drop down the hatch, get the kill, and well, the Vada wasn't ready for it. And I think that ultimately that and the kills that happened after that was what cost Mouse Plays around.
5 seconds left.
Real turning point there.
Well, we're returning back down to the basement for Mouse Plays. Given their strong play on it in the past, I'd be interested to see what they bring out. It's a very similar, I think that pulse is different from last time, if I'm correct. And that might be an interesting bit of difference. We saw that come into play last time with the vertical C4 at the end last time. So a good bit of play in that regard, and it could come to punish, especially Rep on the sledge as he goes for these verticals. And he's probably the man you want to take out right now.
Rep has been going insane, and I want to see, just like before, the attackers of Bug Boys need to get a good, solid opening kill.
I've got to say, look at this efficiency. Bog Boys, they've identified this quickly that they can just move in. Like, not even a minute gone. They just, oh, this area's clear. They're sitting in the basement. Let's go. And they've taken the ground and moved ahead. So a lot of teams will take an extra, 40, 50 seconds than this to get this job done and make sure everything's droned out and clear. I don't know if that's their drone positioning during the prep phase to make sure that's extra clear, or whether they're being a bit aggressive, but they started things off well in an aggressive sense. Frenzy's got the first pick onto Divided. Yet again, getting that pick onto the Jaeger could be crucial to start things off.
It's a very good early start here from Bug Boys, as you said, a very easy early clear. The C4, I think that was being used. No, it was not. It's a projectile being used. Henners does lose a little bit of HP to go about Super Sloth. He's going to be holding the tight ankle onto the boxes in Armory. People losing HP left and right as the timer is slowly ticking down. Henner's taking the unsavory angle, but Rep with the grenade yet again gets another kill. Man is projectile insane.
Here go some angles opened by the Selmas, and with the advantage the attackers have, those holes are looking more in their favor than against them. Ruby's position so well known. He is very, very exposed. He's going to try and swing on this sledge and wins the fight, but his two of his teammates fall, and he falls at the end. I Was Once Okay. Finishes the round yet again with the Hibana, getting all the angles open they need with the early entry frags. It was simple enough to just move on in through the angles they'd opened. I mean, fantastically efficient play from Bog Boys, which begs the question, what on earth happened in round 2?
Was
it round 2? Yeah, it was round 2.
Yeah. I'm astonished.
They're entirely different teams.
Yeah.
Bog Boys in every other round than that one have looked very, very strong at moving in quickly, getting things open, and then just deciding what they want to do next. It's fantastic play. It's the sort of play I would associate with a team like Jaegers over in Major Division. The sort of thing that it just looks really good. Like they're on par with some of the top teams in terms of that. But what?
What happened at round number 2?
I don't know.
having a bit of sleep, maybe. Just
Oh, wow.
taking a little bit of a rest. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good point because this is their first game. As I said earlier on,
Yeah.
they didn't play that first match. Mouse plays it maybe a bit more warmed up to start things off, and Bog Boys, they can use the momentum from that round and keep playing like that. I'd expect them to do really well throughout ECS if they qualify.
Yeah, like you said, they've been looking like a really good team. Very efficient at what they do. They're a roam clear, or roam clear at all, just establishing control of the map. Very efficient. They're killing, very efficient, and their collapses have been anything. If you can't say anything about it, it's just perfect. At least the last round was perfect. As you said, round number 2, probably just an anomaly. Can just look over that, gloss over that.
I guess.
Nothing wrong with that. It happens. Just breaking up, I guess.
You'd hope there's not going to be a repeat of that. The castle's not going to be brought this time, which is quite strange from Mouse Plays. I imagine they expect a similar attack from Bog Boys, who are now going to adjust to what they saw last time. But they've left all of the bay doors soft, which allows very easy access to garage for these attackers, which is not something you expect to see. Instead, the mute has locked off and zapped the lounge area. And with the lack of castle, the doors aren't barricaded or anything. They're going to be relying on holding this from underneath a decent amount. It's a very different strategy to what I've seen any team do here. It's quite minimal. It's not the most. It's not like they're all playing outside the site and then they're going to do a retake or something. But when you've lost one man, especially the mute in that position trying to hold lounge, I'm rather perplexed as to what they're going to do with this. And they're starting to open it already, obviously in some sort of fear that something might come out from them. And Hennes is lying in wait.
Ooh, he's taking on the gunfight. He might not want to take the Asher's going to push up close, and he doesn't know that. Super Sloth finds another for his troubles. Frenzy also getting tagged, but it's just not looking good for Mouse Plays here. 5v3 already, and we're only halfway through the round. Bug Boys have just been establishing map control like crazy.
They look fantastic. This is some of the most enlightened attacking I've seen in a very long time on Clubhouse, and it's confusing me how they've lost those 2 rounds in the past. They just look fantastic right now, but it all comes down to this execute. Can they do it? Well, they've got the vertical control underneath, so if Skyhaven can stick this, he will likely die due to that smoke. Yes, there we go. He will be taken out. I think he was aware of that. He just went for the sacrifice, and in the meantime, 2 more defenders have fallen, so they're in a weak position, but divided in a prone position takes out the player outside of the breach, and now him and Ruby only have one. Well, they have an equal man count to deal with. Frenzy underneath. It's going to be tricky to try and stick this, and it certainly is, as Rep gets another 2. A double for the man at the end of the round. Rep, you can't stop this man.
You really can't. This guy is going. Rep is going. It's 9 over 4 in 5 rounds. Excuse me?
Oh.
Excuse me, Rep. Can you not? Can you just? This man, he needs a trophy. We might be seeing another beating of the qualifiers kill count. The match after the first one.
To be fair, like, the qualifiers are the time where you'd expect somebody to absolutely dominate in terms of kills, because across ECS divisions, it's very tough to separate teams. There is a noticeable difference between some of the very top teams of majors. And then some of the lower teams around. But in general, there's very little in terms of divisions between open contenders, majors. A lot of these teams relatively interchangeable. They can all win games against each other. So in regards to qualifiers, we don't know. These could be anyone. I mean, I was debating coming up with my own qualifier team and just giving it a go. It's €5. Why not? I'm definitely going to do it next season, so hit me up, guys, if you want to be on Team evac. Honestly, I was making a point, but I got distracted. I'm now just going to plug my own team.
Honestly,
barn burners. Barn burners are coming back. Barn burners Mark II.
Is it going to be with Elderbrain? I want to say barn burner with Barnell, but that's an outdated term now.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's interesting. Although we can see Bog Boys in Team Barn Burners style. I mean, they're looking really strong on the attack right now, and it looks like, yeah, lots of players tucked in together might be going on down these stairs, and here they come. The play-by-play. Here you go. Take it, Yannick.
Oh, it's a rush. Immediately, choo-choo goes the train. 5 attackers are in sight. They're in sight, uncontested. Skyven go for the plant. Just do it. It's free real estate. 2 kills coming out. Trades, but Rep going big. Frenzy gets traded back. 3v3. Oh. 3v2 now for the attacking side, but he gets leveled up yet again. Skyven needs to hold it now. It makes it. He does get the kill, and it's all down to divide it. He can't get Rep, and that's the rush working for Team Bug Boys.
Again, it shows, as we were talking about earlier in the previous rounds, they just knew where the defenders were. They saw the extension via their drone work in the prep phase. They went, look at all these defenders doing this slightly extended hold. We've got players over here by Garage. We've got players over there. They're weak in the center. Let's rush down main stairs. And off they went. They didn't even need to check from that point. And it's fantastic intel play from Bog Boys. Their early round play has been fantastic. And what better way to act upon that, to use your strong play, than to just rush on in?
It's insane. I think what we're seeing here is, I'm sorry to say, Mouse Plays, you're doing a really good job on a very valiant effort, but I'm sorry to say, I think Bug Boys are outclassing them, and it's this is not a tense game. If it keeps on like this, if they can bring this momentum over, they've won 4 rounds in a row now. If they can bring this momentum over, it's done.
The hope would be in those 2 rounds that Mouse Plays have taken, because on those attacks, Bug Boys have looked a very different team. When they are on it and they are rolling, like we've seen these last couple of rounds, they've attacked as good as any team I've seen in ECS. They are looking absolutely incredible. But on those other ones, are weirdly shaky and confusing. So maybe they're just the sort of momentum-based team that when they're on a roll, when they get that entry frag, they can move on from there. But if things start off badly, maybe they struggle to come back from it. That might be an element we are seeing from them. We'll just have to wait and see. And now they're on the defense, so no rush strategy from them necessarily. They've just got to figure out what the attackers are doing and counter that accordingly. And they've got a great set of operators to do so.
I want to see Bug Boys just playing this really, really passively, because I think Mouse Plays are the kind of thing that would overextend themselves, but we're just going to see how we're going to have to watch. I have never seen this team. I've never seen this team. Yeah, that does rhyme. Just my brain just went. Did I just say the same word twice? But just excuse me for that. We have never seen Mouse Plays
rhyming. Rhyme cast.
Attack.
Go.
Yes, we've never seen. I can't rhyme, man. I'm sorry. We have not seen Mouse Plays attack before. So, who knows? Maybe this is the attacking team. Well, the wall's going to get open really, really quickly here, and all 3 of them used. Well, that's what you're going to get if you just use a mute jammer on the wall. And I mean, that's not a bad thing. It is very early on, but there's nobody there to contest it. There's nobody on the rappel even to contest it. Well, there goes Irish, but he's going to just decide to drone it out. Going a little bit of a drive.
Well, the Selma breach is open wide. It's up to Irish to drone inside. He's checking very thoroughly to where that Wama is placed. Oh, what rhymes with placed? Faced, laced. I don't know. The inside of the wall is magnet laced. Ooh. That probably works with the Wemai. But anyway, underneath we've got this C4 being held by a defender sitting tight underneath. And they don't get to throw it! So close to getting maybe 1, maybe 2, maybe even 3. But he gets -1.
Bomb located by attackers.
Unlucky there from Super Sloth. He would have been an amazing play, but the Hibana of Tay just called him out on the hold, and that would have been catastrophic for Mouse Plays. But they countered it, so well played, Mouse Plays. Let's not let's not misplace any respect. They do deserve some of that, and Skyven is just gonna all that goes Burt right. Just hold this angle, press down mouse 1, and nobody's gonna come through it, at least for the next couple of seconds. Skyven is, yes, still here, but Rep at the bullet hole could come big here. He has a bullet hole, I think, all the way towards Cash Door. If he does catch some of the attackers off guard, but no, Skyven is gonna do just that. Gets the kill on a Henderson, who was holding a grenade, caught with his pants down, and that's what you get. Just get tapped in the head.
25 seconds left for this execute. They've still got a good amount of men left. Frenzy doing a run out, I believe. Is that... I'm not sure who did the run out, but he got a kill, certainly. Has been refragged in the meantime. 15 seconds left. Mouse plays, they're keeping themselves in terms of man count, but they still have very little ground inside of the site, and they've got to make it happen. Another trade in terms of men. The advantage taken by the defenders and capitalized upon. Most importantly, I was once okay, again getting the ceiling kill of a round, and this time in the favor of the defenders. 5-2. 5 rounds in a row for this team. I mean, the blue side of your screen is looking very, very strong for Bog Boys.
Very strong indeed, and they're on a roll, and this train that they've been driving on is just... I think Mouse Plays had a train going, but it derailed once Big Bug Boys just passed by them with such speed that the air pressure just pushed them over off their tracks, and Bug Boys are now just steaming on that. This is a really weird analogy, but Bug Boys are just...
train analogy. Of all the train analogies I've heard, that's a pretty strong one.
But what I'm trying to say is Bug Boys, full steam ahead, full power.
All aboard! Sorry,
exactly.
I had to do that. And I don't even know if that was on, if that was captured. But anyway, we're going down to the basement, and an operator often banned now on this map is Mira, and that is usually because of her presence on the top floor, especially over by Jim. Seeing her down here on the basement, now this is an interesting one. I don't think I've ever seen this in ECS, and there's with good reason, because a lot of people, you don't want to take her down here. I'm wondering where that second Mira might be, whether that's looking towards generator. We'll have to wait and see, but with the rest of the utility on board with the mute jammers to potentially deny some intel as well as keep these walls closed. Yes, it is on the blue wall. That is good to see. And with the delay of the Banshees and the smoke canisters, Bog Boy's looking for a pretty tight hold, and then the reliance is going to be upon, you imagine, the Melusi and the Jaeger on the roam to try and get these early picks to help them out.
Bug Boys now on their second defense, going downstairs as their secondary bomb site. Could this be them moving on to match point? It would certainly, if you look at the last few rounds, you could certainly make a very good motion towards that, and honestly, I'd support it. Because Bug Boys have just been on a roll. But Mouse Plays now is their time to redeem themselves. They need to win at least the next 2 rounds if they want to keep themselves inside this game. So the pressure is now on Mouse Plays, not necessarily on Bug Boys, to be able to show up. Map control, very swift, as did Bug Boys, but see if they'll be able to benefit off of it. Henners needs to now start opening the lines of sight, and that's exactly what he will be doing. Ibana opening up the hatches, no kid in play means no hatch denial, or hatch breach denial, and the hatch doesn't open with 2 charges. I guess that's to bait out the impact checks?
Yeah, just to make sure. It is a safe method of just making sure you can make at least a little bit of a hole, put some pressure on, and it's wide open. Very little resistance. Frenzy instead resisting with the SMG-11. I don't think he knows he got the down, unfortunately, and goes for a C4 on his retreat. But Ruby, he picks him off as he tries to escape and revives Henners. What a great bit of play from the Zofia. Unfortunate from the mute of Frenzy, but man disadvantage already for Bug Boys. Oh dear. This is the point I was mentioning, though. You've got such a nice couple of operators to hold the site. You can afford to let a man, even 2, go off on this roam. And yet again, we see a cheeky Melusi here getting a kill. There's one onto Irish from above. I believe that was... Or was that nipping down the stairs?
I think that was nipping down the stairs. Oh no!
Well, there's nipping down a hatch! Gets the second one, and a teammate joins in, so now it's a big advantage for the Bog Boys. They have presence across the map. They have a huge health advantage and man count advantage as well. Very limited intel remaining for Mouse Plays as well onto the locations of these roaming players. They could very well get pinched, but they're trying to push in through tunnel. Taken out is Ruby, leaving only Divided left on the Ash, and dropping, you imagine in vain, into Arsenal, but wins the first fight against Sloth, and now there are 2 more to deal with. He has left the diffuser over with Ruby, and Ruby was taken out in the tunnel, so he has to go pick that up. He has very little time. to do so. He doesn't know where any of these players are. It looks like the round will be sealed for Bog Boys, and most importantly, as Rep seals it off, match point. Only one more round until they seal this match completely.
Very, very swift. 6 rounds in a row now from Buck Boys. Been pressing this for quite a long time now. Mouse Plays, you had a very good first 2 rounds. Where did that go? Where was that Mouse Plays that was playing back then? Or is that Mouse Plays just smothered by the Buck Boys we've seen the last 6 rounds? What do you think of that, Ebek? Is it Mouse Plays that have faded back, or is it Buck Boys that have faded into the forefront of this?
Not at all. Buck Boys have just... They've not like faded in. They've slammed them. They've just apparated in the middle of the. They've gone click and they're there, right in your face, and you don't know what to do. You're stuck. I mean, Mouse Plays. What do you do right now? The counter to just generally strong play like this is basically just doing everything. There's very little that Bog Boys aren't offering. When they're doing this nice tight hold with a lot of reliance upon the players inside, and they know they can with the mirror and the smoke, and they can afford to have players outside. Those players outside also doing a great job. So that means Mouse Plays, they have to deal with the entire map. They have to do everything. And currently, they might be doing a couple of things very well. Like if they are playing Team Frosty, or even the winners of the last game playing Ducks, like I think they do a lot better. You'd see this a lot closer, but Bog Boys are just on an absolute roll right now. There is so much to deal with for them. And Sky Ivan again bringing this mirror. I mean, in some ways, it's a bit of a masterclass on why mirror is so annoying for teams on this map, and why she's banned so often.
Yeah, it tells a story, right? It's not for no reason that Mira gets banned a lot, and as you said very, very well, this shows exactly that. What also is being shown
quite
here
a story, but it doesn't rhyme, so it's not really the best story.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? Okay, I'm just sad now.
Okay, well, focus now is on Mouse Plays. 1 round Bog Boys need, and Mouse Plays have to win. It's 4 in a row. From having lost 6 in a row, it's a huge comeback. But look at that mirror setup to defend Cash against CCTV. And also one in Logistic. No, wait, is it the Jacuzzi breach? I think the other way is. To try and irritate anyone trying to get a breach going. But the breach is already wide open, actually, so not too... Wait, sorry, was it on the shower wall? Can we get a look at where that mirror is?
It's on the shower wall, yeah.
Right, okay. I thought it was on the Jacuzzi breach directly. We've seen quite a lot of players do that recently. But it still will be a nightmare for a player trying to move in, and Rep gets the first kill with the Alder. Rep is bad enough on the sledge, but wielding the Alder is just terrifying, and a lovely C4 toss does not get the sledge waiting outside as Rep picks up another in the meantime. This man is insane. He takes out T-Tay. I don't know what you call him, Tay. Anyway, Mouse Plays in a weakened position. They are men down, and they've not burned a lot of this utility. I mean, what do you do from this point?
It's not much that you can do. You still have mirror witness to deal with, Maestro cams, ADSs, Goyo shields, mute jammers. It's all still there.
Do you want me to tell you, Yannick? Do you want me to tell you? It's gunfights. That's the only thing you can do against this. You got to win your fights, and that's what they've done. They've listened to me straight away. 2 coming out from Mouse Plays, and suddenly they have the advantage. Hennes picks up another. They move in. They take 4 men immediately. Mouse Plays, that is how you counter it. You go, we can't really deal with a lot of this utility. There's so much around. Let's just charge at them. Win our fights. Did the job. Great play from Mouse Plays to stave off defeat 1 round longer.
Very good change of pace there from Mouse Plays. They were very, very slow on the first. Losing men in the process, but when it came down to the execute, they just went for it. As you said, we can't deal with this utility. Well, deal with the men behind the utility. Let's just go for it, get the kills, and that's exactly what they did, and it worked out for them, leaving it down in a 3v1. Very tough situation, diffuser going down, and last kill was found, and that's Mouse Plays 1 round back, but they need 3 more, and Bug Boys are now going back to CCTV.
Attackers need to
I mean,
locate
with the
and
lineups
defuse
we've
as many
seen
bombs
from most of the attacks today, and just generally across T4, the operators are usually brought, not necessarily operators that help you win the fights, is operators that help you deny the things that help you win the fights on the defensive half. Like the Banshees, you've got all of, not necessarily a lot of the gadgets brought right this second from Bog Boys, but the defenders have a lot of options where they can put something down or use these canisters, hold you off in certain areas, and help with those fights in general. Mouse plays, they want to open angles, force defenders into little boxes, push them back, make them uncomfortable, and then swing in, win those fights. At the end of the day, it will usually be coming down to those fights in the end. And that was a good moment there. They clearly took a little recess mid-round, took 15 seconds and went, what do we need to do here? What can we do? As we were saying midway through, I think we had the same epiphany at the same time as Mouse plays. And we went, you know what, let's just go. At the end of the day, they're 4 men with guns. We're 3 men with guns. Just give it a go. And they won all the fights.
And that's what you really need from a team at this level. You need people that are able to win their gunfights, and they show that Mouse Plays have that. You don't necessarily need to win them all the time, but in these moments where does matter, you need to win them. And Mouse Plays, they're looking very strong, at least that round. And I hope that they can, at least with that 1 round win, see if they can win 1, maybe 2 more. Ultimately push us into overtime. That is what their goal is. But it's still a long way to go.
Yep, Frenzy was trying to deny the Ash from getting the breach to try and help, well, from underneath in Lounge, using her breaching launcher to help the Selmas open the wall, and that certainly took place. Just missed the shot, Frenzy there. It's a tough move, and Sloth is waiting inside of the reception to go for a run out, and there we go. Takes out Tate, and that's very, very unfortunate from the Hibana. Hard breach taken off the board, and picks up a double for Sloth. Bog Boys with a triple for Sloth with a huge advantage. I was going to say it's a big advantage. That advantage grows by the second, halfway through the round, and there's only 2 players remaining on the attack. You see them looking around, the Ace especially. Where are they? Where are they coming from? Why has everyone died? So much to do for Mouse Plays in this position. It looked bad for them last round. This looks so much worse.
You see your teammates falling around you, and it feels so hopeless now in a 2v5. Sloth going on an absolute tear. Has 3 on his name. He could add more. He could go for 12 kills, I think it's in the end, if he would get these 2. So, see, that's his ultimate goal. Skyven, though, is going to take the peak, or is it going to be I was one secure on the mute? They're both on the breach, and they are going to have to be pushing in through there. The smokes are going to come out, so Skyven's going to pre-fire through. Ruby takes a lot of damage. Just 1 HP left. He goes down even, and Skyven finishes it off. Super Sloth with a quad. Skyven with the last, and to end it off, it's a flawless round from Bug Boys, giving them the victory, actually.
Yes. A very, very convincing win from Bog Boys. And if that is the sort of play we can expect to see, I mean, Mouse Plays, they didn't really do much wrong in that game. Like, I'm struggling to fault them. It was just their opposition being absolutely fantastic and not necessarily completely outgunning their opposition necessarily. Of course, they did naturally win a lot of those fights. They just outstratted, they outplayed. As you said earlier on, outclassed. At an earlier point. It was probably a bit too early to call 100% at that point, but now we've got to the end. It's clear. They were just 2 different levels of teams, really, there.
Yeah, and it's a very promising and bright future here for Bug Boys if they do make it into ECS. I mean, if you're playing like this, the chances of that happening is really, really high. I don't see why you don't make it. And honestly, I can't wait to see their future matches. I'd love to cast their next match, to be honest, but that's probably not going to happen.
We'll have to wait and see. I mean, you'll be casting the next match of the qualifiers. I'll be going for now, but I'll be watching the background because I'm really excited to see some of these teams and who really makes it all the way through. I mean, Bog Boys, I mean, that was their first game, so took a round or 2 to warm up, but after that, just absolutely steamrolled their opposition. And I'm interested to see them up against some other opponents. I don't know how many teams we're going to get to see today in these qualifiers, but I'm excited to see it nonetheless. We're going to be taking a break of, I don't know, that was quite quick, so I'm imagining probably about 20 minutes or so for the next one. is roughly what I'd expect before the next game.
We basically have to wait until all the other games are finished, and then we can make the next bracket. So it might take a while. It's, like you said, a very quick game. Might be some 8-7s. So.
Yeah. So we will see you after, I don't know, about 20 minutes or so. Listen for the wonderful sound of Yannick's voice when he comes back in, and I will see you in the next one. Toodaloo.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. ECS Spring 2021 qualifiers game number 3. And it's a black box for now, but Toot is going to be next to me. He is
Good
here
afternoon.
in voice, though, so hello.
I'm
Toot.
here in spirit and voice. That's the main thing. That's all you need. I've got the perfect face for casting.
Okay, fair enough. He is visible for you guys, just not for me. That is very, very good to hear. Thank you very much for our lovely producer, Jerry, who stepped in last minute, learned VMix, learned everything around it, doing an amazing job for his first time. If you guys do love his production, I mean, this is his first time, guys. Give him if he does do something wrong,
Superstar.
some logo's wrong, give him a break. Just give him some love on Twitter. Of course, our observer, Kizzo. He woke up at 3 a.m. his local time to do this, so absolutely props to him, doing an amazing job as well. He's loaded himself up with caffeine from what I've heard. And to what game do we have in front of us today?
So we have Double Cross Esports versus Eclipse Esports. Those are the two teams that we've got. I believe Eclipse are playing blue team, yet they are going to be starting on defense. And we've got Double Cross who will be playing the orange team, and they will be starting out on attack. So we'll start off going straight into the bans. The defending team always bans first, so we're seeing Eclipse ban, and they're going to ban Thatcher on Clubhouse. We are back at Clubhouse for anyone who was wondering if that was correct. It is correct. This is our third time today on Clubhouse. I think the team is a bit bored of it by now, but it is what it is. People love Clubhouse. I'd expect the next ban to be a Thatcher, Maverick, but it's not. It's going to be Hibana. Interesting. I always support a Maverick ban on this one. Yannick, I don't know about you. I just find Thatcher easier to counter the Maverick on this map. But teams still love banning Thatcher.
Yeah, indeed. No, I mean, Maverick is a very... He goes for everything, right? Electrified, muted, whatever. The wall, you can put as much to it as you want on it. He's going to go through his blowtorch anyway. So yeah, a very good ban. Would be a good call to ban the Maverick, but instead, Team Double Cross, or Double Cross just in general, opting for the Hibana ban. It's a very interesting ban. I haven't seen that just yet. It's been a while since I've seen Hibana ban on Clubhouse, and with that goes the Kaid ban, which I think goes perfectly in with the Hibana ban.
With Thatcher banned, does a Thatcher and Kaid ban together make sense from the same team? I'm not sure. I don't know how much sense that makes. Because you take Thatcher out so that you can get away with using the likes of Kaid, in my mind. But teams are going to make their choices. And they're making the choice to go to Church and Arsenal, which is the most common starting site, I think, for most teams that I've seen lately. Obviously, CCTV is a favourite for ranked. But when it comes to competitive, I feel Church and Arsenal is one of the more favoured sites to play by most teams. So it'd be interesting to see what the guys and girls on Eclipse Esports bring out here to make this one a little bit different from the last two games that you were present for, Yannick. And so obviously you've got a lot of experience here. I did see in the last game we had a lovely rush coming out from Bog Boys, I think it was, just storming down main stairs straight into Arsenal, getting that plant off and just managing to win it in like less than a minute or something. So let's see what the guys from Eclipse do here to make sure that things like that don't happen from Double Cross.
Yeah, they're gonna need to be alert for that. I mean, this is a whole new game, right? We can talk about the last game, but we can't really compare, or we can't impose anything that they have to keep in mind for, because this is a whole new game. I mean, Double Cross, they probably will play in a very different way than Bug Boys did, but Eclipse Esports with the castle up top. This seems to me like the infamous SSG Rome, if I do remember that correctly.
Indeed, it's an interesting take on it, though. I don't think it's the exact one. There's nothing open above bar. There's no way to drop into bar. So it looks like Castle is just basically going to be stuck in bar. But obviously the thing to do when you've got an SSG straight in front of you on this site is to just drop blue and start pushing your way in, which is exactly what Sammy has done on Ash, who does manage to take down one, but he does get quickly refragged by Zol, leaving us in a 3v3 already with only 30 seconds gone off the board. Thermite, Ace and Maverick all very low in health right now. Just one shot enough to take each of them down. And sure enough, Zol and Jam are there to take them down. And I think that was less than a minute. We saw an attempt at a heavy push there straight into sight, but it got shut down very effectively by Eclipse Esports, who, although didn't have all their players on site ready for it, the 2 or 3 players that were down there they knew exactly what to do, and they took quick control of that and managed to put one round in the win column for them at the end of round number 1. So well played to them for that one.
Yeah, indeed, a very good play here from Eclipse Esports. They realized what was going on, and as you said, the players on site realized what was going on. They called back all the roamers and focused all of their efforts. The Ash coming in, though, Sammy, great entry, but to no avail, as Eclipse Esports just jumped onto that really, really quickly and smothered them before anything could really flourish out of that push. So, good try here from Double Cross, and I think it was a read into the SSG hold. A very, like you said, this is how you would counter it, but just not executed to perfection.
Yeah, now we're going to go to gym and bedrooms. So Eclipse deciding CCTV, not for them just yet. They want to go to, I was going to call it an off-site. It's not really an off-site. It's generally the third favorite site. Generally, this is a site that you go to when you've got Mirror, but there is no Mirror in play. She is banned, as we know. We are seeing the standard setup when it comes to casting off the gym doorway and also construction window with an extended hold all the way over into cache, with every wall going to be reinforced. Often I'd expect to see a player such as Jaeger just chilling in here with an ADS or two to keep himself covered. We've got the signal jammers to stop these walls from getting opened up. Looking at the attacking side, we do have Zofia and Ash who will be able to open up the top of those walls, and Maverick will be able to get some grenades in once they've burnt the ADS in cache, so they would be able to push that player out quickly enough if they work together using that drone hole and holes at the top of the reinforcements. But let's see how they're going to approach this one, as we are going to see Zofia opening up logistics and making a push in through there.
Early map control established here by the ace of Rinky. He's going to call him Rinky, and Sammy as well. Getting control over CCTV very, very early on. Only half a minute into the round, and the Maverick is going to start working his magic onto the walls. Getting rid of the mute jammer, and now the ace Selma charges can have free reign over the wall and open them up. Sammy as well, together with all just three attackers here in CCTV, ready to push onto cache, and I think Eclipse Esports know about this, and yeah, there you go, the flank from Zol coming in. Sammy is on flank watch though, so if anybody needs to stop, it's gonna be him, and or a flank drone that's gonna be holding it. Hacked sees the body pass by, decides not to shoot. Good trigger discipline from him. He's going to wait until they overextend into his line of sight. We can get a good, clean shot off onto them before he's going to decide to pull the trigger. This might happen very, very quickly here, as Sammy is going to get good map control, but no, Rinky gets the kill onto Hacked, and that's his head taken clean off, and the man advantage into Double Cross early on.
With the right intel there, we could have seen a brilliant C4 play from Bandit up onto default plant spot into CCTV and actually take out two of those attackers, but clearly they don't have the intel to know where those players are, so that's not the play we see. As we go to look into logistics now, we can see we've got two players stacked up here waiting for the attackers to push their way through there from construction. And there is that C4 play coming out from Bandit. He manages to down the player, doesn't finish off the kill. Not sure if he's aware that the player is actually down. But that's another one that goes down as well, and that kill does get finished off by no players. Jam and AM4 finish off another couple very quickly, and all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, we see things turn around, and the attackers are at a severe disadvantage here, with both of them in control of construction, just checking those drones. They've got 3 drones in their pockets that they can send out to use, and we are going to see Rinky get taken down, but a quick refrag there. Impactless as it is, as we see no players playing on Castle, just duck out from behind that desk, pick off that last kill there in logistics, in construction, and put another round in the column for Eclipse.
Very good round there from Eclipse Esports. The aggression from Double Cross early on into cache. Very well played there. I think it was Hacked. He had the line of sight to the ace, but decided not to shoot. It could have gone both ways if he did. He could have gotten the clean headshot off. I would have just alerted them of his position. Either way, it didn't work out into his favor, as he did get droned out or seen by the ace, and his head got taken clean off. And that was the end of that roam into cache. And with that, a lot of control for Double Cross. But Eclipse Esports retook that with first a C4 in cache, and after that, a good flank and just good hold from logistics, forcing or actually denying entry into construction for Team Double Cross.
Yeah, and surprisingly, we saw very little action actually taking place over on Jacuzzi's side. Typically, when you play that site, you want mirror, and you put mirror up on the right-hand side, right-hand reinforcement. But no mirror in play. They had Maestro playing in bathroom. They could have utilized a budget mirror setup, as it were, and put a Maestro cam on the other side of the reinforced wall and had someone watching it and peeking out. But for some reason, Double Cross decided to not even bother attacking that way, really, and just focused everything on cash construction. But the hold there was just too strong. As we go over to CCTV, we are going to get the standard double ADS up on the catwalk. We've got the standard reinforcement on the wall, and no longer do we see teams regularly opening rotates between rafters and the site. We always used to see a rotate, but we don't seem to get that anymore. Quite often now teams are either double reinforcing or just opening up kill holes. As we look over on the gym and bedroom side, we have got logistics closed off with a castle barricade and a castle barricade over here on cash window. The standard shield placed up there by radio. I don't know what you guys what you call that little spot where that shield goes, but typically we would call it radio. And we are going to see a push coming over from the gym side of the map. Now, what's powerful about this entry is that once you've droned out the master bedroom and the gym, you just get your flank watch up there on that staircase and you are completely free to move around without fear of getting flanked. So we have managed to see Double Cross get early control there and start to push in. These castle barricades are going to slow them down a little bit. They've got the utility they need to clear them, but they're going to drone first to see what's going on before they start opening them up. Sophia is going to open. They know exactly where castle is. The yellow pin goes out, and they will be able to pinch now on that rotate and also through this door into construction from gym, making sure that castle is firmly locked in place. And if he tries to move, he should, by rights, get his head popped right off.
It's a very tough position here for the castle. He is stuck between a rock and a hard place, literally. Extremis and the Ash of Sammy are both going to pinch him, as you have said just now too. But Sammy gets to go to jam first, and the castle, no! Hacked from CCTV. He gets the kill onto Sammy. Great refrag there, keeping the castle alive just a tad longer. No, he gets another one onto Rinky, and all of a sudden, it's all turned around. No idea if the castle actually was able to move off of his position, but MJ here seems to be aware of the Mew playing on top of red stairs. The Maverick together with Thermite are going to open up this wall very late on in the round. 1 minute remaining, and it should go open with no problems whatsoever. Hack's going to play close, though. This could prove either beneficial or detrimental to them. It's a play, it's a strategy, but we'll see who's going to pay out for them in very short time. Extremis is still holding the angle on the castle, just sitting here. He is wasting a lot of time. Yeah. Noplez here doing, I think, for Eclipse Esports, God's work right now. He is basically forcing the Soviet to stay in logistics and hold the angle. And look at the time, it's already 30 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, this is great play coming out from Eclipse there, just holding. The guy, this Noplez on castle, patience of a saint, eventually he does get shut down. But yeah, holding that position for so long, not peeking it, just forcing the attackers to waste that one bit of utility is a great bit of work. But we now see them start rushing their way into site for construction. We see AM4 take 2 of them down very, very quickly, leaving Grade all on his own with no drones in his pocket and only 10 seconds to go. He has to push him through that breach. No option, but Zol is there waiting up on the rafters, holding the perfect pixel angle onto it. And he takes him down as he rushes in at that last moment. So a great play there from Eclipse, making it 3-0 at the end of the first quarter. Not to be sniffed at.
Noplez playing inside of construction. Initially, when I saw that strategy of the castle barricade together with that one reinforcement, I was really perplexed seeing that strategy. I did not know what was going on there, but the cover was immaculate by Hacked. He had a line of sight from Cash onto the door in bedroom. And I think what happened was Double Cross got kind of tunnel visioned with the player inside of construction. Not to mention that Sammy did get to kill on one in CCTV. He did, Cash. He probably thought, well, that's about it. There's only going to be one player holding it, but no. He Hacked just peeked it around, got the kill to Sammy, and followed up with one onto the window as well, solidifying the position of the defender of Noplez there, playing as a castle. And in the end, he wasted about 1 minute to 1.5 minutes and forced Double Cross to push through a narrow passageway that I don't think they wanted to push down. It's the perfect time waste.
Yeah, it's a great bit of work from them. It looked like Castle was all on his own, but he had a great bit of cover from Valkyrie in the doorway, and then again We saw it come into play like you called through that hole in the wall, so well done to them. Now that Church and Arsenal has become unlocked, the guys are going to head back down there, and they are going to repeat the same strat that they tried last time. It works very effectively. I don't know if it worked quite in the way they meant it to. It was a quick retake almost, as it were. But I guess this is what Jam is playing for. He's barricaded himself firmly here into Bar to, I guess, dissuade the attackers from actually pushing that way and trying to force them to go somewhere else, rather than using up their utility to get into Bar and go for Moto Hatch, which is so common to go for Moto Hatch. It used to be Kitchen was the way, but so much over the last few months we have seen Moto Hatch being just the preferred option for attackers. We are going to see Sammy playing on Ash, taking control of the building from the same side that we saw last time as they pushed into CCTV, making sure they shut off this side of the map, making sure there's no one above there. And by opening up this, I'm assuming that they are actually going to go for that Moto Hatch this time and not go for the quick drop into blue, as we are 1 minute in and already work is being done up on that top floor to open up hatches and start applying pressure to this Castle, who is now getting droned out by Grade, as we can see. Castle hasn't spotted that drone just yet. He sees it now, it looks like, and is going to try and stop that intel. As he does drop the hatch, get his way back to site, leaving us with 1 minute and 50 seconds left on the clock. And a fair bit of time wasted, but the attackers are now starting to make their way in, ready to take that Moto Hatch for themselves.
Time wasted is one thing, but opening up the Moto Hatch for the attackers also negates the whole fact of the wasting time, because a lot of the time wasted in a conventional hold would be the attackers trying to open up the hatch, and that they just decided to open it up and give it for free. We'll see how that works out. They have 3 rounds on the board, so they surely have something in mind. Also, the church wall being completely opened, it does show that Eclipse Esports at least have a strategy and a semblance of knowledge what they're doing. So this might be all one big part to a big, one small part of the big puzzle that they're trying to show here, as they are going to start opening up those lines aside, but with 1 minute remaining though. So I guess this is where that time wasting does show, and shows its, it kind of, Jesus. Let me just rephrase that. Let me restart that. If you look at the time waste, this is where the time waste really shows its benefits. There you go. That's the word I was looking for. As they only have 40 seconds left to execute onto the site. Hack is still sitting here in blue, holding on to Oil Pit. Zol gets one on the person in the main stairs, and that's not only an attacker dead, that's also the diffuser down. But MJ gets a double for himself. Hack goes big with a triple, and Gray comes back. He's inside, but no diffuser in hand, and that's still a main door. Hack knows this, and Sammy is down, and now it's all down to Grade in a 1v2 with 18 seconds remaining. It's looking very, very tense. He needs to start making some movements, but no, he gets found. Wait, Sammy got revived in the midst of all of that, and now, oh, the shotgun from AM4 goes big and gets the headshot kill into Sammy. I kind of lost track of everything there. I didn't even see Sammy got revived.
Yeah, it looked like when he peeked that doorway, it looked like he was only on like 1 HP in a dream, to be fair to him. Going up against a shotgun at that close range is always going to be troublesome, especially when you've only got like 1 HP left, as Sammy did. A bold effort there from Double Cross. Dropped the diffuser, managed to pick it back up again. But yeah, you're right, there was so much going on so quickly, it's really hard to see what was everything that was going on. But you talked about the time wasted. We talked about the time wasted upstairs and the free hatch. I mean, there was time wasted. We also did see a fair bit of utility wasted as well, just opening up those castle barricades. I think we saw all 3 of them get opened, so that was a fair waste of the soft utility as well. But to be fair, I mean, once you get past that anyway and get onto site, Ash doesn't really need the breaching rounds. Once you get downstairs into Moto, there's no soft destruction left that you need to do. They had no reinforcements on Church Wall, which was interesting. They played it well behind that shield. And at the end of the day, it worked out for them. They had the angles to get the kills. They got the kills they needed. And it was a hairy one for a moment there. I don't think it went quite as smoothly as Eclipse would have liked, but eventually they won it by the skin of their teeth. It could have gone either way in that last 20 seconds, to be fair, but Eclipse managed to pull it back. And they are now going to head back upstairs to gym and bedroom, and they are going to set up pretty much the exact same hold we saw the last time, except this time no reinforcements on these walls. But we are going to get... Oh, now that... Is that going to... Okay, so we are just getting a late reinforcement, so we are going to get the exact same setup. And the same hold possibly coming out here from Castle as well, which was so effective before. Now I'd hope that the guys on Double Cross have actually learned enough in the 3 minutes they spent attacking this site the last time to have an understanding of what they need to do to get past this. But we are going to see Castle actually playing a different spot. He's going to be sitting and chilling in logistics. And this time we are going to see a bit more of a push coming over here from Jacuzzi, a more common take here with Maverick taking out these bandit batteries. And then Thermite will just open up this wall, getting them access into, what do you call up the top of it? Do you call this like 90? Do you call it elbow? What do you call this?
Yeah,
90. Alright, so they can work their way into 90. And we've got Bandit actually playing off site. This could be huge.
Got the kill onto the person. I think that was on rappel onto the window. No, it got the kill all the way into the balcony. And that's your Thermite off the board. But the Thermite did get his job done getting that wall open. But no more heart breaching on the side of Double Cross. Not from the Thermite. They still have an Ace actually and a Maverick. They've got all 3 heart breaches that are available right now. Of course, the Hibana has been banned. So that's one that's going to be off the board. But good amount of map control now.
Was that Bandit getting that pick from Dirt?
Yeah. Oh!
Blimey, great play. Another good refrag there from Sammy as he just runs right up and just pre-fires through the wall and manages to take down the Maestro. That's huge. That's a good pick as well. That's a lot of intel and also plant denial taken off the board. And then we can see here that Double Cross have learned from their last time here and are now attacking from the other side of the map, diverting their attention away from that heavy hold over in construction and cash. And this time it's working out a little bit better. We are in a 2 versus 2 with all players being on full health. So with 1 minute to go and 4 drones left in the pockets here of Ace and Maverick. They've got all the utility they need to be able to attack this site effectively. They just need to be patient, get that intel and start to push. Bandit's unlikely to move out of bathroom. Not quite sure where Hacked is playing right now. He's probably still downstairs or making his way up. Oh, he's actually moved his way into construction already. So he's going to hold this window. 40 seconds to go. Anyone's game at this point. We are going to get a heavy push here into 90. Going for a gym plant, I suspect. But let's see how this one's going to play out as Bandit tries to hold heavily onto this hole in the wall. It's going to be a tough one for them to fight their way through.
30 seconds, indeed a tough one. 2 defenders still on site, and they have the diffuser in hand. But the swing, no, we're not going to be successful from Zol. But Axe is going to come from behind. He could get the kill, and he whiffs all of his shots. Oh no! But they're both on such low HP. He knows the timer is low, and Great needs to stick this plant very, very quickly here. 6 seconds remaining. Timer is hitting closer and closer to 000. You need to stick the plant. Great is sticking it right now. 1 HP gets 1, gets 2!
Wow.
And Hacked with the amazing clutch, putting Eclipse Esports 5-0 up in this matchup. Is this going to be a clean defensive sweep?
Yeah, that was a great clutch coming out there from Hacked. He's been doing really, really good work for his team in this game. So much good work. Absolute bits for the team. Coming in there against 2 players that were pretty much full health. I don't think Bandit managed to take anything off of them as they pushed their way into sight just with pure brute force. And then Hacks, just at the right moment, managed to come around, get that flank, take a bit of health off, back out, take a bit of health off the other one, and just whittle them down to the point where they were forced into a very late plant. And they had great intel there, I assume coming out from Maestro cams as well, giving the red ping, letting him know exactly where that player was. And while that plant was going down, all he had to do was focus on the one player that was holding the plant, make sure he took him down, and then the one coming off plant at the end of the timer was just easy pickings for him. So very well played. That wasn't just down to Hacked. Obviously, there's a lot of teamwork going into that as well. It was a team effort to get to that point, but the man behind the gun obviously gets the lion's share of credit just for being able to pick those fights and being able to win them so perfectly and win that round, putting a 5th one in a row on the board for Eclipse, putting us potentially into, like you say, a clean sweep. But let's not curse them too much. Let's see if Double Cross will be able to pull one back here. They do not want to go into the next half 6-0 down. No way is that what Double Cross want at this point.
No, Double Cross now definitely feeling the pressure. You usually go for a 4-2 split. That's out of the window now. The best they can get is a 5-1. But 1 round in the board still gives you that little bit of margin of error when you do go into your defensive half. If they do lose this one and go 6-0, they need to go flawless on their defensive side as well. Not to mention that Eclipse Esport will have the momentum on board, and I've made some train analogies in the past, and Eclipse Esports are on that steam train, and they are ready to go past the station, pull all the way past towards victory here. If Double Cross are not going to be able to stop them before it's too late. Eclipse Esports are looking very, very good here, though. Their defenses have been amazing. The last two have come down to the wire, though. It's come down to a 2v2. It has come down to a 1v2 clutch, even in the last round. So their defense is slipping. That could mean one of two things. Eclipse Esports is getting a bit overconfident, or Double Cross is starting to adapt, but they're not adapting enough. So moving into here now, round number 6, we need Double Cross to win this one. Do they want to stay, realistically have a vision of winning this match? If they don't win it, it's a very bleak future for Double Cross, at least for this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, if Eclipse goes 6-0 up at the end of this round, obviously it's not impossible to win 6 in a row because Eclipse will have just done it, so it's still not unwinnable for Double Cross, but it's a huge mental challenge to come back. And there we see Castle getting taken down very early on, so that's a strong hold that Eclipse had in previous rounds, just being picked off very quickly. But Hacked, he's the one to watch at the moment, along with Jam and AM4, I would say. And as I say that, he gets a beautiful SMG-11 kill. And that main wall into CCTV is now going to get opened up, allowing full access with a minute and a half left to go on the round. And that's a lot of the control in the hands of Double Cross that they actually need. A beautiful kill there from Rinky, who manages to take down AM4 as MJ666 pre-fires through the window. But a quick refrag there comes out. And with a minute and 15 left, we are in a 3 versus 3. And we have seen a complete switch of sides here coming out from Eclipse as they move over to construction and just again start to push their way in heavily. They've decided they're just going to go for it, but 2 get shut down. Rinky is the last man standing in a 1v3.
Yeah, it's not looking good for him, and yeah, there he goes. 1v3, now it's a 0v3 as Eclipse Esports, or just Eclipse, finds their last round on the defense, and it's the clean sweep 6-0 for Eclipse Esports. Hacked on top, and he is going insane. 10/4. Man of the day. But what I want to highlight here is that Eclipse Esports did get a little bit overconfident, did overpeak a little bit. That castle of Nopez, the first round they went to CCTV, he stood there in that corner for 2 whole minutes or even more. This time he went for the peak, and that worked out against him. Didn't pay out for him, but that's not to say that the rest of Eclipse Esports didn't do anything that round or the last round. They were there to fix the wound, fix the bleeding, and that's exactly what they did, giving them 6-0. And on match point, Double Cross need to pull off a wonder here. Do they want to push it all the way back into overtime and then maybe win it? It's very bleak for Double Cross.
Like I said in the last round, obviously it's not impossible to win 6 in a row. We've just seen Eclipse do it, but it's just the mental challenge at this point. Double Cross are going to be sitting there at their mouse and keyboards just thinking, guys, what can we do? They'll be saying to themselves, it's Clubhouse, defend a favoured map. We expect to be down at this point. Maybe not this much, but we expect to be down. So let's not let it get to us too much. Let's just do what we need to do and make sure we make the plays that we need to make. They look like they're doing a fairly standard setup here on CCTV. Looks like we're going to have a player playing down below with the holes opened up in the bottom of the lounge wall. It's going to be Smoke playing up top with a shield placed here on the wall. No reinforcements or holes opened up between rafters and the site, which is an interesting option, but they've left it soft, I guess, so that at least Smoke can open up the holes when he needs to. Interesting to not see the default cams getting taken down. This is like, finally.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can't let that just slide like that, man. Default cams. Oh, man. Okay.
You need your 10 points, right? You got to get your 10 points. Take out those cams.
Yeah, I know, right? You can't get kills, got to get those cams.
Well, this is an interesting setup coming out down here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it gives you a full line of sight all the way into stock. Ooh, that's a very interesting one. I might use that one in my next ranked game, actually. It's really good.
Yeah, great use of a Rooney. What we do often see on this site is players downstairs in bar making use... Sorry, not players necessarily downstairs in bar, but players upstairs in construction making use of the hatch above the stage and opening up the top of the stage to get a look down into lounge. But to see a Rooney actually playing down there aggressively is very different and also very interesting as Buck does fall and drop the diffuser.
I just had the biggest light bulb moment as I went like, oh wow, the Aruni has an angle on the hatch. And he got it down, but who also goes down is Extranus as he does get found, and now Eclipse Esports 1 man up, 1 minute 30, the breach is open, but they need to get rid of this man's, Rinkia, excuse me, if there's a Rooney playing in the kitchen hallway. If they don't get rid of this could be a turning point for them in the round. This could come back and haunt them. Great, does get one onto AM4 though. And trades are coming around, trades have gone back and forth. 1 minute remaining, MJ gets one, and again and again, another trade. And Sammy follows up with 1-2. 1 minute and 2 seconds remain. Now it's a 3v2, and the man advantage is bled out immensely.
So this is a huge reversal of fortunes here for Double Cross's grade. Picks off a beautiful kill. But Hacked doing work on attack just as well as he does it on defense. Does manage to sweep in and take one down, leaving himself in a 1v2. He has full control of site, but he has no diffuser. He is going to take a load of shots from the rafters as there is a player out in the hallway as well. So he's going to be getting pinched from both sides. He needs to do something here to try and shut down one of these two players first, as we see both of them now compressing onto site, and a C4 comes out from Sammy, and finally we see Double Cross put around on the board with what I've got to say, an absolutely beautiful power play from down below from Aruni with that hatch. That effectively shut down the construction push altogether. It completely stopped Eclipse from being able to push their way through construction. There was just no option there for them. They had to go somewhere else or deal with Aruni, and they decided to not deal with Aruni. They lost some players and then just tried to push in. And unfortunately, they just couldn't stand up to the manpower from Double Cross that was left remaining on site. So a great play from Double Cross. Not quite as convincing a win as we saw from the opening defensive round from Eclipse themselves, but it's a promising sign for Double Cross that they aren't out of the fight just yet.
Indeed, Double Cross now showing that they have the power to bite back, as you said. Getting 1 round on the board, 5 more to go. It's a long way to go, but don't put them on account, but that's not gonna help. Oh no.
Oh,
Rinky.
Gray just looking over the body.
Oh, that's gotta hurt. You're down 5 rounds. You need every single advantage you can get. And that's you're not gonna achieve that by shooting your teammate in the chest with a shotgun shell.
That's one of those moments. One of those moments. Sorry, go on, Yannick.
Yeah, no, go. Yeah, no, sorry. Double Cross. Oof. I hope they can recover from this, because I do want to go back. I want to see them fight all the way back towards overtime. See a double reverse clean sweep. Just see the double clean sweep. You know, I mean, pretty interesting.
I like that we took a moment of silence there, just spectating on the fallen soldier. F in the chat for Jaeger, the fallen hero. But yeah, that doesn't look good for Double Cross at this point. I mean, he hadn't even put his utility down. I mean, if you're going to team kill, at least wait until they've put down the ADSs. So that's hugely unfortunate. Even though it's bottom floor hold, it looks like we've got a lot of work being done upstairs to deny the roam clear. We can see there's some Mozzie pests stopping the drones from coming into the top floor. So that's going to delay the attackers by probably a minute as they try to clear out that top floor first before they really start to push in. And there we go. We see MJ 666 getting the first kill on the board of this round for his team, but he is going to get quickly refragged by Jam. That's up on the top, so that's that roam clear. Whether Eclipse know it or not, that is the roam clear for the top floor effectively done, as the remaining 3 players are downstairs on site, holding pretty default positions, just waiting to see what Eclipse are going to throw their way.
If trays are going to be the name of this round, that team could come back and haunt Double Cross. But we're not going to put them out of the count just yet. Eclipse still have a lot of work to do and a lot of time to do so. Work. Hack is already on the bottom of main stairs. He's going to drone his way up. Jam opening up those lines of sight that are very, very valuable and very vital in getting this site and site control. And Thermite is going to open up the hatch yet again, yet as vital as opening those lines of sight. We could be seeing a kitchen hatch drop and plant right beneath that, just where that drone of AM4 will be right now. But we're going to see, just time will tell only if that's really what's going to happen. We have no idea. We can't see into the minds of Eclipse Esports. So I'm interested to see how this round will transpire.
Well, it looks like we might be getting a setup for Yeah, we're going to get a two-man push down here onto the main wall of Church. Quite where that third player is, not 100% sure. He could be getting ready for a hatch drop, either into Moto or Arsenal. I'm not quite sure where that third player is. It looked like he was above Kitchen Hatch, but I think that's the player that... No, it was Buck upstairs on Kitchen Hatch, wasn't it? Sorry, it's 4 of them, not 3. I was looking at the wrong side, so it is a 4 versus 3. So yeah, the two-player push down here into Church. Another one... Oh, I completely lost the thread of where we are. Over to Yank.
Yeah, Sammy got one, but gets immediately refragged by Noplez. And this is, I think, where the crux of the round is going to happen. Jam gets the plant cover immediately. Perfect plant cover there. And now we're now in a post-plant situation. Gray needs to find 3. It's all up to him. The whole pressure of the team is on his shoulder. But no, AM4 gets the round. And with that, the map as well. A very quick GG. 7-1 for Eclipse Esports. And a very quick clubhouse, in contrary to the last couple of clubhouses we've had, as we have had a couple of them. Legitimately a couple.
Yeah, that was a very dominating one for Eclipse. Double Cross just didn't bring their A game today. Just didn't bring their A game. Eclipse made that look, for the most part, they made it look easy. I'm interested to see what they're going to do for the rest of this tournament and see quite how they face off against some of the other teams that we've seen playing here today already.
Yeah, indeed, it was a very, very... I think that round, sorry to say, but for Double Cross, that map was already won when Eclipse went 6-0 on the defense. They just had such a strong defensive hold of the map, and they knew what they were doing. And there were some unorthodox setups, but it worked out in the end. That castle setup up in... I'm just losing the word. Construction. The castle setup in construction and logistics just wasted so much time in round number 2, and in round number 5 it worked yet again. And well, I think in the end it's just Eclipse Esports. That's, I think, the one thing we can say of this game is that Eclipse Esports played really well, and hopefully Double Cross can prove themselves that they are worthy of a spot within Ecs Spring 2021. In some of the next games, this is a Swiss Cup system, so there is another chance, there's many chances, actually 2 more chances to be exact, for them to get up on the cup standings. But this map, I think, is one for the history. It's one that they want to forget really, really quickly.
Yeah, they won't be posting it proudly in their team Discord server. Probably not for Double Cross, unfortunately. But yeah, Eclipse just, well, eclipsed them completely. 7-1. I mean, that's... We're waiting all game to make an Eclipse pun.
Okay.
Yeah. Just couldn't find the right time, but... Yeah.
I think it's time we're going to end this match. This is a very quick one. Toot, you'll be back for the next game, correct?
Yeah, I can do the next one. Yeah, Mrs.
All
Toot
right.
will let me do another one, I think. Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to be back after a long break, though. To make the next bracket, we're going to have to wait for every single match to complete, as this is a very quick 7-1. Some matches might go over to an 8-7, so this break could take half an hour, maybe even longer. We'll make it as short as possible, though. Stay around for the next game, and hopefully for me, it's not going to be Clubhouse.
Yeah, definitely. Or Oregon. Thank you, Yannick. Thank you.
Welcome back. Game number 4 that is going to be casted today on the Ecs Spring 2021 qualifiers. And something has changed from the last 3. Do you want to enlighten the public on what has changed?
We're not going to be playing. We're not going to be playing Clubhouse. That's what's changed. We're going to be playing Cafe. That's what we're here for.
Finally. I've been here since 1 p.m. my time, and I've been looking forward to something else in Clubhouse, to be honest.
And we're going to get Cafe. Actually, it's going to be good for me to do Cafe. I've been casting for 5 weeks in a league at the moment, and not one time has anyone in that league picked Cafe. So for me, I haven't casted Cafe for probably 6 or 7 weeks. This is going to be a good one for me. I'm excited for this, especially as we've got two good teams coming up, I believe. Two of our top teams of the qualifiers so far, I think, Yannick.
Indeed. Playing Ducks, quitting square on top, winning their first game against Team Frosty, which we casted 8-7. And then winning against Team KYLA and Machine Soldiers Academy 7-4 and 7-2 respectively. And after that, they are playing against Cyberground Academy, who has won all 3 of their games in 7-4 fashion. So 2 of the teams that have won 4 rounds, there's 4 games, there's only 5 of those. So it's supposed to be a very exciting match coming up.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. Like I said, it's a while since I've done Cafe, so partly I'm looking forward to it for that. But also, there's some names in the lobby that I recognise from Xbox days. We've got like Runner, who's a Fnatic streamer. He's an old superstar from Xbox, so it's good to see the guys moving over from console and coming into these leagues and doing well over here. So this is an exciting one for me. But we're going to get Thatcher banned first, who is very common to be banned on Cafe. No surprises there. Nomad, not often you see that ban coming out on Cafe. Normally you'd see Nomad bans on maps like Consulate, which is huge for runouts, etc. But for Cafe, I guess she is useful for, like, you know, if you're attacking top floor, you might want to put your air jabs up above the behind bar freezer or piano door, for example, just to stop yourself from getting flanked. So she is a good pick there to be taken out of play, but not probably the first one that would come to mind. I'd be looking for more the likes of Hibana, I think. And then for defense, we've got Mira and Valkyrie being taken out. Mira, effective on top floor, but I'm not sure anywhere else. Valkyrie, just great on any map to be banned. Yeah. So useful for information, so good for information. So yeah, perfectly sensible ban. And in a strange twist of the norm, we see kitchen service and kitchen cooking being the first site to be played. Now, quite often top floor is what you'd see first coming out, but the playing Ducks are going to be heading straight downstairs to kitchen and service to see what they can do down there. Now, they're going to be bringing out Kaid, so we will expect to see the freezer hatch reinforced and Kaided off, for example. We don't have a load of shields in play. We don't have any utility other than 3 ADSs to deny chuckables, so I'm not expecting to see a big hold coming out in Bakery just here. I'm expecting to see a bit more of a site hold with maybe Two roamers, likely being the Mozzie and the Jaeger on this one. And we can see already 2 ADSs are placed down there by that prep window. So we're definitely not going to get a big bakery hold. And we've got the not too often seen rotate going out from kitchen cooking towards coat check. So not a hugely unstandard setup coming out here from the Ducks. So it'd be interesting to see how they do against the guys from Cybergrounds. Are we calling them CGGG Academy? Or are we calling them...
god, this is Cyberground Academy. I think it's probably the best. I'm just gonna mess up though that like abbreviation at some point. But
yeah, definitely
a good amount of roaming possibilities here, especially with the Nomad being gone. And ALX gonna find a good solid first kill onto 7. We saw him pop off on the first game, getting 23 kills on his name, and a refrag and another refrag as Robbie gets one as well. And we're already lost 3 people in the span of not even a minute, and a 4th might well be next to come as Rorix peaks. And there you go. 4 people have now fallen and make it 5 as it's now a 3v2 and not even a minute has passed within the first round of the game. A very, very quick game. It surely does seem to look like. It's a quick round, excuse me.
Yeah, it's an absolute flurry of kills coming out right now. We're only 1 minute in as we see Cybergrounds are already in control here, having the more players left on the board. Though one of them, Boomer, very, very close to death, 1 HP. And a little dream, but playing on Iana, he's got those pretty much unlimited drones, as you might want to call them, where he can just play back, or sit back rather, send in his utility to find out where the players are, chuck in grenades if he's still got any left in his pocket, and allow runner and leader to do most of the heavy fragging work and the soft destruction. So there we can see Iana is actually holding the angle, just waiting for people to peek out, as leader is going to be gaining that intel for his teammates, with runner starting to push up there on the window, pre-firing through the wall, hoping to hit the targets, but by this point Acids has already fallen back, while Boomer is going to start moving into coat check, but is going to get taken down and dropping that diffuser in coat check. So that diffuser is going to be out in the wilds, making it very difficult for the last 2 players on on playing Ducks. No, on Cybergrounds to be able to go and pick up.
Well, leader with an amazing kill to the floor there, taking care of the Cade in a very quick manner, and runner does the exact same thing with Zayden, and that's the very first round going to Cyberground Academy. It looked very much shaky at the beginning, a lot of trades coming in, ended up with the man advantage, and round number 1 is in their favor. It's in their pocket.
It was a good round from CGG. Like we said, there was a whole flurry of kills that came up at the start, whittling the numbers down to next to nothing within just the first minute, leaving a lot of work to be done by the remaining players of each team. It slowed down things considerably, so we saw a much slower push than we had seen at the start of the round. But it ended up with both teams, the last 2 players on each team, actually working together very well. But Cybergrounds just managed to come off better as runner and leader worked together very, very well there to shut down the remaining 2 players that were left on site, trying to hold them back.
We're now going to moving up to the top floor, bar defense. More standard take here, or more standard defense actually, from playing Ducks. Generally seen as the preferred bomb site for most teams. I think going to kitchen might have just been kind of a throw off, but Cyberground, well, they worked their way around that, or they saw that coming, who knows. Maybe it's something playing Ducks does more often on Cafe. I haven't watched any of their prior games, especially, well, except for the first one today. That was on Clubhouse. So, good initial pick there from Cyberground. Good round to get you started off on the attack. I think on a Cafe side, you'd be looking for a 4-2 split, am I correct?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah.
And
4-2 in favor of defense.
Yeah, and good first round here for Cyberground. Means that that's at least one of that attacking round to get that always oh so common 4-2 split, or desired 4-2 split. Not necessarily common, or desired by the defense/attacking team.
Yeah, we see there, I don't think we saw an early attempt at a spawn peek. I mean, we did see a window get opened at the top there, and just a tiny little look out of it, just to see if anyone was coming along, but nothing came of it. But it doesn't really matter, because at the end of the day, it did its job, and it managed to slow down the ace from pushing in just for a little bit of time. You don't always need to get a kill when you open those windows and go for spawn peaks. Sometimes it's as much about just making the attackers nervous and slowing them down so that you've got more time. As your enemy gets weaker and has less time, you get stronger and almost have more time. When you're a defender specifically, the pressure is always on the attackers rather than defenders. Now we can see there is one player just up red stairs that's being held by Malus, and he does get that pick, and that is Robbie. He did a lot of work for his team in the first round, getting taken out early.
Amazing flick there from the Malusi of Rorik. He gets the first opening kill, and that's P-Ducks looking very, very comfortable, but he gets refragged by Boomer. Let's call him Boomer. He gets refragged by Boomer. The Nomad, excuse me, not the Nomad, the Iana. Nomad has been banned from this game, and now we're all level at a 4v4. Half of the round has been gone, and piano control has been established by the side of Cybergrounds. Maybe if they're not physically in it, they are physically in it now, and that's a very good staging ground for further attack into the site. 7 does get one to leader, and that's going to be your self-destruction, or most of it, off the board as well. ALX taking some pot shots towards Bakery, but no, the Jaeger, no! He gets found, Para. That's unfortunate, but 7 does get the kill onto ALX after killing his teammate, and Runner on the rappel gets one more into 7. Bomber does get one as well, and now it's all up to Acid in a 1v2.
Yeah, all of a sudden Cybergrounds just managed to really turn it around with those 2 quick frags coming out from Bomber and Runner, repelled up on that window. And Runner, as we're talking, manages to get that very last pick, taking down Acids with the mighty M762. Just bold as you like, just drops in through the skylight, knows where he is, lines up the shot, takes it, and puts another round on there for Cybergrounds. So another great round from them. Cybergrounds are looking, although we saw a few early picks, or rather we have seen the majority of the team falling over the first 2 rounds, the 2 players that get left behind do seem to work very well together out the last 2 rounds that we've seen. And they seem to have the intel they need. They push on that intel and seem to be able to do a good job of just holding their composure and not running around like headless chickens trying to work out desperately what they've got to do next. So this could be a sign of good things to come from Cybergrounds through the rest of this game, particularly if they manage to keep the rest of their team alive and manage to push as a 5-man rather than a 2-man.
Playing Ducks, though, they've lost 2 rounds in a row now, the first 2 rounds on Cafe, and they're going to need to start figuring out what's been going wrong. If they start losing more rounds, it could end up biting them in the behind later on into the map, because Cafe is very much, well, not very much, but it is a defender side of map, and you are expected to win at least a default site of Bar and your secondary bomb side of Kitchen. They've gone to both, and they've lost both, and it's a very worrying site, at least for now, but they still have a lot of time, a lot of rounds, 4 of them to be exact, to redeem themselves and show that they are capable of defending those 2 bomb sites. What I want to see here is that Playing Ducks make that adaptation and do win at least 2 in response of the 2 that Cyberground took.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I was thinking, you know, what adaptations are we going to see coming out from the guys here to turn their fortunes around and do something a little bit differently to what we saw in the first round, which saw them lose it fairly convincing. I say the first round on this site at least, fairly convincingly to site. Hello. Don't know what he's expecting to see up there. Just practicing his aim, shooting some pigeons that are flying past or something. But we are going to see a fairly similar setup coming out here. Up on the top, we've got the same shield over there in Pixel with a couple of ADSs. Not quite sure the ADSs are planted quite where they need to be. They're not going to stop the shield from getting taken down at the right angle, but they will stop grenades from just falling onto the player's head at least, so that's something. And I'm not sure we need to see 2 players rappelling on that window by the small bar. And there you go, that's that shield dropped already. So the ADSs do absolutely nothing there to protect that player other than from a grenade getting lobbed over that shield. But we are going to see Bomber just holding this angle with the 1.5 sight, waiting for the head to pop out. But his reactions just aren't quite there. And the player sitting in that corner does manage to get away, but he gets repeat. And we look away at just the wrong time. It looked like Robbie got taken down and put firmly on his butt, as we are going to watch Leader just narrowly escape a C4 there.
Let's get the frag onto Rorik, the person through the C4, and that's from Malusi off the board. Good first frag here. Half of the round has been lost to history. Robbie, though, he's still down on the floor. He has gotten picked up, and him and Leader are now sitting on about 25 HP respectively. Ace is going to want to open up this wall, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Ace is going to try to impact the second part of the Ace schedule, but it does not seem to be successful as they hear it go off. Neged. Actually, never mind. It's another Ace Soma charge onto the bathroom wall. Acid does want to repeat that. He does take some very, very aggressive angle and aggressive stance against the attackers as Bomber finds on the 7 as well. There goes your Rooney, and now it's a 5v3, and playing Ducks, they're looking worse for wear yet again. Para goes down, but Sidon does find one. Acids follows up with another one, and now they're almost level, just that one player that is down. Zidane, though, gets on into Bomber as well, and now it's flips around. If they can pick up Para, they're looking very good. At least playing Ducks will be looking very good to take this round and back into the man advantage. Runner just drops down the skylight, very ill-advised. He gets found by Zidane, but ALX gets 1 and 2. Acidic spends on to Zidane as well, and now it's all to Para. The Jaeger that was downed just 10 seconds ago needs to finish this round. Does playing Ducks want to win? And that's exactly what he does. He gets the kill onto Ace, and that is the first round for playing Ducks, showing that they can hold bar against the side of Cyberground Academy.
Yeah, we saw a much better hold there coming out from the playing Ducks. We didn't see them just throwing bodies away early on like we had seen in the previous couple of rounds, where we were seeing, 2 of them being dead in the first minute or less even. That one, we got to a point where we could see they were just sitting there on site. They had their positions and they were holding them and not doing anything too crazy and not throwing those lives away. So although the actual setup on the site might not have been drastically different to what we saw the last time, the way they played that setup in terms of positioning and, let's call it, exuberance for trying to get kills was a little bit more relaxed, and I think that helped them a lot to whittle down those numbers from Cybergrounds. At one point it did look scary for them as we saw it almost being a 5v3, but due to those positions they were holding and just being patient and cautious, they managed to even it out, get that advantage, finally getting it down to a 1 versus 1. And unfortunately, Alex just wasn't able to win his ones on that one. And playing Ducks have managed to put a round on the board. So we're seeing this be a much closer match than it started to look like at the end of the first 2 rounds. So I'm hopeful here. I'm looking forward to seeing what playing Ducks are going to bring out here on Kitchen this time, as they are going to do a very similar setup to what they had the first time that they went here, which they did lose. But again, it'll be good to see what they do differently this time around. Will they play it more passively? Will they have someone up top denying that destruction from above? Time will tell, as we do see an early peek coming out here from the Jaeger. He runs out, hits nothing, but again, that is going to scare the attackers a little bit, and we can see already there the players just holding back and just sort of like waiting for the next peak or run out, and that's going to waste a good 15 to 20 seconds of time at least.
I think in Siege, even that 15-20 seconds could come in massively at the last ends of the round. The dying seconds of the round is when those wasted seconds could matter a lot. What I do want to say is that playing Ducks on their first game that we casted today, I think that was against Frosty Esports, something like Team Frosty. They did show one thing that they did really well, and that's adapting, and I see that was what's happening exactly in the last round as well. But enough about the last round, let's move it to the next. S7 is going to take a quite aggressive stance here on the white stairs. Runner gets onto Rorik, but he does get the down on the Bomber. Interesting how that one transpired. Would have been an interesting gunfight, to say the least. The C4 coming out, trying to finish the kill, but to no avail. Acids, the C4 just coming in short, but Bomber probably going to get picked up by Runner just right now.
And we can see a nice little pinch there coming out by that front reception area, where we had one peeking the lobby door from Kochek and another one on the other side. But Robbie's just going to move in, playing as Ash, and just clean up on those kills. And here we go. We are seeing Cybergrounds respond to that last round, saying, yeah, we're not having it this time, boys. We're going to just run in, and we are going to absolutely storm this building and take complete control. And they did that with great dominance. They managed to shut down, what was that, 4 versus 1 at one point? We saw one refrag come out from that one player left alive on playing Ducks, but impactless frags, unfortunately, it was going to be a big task to go up against these guys on Cybergrounds, who are showing themselves in these first 4 rounds alone to be very strong gunners. Very strong gunners indeed. And that leaves playing Ducks with not much choice but to go back to kitchen and service, because bar is locked for them. It'd be good to see them go somewhere else. I mean, they've played this site twice now and lost it both times. Let's hope that they've learnt enough to not make it 3 in a row, or 3 losses on this site, rather. I'd like to see them play something different just to keep the attackers guessing, but who knows? Maybe maybe Cybergrounds think they're going to go to Reading and Fireplace, but
Defenders, protect
they've
your
got the
bombs
utility
from
they
being
need to
defused
attack
by
either
attackers.
site.
Assets though on the Goyo is gonna just switch it up a little bit, bring some more area denial and some more shields that can be used on the side of playing Ducks. I think wasting time is something they definitely need, and also winning their gunfights is something that they have been struggling to do as of late. It's, as you said, Cyberground proving that they have a lot of good gunners on their team, and they're putting it to good use, especially the last round, ending it up in a 4v1. Showing that their attackers and their attack prowess is there. Also, them winning 3 rounds already on Cafe is not a small feat against playing Ducks, a team that is a very good team. It's not a bad team in the slightest, but Cyberground is just out-fragging them at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, I mean, Runner, I've known him from Xbox. Leader was also one of the top players on Xbox as well. And in that area, you know, PC players aren't gonna not know the fact that Xbox is just probably a little bit less strategy based than the PC counterpart. So these two players specifically are very familiar with the concept of just taking a gun and just going and using it to great effect against people, and moving over to here to PC now with the even better ability to aim. They're just exercising that even further, and that's going to help them out greatly here, and is helping putting those wins on the board for them. We are now seeing, though, prep has been opened up, which is what you want to do first. That allows you that positioning to look down prep to make sure that no one comes down there to deny you from opening up that main wall, which will be the next point of focus for the attackers, most likely, as we can see Rooney playing there on red stairs. Playing approach check is going to go down, but Rooney is going to be able to get that revive and bring them back into play, while Cybergrounds are working on just how they are going to get into the site, and that main wall is going to get opened up very shortly, as we do see the attackers starting to push their way down prep. Sorry, the main wall is actually already open, and we do now see the playing Ducks, I think for the first time, take control of a round.
Yeah, it does seem so. Rorik finds one as well to even get their grasp firmer onto the round, but Para finds one too, and that's it. All she wrote. Runner falls down to the 416C of Jaeger, just as the rest of most of the team of Cyberground Academy and playing Ducks win Kitchen, so it does prove that they know how to adapt. But I think the next round is going to be key to see who wins and or loses the halftime split.
Yeah, a 3-3 at the moment for playing Ducks isn't going to be too shabby. They can't be mad at themselves going to the second half at a 3-3 if it does go that way, but they just don't want to go 4-2 down. If anything, it should be the other way around, where they're 4-2 up, not them being 4-2 down. So they're not going to get the ideal, but a 3-3 not to be sniffed at, and still leaves them with a very good chance of winning the second half when these two teams switch over. As we can see there, a good even split of kills going across the Cyberground scoreboard. I didn't get time to look at the playing Ducks one, but every player on Cyberground are actually doing their fair share when it comes to the fragging out. And it's good to see that even though they've got a good mix of fragging operators and support operators, all of them can still do their bit when it comes to pointing a gun at someone's face and pulling that trigger and hitting that shot. So yeah, very good for Cybergrounds, but playing Ducks doing enough to adapt in a couple of rounds at least. Hopefully they'll be able to pull that off again on this one, now that Bar and Cocktail has become unlocked for them, and this will be the last round that they play, in regulation at least, on this site. So hopefully they will be able to make this a 66% win rate rather than a 33% win rate. We expect to see some good plays coming out from them. They just need to watch out for the likes of Runner dropping in through Skylight, which he's done twice. He didn't get away with it the second time, so I don't think he'll get away with it a third time either. But it'll be interesting to see. And as you can see, the attackers are approaching the building very carefully based on previous spawn peek attempts. So you just have to do it for a couple of rounds, and that puts it into the minds of the attackers. And that delays time every single round. Oh, we're going to get a classic C4 attempt here.
See if it's going to work out for Zayden. Does have it prepped. Is he going to throw it? He needs to throw it right about now. He does, but it's too far. That's unlucky from the mute from Zayden. Very nice try, though. It was very, very close. But just a tad bit too far and maybe a bit too late. But that's one piece of utility wasted on the defensive side. That's a positive. It's something they can take away. At least Cyberguard can take away. What they can't take away is that Bomber is going to be down, and that's your Iana gone too. 2 nades are going to be gone off the board, just like that. And with it, also all of her Iana clones.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure he was top fragging as well, so that's a big loss of utility and gunpowder for Cybergrounds. So let's see if they will be able to recover from that effectively, as we are going to see Robbie holding the flanks there on the red stairs. But a C4 beautifully placed from below comes out from Goyo there. Going to open up some bullet holes, waiting for someone to come around to 90. But that was a great play there. 2 early picks coming out from playing Ducks, putting themselves in a huge advantage with just half of the round left to go, and we only have 3 drones available for the remaining players left to actually use on attack, and they need to start getting that intel to understand where the defenders are so that they can put together a push that's going to just overpower them. And it looks like we can get 2 coming over from Cigar Shop side. Well, never mind.
Seven finds a beautiful headshot onto Robbie, and now it's all down to Runner and Leader to finish up and kind of piece together the pieces that was Cybergrounds' attack, as it is falling apart into a million pieces now. 5v2 is quite the mountain to climb, but if anybody can do it, it's going to be Cyberground. Rorik on the red stairs, ready for the flank, decides not to do it, and Leader's going to need to make the play that he needs to do. Runner gets a kill into Rorik, though, through the floorboards, and that's a good opening pick. But Seven responds back onto the Leader, and now Runner needs to ace clutch this. Does he want Cyberground to take the 4-2 split, and with it give them a very big chance at winning this whole map? But it seems to be a 3-3 is going to be looming over the horizon, as Runner is going to frantically try to find some kills. He whiffs his shots onto the Mute, but the Mute doesn't whiff his shots onto him. A lot of damage been done to Runner, and Farah is going to come behind him to reinforce, and that's the kill onto Runner. And just like that, it's a 3-3 even split as we're going to get over into the second round, and now we can see what Playing Ducks can do on their attack.
Yeah, that was a great round for Playing Ducks. 2 very nice picks earlier on in the round, whittling down the numbers of Cybergrounds, really held them back and made them start to consider what they needed to do. I don't feel that we saw enough of an intel gathering game when there was just 3 of them left. They did have 3 drones in their pockets that they could throw out and use, but it looked like most of them just focused on face checking doorways and angles, trying to get those picks rather than actually using the intel that was available to them. It might have gone differently if they had used that intel, but with the way they played it, Playing Ducks, again, like in a couple of the previous rounds where they did their adaptations, they sat where they needed to, they played the angles, played the positions, and waited for the attackers to move into their lines of sight, and they managed to win their gunfights this time round. So maybe it's just taken Playing Ducks a little bit of time to warm up to the playstyle coming out from Cybergrounds, but certainly they are showing that, hey, they're here to play, and they are just as competent in this game as Cybergrounds are.
See if they can get another 3-3 splits, push us into overtime. Playing Ducks. The Nomad ban now from Cybergrounds might be able to push something off. Maybe this was a targeted ban towards Playing Ducks. Who knows? Yeah, we should find that out in the next couple of seconds here, next couple of minutes. Zayden on the Ash. Quite a different change of pace here from the first game we casted and we saw of Playing Ducks today. We saw Seven be having more of the fragger role, getting 23 kills. If our lovely observer Kizo could just press tab for a second, we can look at the scoreboard, see how the kills are being divided around. This works just as well. Very even split of kills. Now, but what is not going to be even is the man count, as Robbie gets a good opening kill into Rorik, and that's your Hibana off the board as well. One of your 2 heart breachers. It's going to be a pivotal moment in the round as she's suspended in absolute awe of the spawn peak.
Yeah, that's quite the pose. That's quite the pose she's been left in. I mean, Hibana, to be fair, at the moment, I'm not sure how big a deal it is to lose Hibana at this point for Playing Ducks. You've still got Ace, so you still have that long distance ability to open up holes. He'll just be able to open up a lot less. We're going to get 1 crouch hole into Cigar, as the drone is going to follow in through there to get that intel for his teammates being used by Acids, who's just sitting up there on the hatch. Hibana, useful for opening up some of those walls into Freezer, perhaps from the windows, but it's not a huge loss at this point. I think it's more of a gun and some stun grenades rather than utility that we've lost here. So I don't think this is going to hurt Playing Ducks too much, as we can see the standard setup here from Cybergrounds, and they do have those ADSs set up a lot more how you'd want them to be, but that is both ADSs burnt, as we can see the player there in Cigar Shop just starting to apply pressure to Wamai, and the magnets have been placed down as well, which is going to soak up even more utility, allowing those ADSs time to actually recharge. So without a shield, this is going to be a good hold coming out here from Wamai, who I think is probably now out of magnets over there, but he still has 2 ADSs, which is going to slow down this attack a lot more. Beautiful angle being opened up there onto Freezer. It's going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, does do a lot of damage onto the defenders. Acid still wants to peek onto Pixel, but that Wamai of Bomber, is still sitting there. It's going to be a big nuisance. Not only is he wasting utility, he's wasting a lot of time. We're down to 50 seconds now, and he's just still sitting here. Sitting pretty, knows that he has the power position. He can just tap everyone that peeks into it just like that. No, he doesn't get the kill, but Para does. He gets a double as he comes up white stairs, and that has shifted the man advantage into the favor of Playing Ducks. 7 does get picked up. 30 seconds now remain, and now Cyberground need to hold on for the last couple of tens of seconds. Playing Ducks are going to make their final push. Robbie with the angle here could get 1, maybe 2. He does get 1, gets 2, could get a 3rd. He does not, as he's going to rotate around. Acids, though, does feel the pressure, finally gets a kill. The Jaeger gets taken down, but now the Smoke and the Malusi still left alive. 8 seconds remaining. He does have the diffuser on him. He could go for the plant. That's what he's forced to do, but Runner is there to catch him with his pants down, and that's the end of the round. And that is a round for Cyberground Academy. Just getting confused with the team names. Cyberground Academy cashed another round into their name. It's 4-3.
Yeah, it's a great round there from Cybergrounds. The player on Pixel in Cigar just doing a great job of holding back. And I like the fact that someone actually took the time to put another shield up in the middle of a gunfight. So they were like, hey, we need another shield over here. And someone just came and put a shield in front of Wamai to help him, even though there was players starting to flood towards him. So a great measured and supportive hold there coming out on that default spot, managing to hold the attackers back for a very long time. Eventually they cracked that nut, but we saw Robbie just sitting there completely off of the radar of the Playing Ducks as they started to move in. He just poked his head up, saw 3 players, managed to shoot 2 of them, didn't quite get the 3rd, did a bit of damage, not quite enough, but yeah, a really good hold coming out from Cybergrounds. A very, very good round for them there. And now we are going to go back to Double Kitchen as bar is locked for Cybergrounds Gaming. And let's see what kind of setup we're going to get. So we will get 1 ADS that's going to stop any grenades or smoke grenades from coming down that prep area. Standard reinforcements going up on all the walls. No rotate through to coat check. And we are going to get a default hatch reinforcement. We do have Hibana in play with no Kaid, so there's going to be no hard denial on that hatch. That's going to be very easily opened up. It'll be interesting to see a freezer take coming out here from the attackers rather than a bakery take. But let's see how the guys from Playing Ducks choose to attack this, as we are going to see Leader on Mozzie just holding red stairs, waiting for someone to drop the hatch. Normally we'd have a top-down push to clear roamers. And Leader looks like he's ready to try and put a stop to that, or at least slow it down a bit, as 2 players are going to start rappelling up to the blacktop on top of Bakery. Just pre-firing through those windows, knowing that there might be someone around there seeing the hole in it. But Leader is going to back out with his teammate Robbie down below and start to hold some more default positions that we would expect.
Falling back is probably the smartest idea there. This gunfight, fighting someone in the hatch, it's just not a gunfight you want to take. As the defender, it's very unfavorable to you, and you're just staring up into the ceiling. It's not fun. So, good decision there from Leader together with Robbie, but ALX? I'm going to call him Alex now. Robbie does get a kill, though, into Rorik. With a run-out, he can get a second, and he does! God damn, Robbie! What are you doing?
How does he get away with it?
Oh, man. Robbie, you're insane. He just runs out, gets a double detected. I don't care, he says, as he just gets another one to follow up. Alex does get one to Para as well, and suddenly it's looking very bleak here for Playing Ducks. Sidon in a very awkward gunfight here with the Legion. Can he get the kill? He's out of bullets on his main gun. He needs to switch to his pistol, and he can finally secure the kill onto Alex. And He is now down to very low HP, though. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining, even less. And playing Ducks, they have half the manpower that Cyberground does.
Well, even less now. We've got 1/4 of it as we see Zayden get taken out of action. 7 upstairs doing his work, managing to take down Bomber, but he's still got 3 players left to find and take out. He doesn't have a diffuser in hand, so he was going to go up, and that's going to be the end of him as Leader finishes off the round for Cybergrounds Gaming, putting them up to, what's that, 5-3 now?
Yep.
So Cybergrounds pushing themselves closer and closer to a victory here. It'd be good to see overtime for these two teams. I'm liking what both of these teams are doing right now, so some overtime would be really good to see. But at the moment, Cybergrounds are looking very strong, and this is going to be the first time that we are going to see the third site get played, because Cybergrounds have locked off their 2 favorite sites, so we are going to see Reading Room and Fireplace come out. This isn't going to be a surprise for the Playing Ducks, and they will be ready to do a lot of vertical damage. They've got Sledge coming out, who they've played every time anyway, but he's going to be extra useful for taking control of Cocktail and opening up the floor and making sure that there are no anchors left in Reading Room, as then we would expect to see a little bit more in the way of hard breach, if I'm honest, coming out from the Ducks. I'd expect to see someone that can open up bigger holes in the side of Reading Room, for example, so that they can push in and plant behind the bookshelf just there, which is being seen on the screen right now. So just at the back of the site by the sofa, you've got the bookshelf, pretty default to clear everyone out of that site, drop over the side, open up that wall and just plant in relative safety behind that bookshelf or in the doorway right there by the pillars. And that's what I would expect to see coming out from the Playing Ducks when they start to attack this site. I'd expect to see 2 to 3 players from Cybergrounds sitting up here on top, trying to hold that back for as long as possible and then falling back to site. But Robbie just standing looking at the wall, contemplating his next move. Decides they're going to continue reinforcing.
Decides that's the next course of action, reinforcing. And maybe he just really appreciated the reinforcement he just put up. It's like, damn, this reinforcement looks really, really nice today.
Yeah.
Just
It's like he
appreciating his
forgot
work,
what
you
to
know?
do. Yeah. So we are going to see a full hold up here. We've got no castle in play, which often you would expect here for this hold. To castle off the cigar or piano room doorway as you come down to the white hallway. But that's not going to be coming out here from the defenders. We're going to have Mute in play, who'll be stopping the drones from roaming around that top floor. And Alex is going to play downstairs, just waiting for someone to run into his sights. And sure enough, Ihana just runs around and gets her head poked right off. Great play from Alex. I don't know if Rorik knew that he was... It looked like he was peeking it, thinking that there was someone down there based on intel, but I don't know. Legion was just better.
Yeah, I don't think Rorik peeked that ready for the gunfight. I think he just peeked it thinking there might be someone here, and let me just look that way. But his finger might not have been over mouse 1 ready to click it. Alex does get found with a little bit of damage though. Runner gets one to Zayden, and that's pushing the man advantage strongly into Cyberground's favor yet again. We are stevening off towards a match point situation now. If this continues to go like this, a 5v3, and 7 needs to find this kill on stage, but no, he doesn't. Bomber comes around with the SMG-11, and in goes Burt and takes his head off. Bomber could find another one here onto the Hibana, if Hibana of Asset isn't careful. You're gonna see... Just no, he goes down and decides to flank around. Para, though, upstairs finally has control. No, he doesn't. Alex just swings around, gets his head taken clean off, and Acid's in a 1v4, a 1v0. Runner takes care of Acid and the Hibana, and they were on match point, too. They're on match point. They're already there. It's 6-3.
Yeah. It's taken longer than the last game that we had on the stream, but it feels like it's actually been quicker. We played more rounds, but it feels like it's been quicker. The boys on Cybergrounds just seem to completely lack fear of gunfights and just exude confidence. There doesn't seem to be anything that they're afraid to take on. Sometimes it's being, sometimes it's failing, but for the most part, it's being successful. They're standing holding angles, or whether they're standing holding the angles or pushing, the gunfights that they're taking, they've just got what it takes to see head, click on it, and walk away to fight another day. So we're seeing a lot of good fragging work coming out here from Cybergrounds. They just seem to have real control and confidence on this map. And Playing Ducks, although they had some good adaptations on defense, when it's coming to their attack, they seem to be struggling with how to work their way around what are, to be honest, very standard ranked style setups coming out from Cybergrounds. They're not doing anything particularly special. They're just taking gunfights, positioning themselves, and winning for the most part.
Gotta say though that Cyberground, you did highlight very well. They're not afraid of taking gunfights, but they have this kind of controlled aggression, even on their defense, where they take the gunfight, but they never overextend themselves to the point where playing Ducks can really profit of that gunfight. They never get properly refragged in a way. It's kind of hard to explain from a caster's, well, from my point of view at least. I'm struggling to find a good analogy for this, or a good wording for this, but Alex, oh
My God.
no, 7. That's gotta be a
Timing.
tilter. That's gotta be a tilter right there. That's,
Yeah.
his head gets taken clean off with just 3 bullets of the T7 and of T5, excuse me. And that's your sledge off the board. A lot of self-destruction has just gone out the window and into the grave as 7 lets his life go. C4 flying out from the skylight to no avail. It's looking very, very bleak for playing Ducks right now. I can't word this any better.
It was looking for a moment there, like Alex says to himself, right, it takes 7 seconds to walk up from the docks. I'll count to 7. We got to 7. Now I open a hole in the window. Oh, look, there's a face. Shoot it. It was just the timing was impeccable coming out from Alex there. As we see another player from playing Ducks who's just going to stop playing in this round because he is now out. 5 versus 3. Some damage has been done to a couple of the players on Cybergrounds, but again, Robbie, even though he's on low health, still aggressively pushes that window. He doesn't win the gunfight against Hibana, but he managed to hold her back at least for, I don't know, 5 seconds. He's done a bit of his job here as we are left in a 4 versus 3. I mean, it's still very possible here for playing Ducks. They've got a huge health advantage, even if there's not a man advantage. Well, there we go.
That's out the window now.
Caster's curse,
Yeah,
as always.
it's just the dying Ducks at this point, as they are getting, but they're now turning into killing Ducks, getting 3 kills of their own, pulling it all the way back now. Runner in a 1v2. The Malusi needs to pull off some work. Does he want Cyberground to win the map at this round? Has 25, just under 25 HP to do the work. Needs to find the Hibana of Acids and the Iana of Rorik. Oh, I thought that was the real Rorik for a second there.
Yeah,
I thought that was going to be a really cheeky kill. That would have just been the easiest kill ever. But no, Rorik seems to be upstairs inside the skylight. Oh, on the roof, excuse me. And Runner is playing this very, very well, I'd say. He's taking his time. He's not peeking. He doesn't have the health to take the peeks. And Acids does, and does it very successfully. And there you go. The head taken off of Runner. And playing Ducks stay in this game one more round. They need to find 2 more to push it into overtime. Do you think they can do it? We're probably going back to Bar.
From what I've seen so far, I don't know. I kind of feel like the chances of playing Ducks winning 2 in a row at this point to get us to overtime, the chances of that are probably quite slim. They've lost 3 rounds on attack already and only managed to win 1. Obviously, it's not impossible. It is still winnable for them, but I don't think their chances are... if I was going to go with percentages, I'd probably go with maybe a 40%. I'd say 40% I'm going to put on them as being able to bring this back to match point. It's not shabby. It's not awful. Yeah. They just need to be a little bit more cautious at the bodies that they're putting out there. They need to put a stop, like say, to the controlled aggression coming out from Cybergrounds. There's no way that, for example, the likes of Robbie should be able to jump outside, run around on the balcony, kill 2 people, then get back into the building without getting unchecked. It's just not something that should happen at this level of gameplay at all. So they need to be able to nip that sort of thing in the bud and do a lot better. We see a lot of these players on Cybergrounds just standing for a long period of time. So they've got to check Twitter or something while they're playing. I don't know what they're up to.
Yep, here Alex doing the exact same. I don't know what it is. I think they're just checking Twitter, maybe updating their post saying, hey guys, we just lost round number, what is it, round number 10, and we're going to round number 11 with high hopes. We still got this. Just telling their friends, talking to their friends about the game. I don't know.
They're TikToking, definitely. They're taking the clips and they're uploading them to TikTok. Come on, boys. Check this one out. ECS live right now. We're just clicking heads. That's what we're doing. Reinforcing walls. Come and watch. All right, so the Playing Ducks are going to make their way up from the River Docks yet again. They aren't going to get taken down by an early peek from Alex this time. They are going to come out the different side, so they are going to adapt to that one at least. But Alex isn't there, so I don't know if they had drones on that lobby door to know that there's no one there, or if they just decided to do something different. We don't know. But they managed to at least get slightly closer to the building this time as a full 5-man squad. And Robbie is just going to open up those windows and peek outside. Cheeky frag grenade goes up, and that's going to take out Robbie. Brilliant play from Seven. Nicely done. Of all the operators to die to a frag grenade, it's Jaeger. You got to love a bit of irony.
Very, very ironic there, but it still happened. Robbie is going to be finding himself spectating, looking at counts for the rest of this round. 2 minutes at least left of it. The nade coming out yet again, and the bandit's going to come out with it with 75 HP left. A C4 in return, and that's going to do a little bit more damage towards 7, but no kill for either side. Playing Duck still holding them at advantage. We are crossing or nearing the halfway mark of this round. And Cyberground Gaming are just holding their ground now and not taking the unnecessary peeks. They know they've lost one body, and rightfully so, are not taking any unnecessary peeks, any peeks that could be in their disadvantage. But never mind, I'm just going to take that all back. Runner just does a run out, and he just thinks, ah, it's alright. I'm just going to do a run out, just get a kill. It's alright. Rorik finds himself dead yet again. Everything I say just gets countered by the players, man.
It's just the way it goes with Siege. It's just the way it goes. It's always the opposite of what you expect. Alright, so Alex, playing with the MP7, is going to take down 7, leaving us in a 3v4. As the attackers are going to start pushing onto White, he sees the player quickly peek around. Bandit, I don't think Bandit actually saw him. He was probably looking over to the double door, chose to just run out aggressively, but didn't realize there was a player tucked up close there. So that is going to bring us to a 3 versus 3, as the remaining defender that was off-site is going to join his teammates up here back in Cocktail. And it looks like we've got 3 players pushing through here on the on Piano, or Cigar Lounge as it's actually called. He is going to get peeked, and Bomber is going to take him down, leaving us in a 2 versus 3. But here we see the Playing Ducks are committed to this take. They have 20 seconds to go, and they've got a lot of work to do. At this point, the last 3 players on defense could just sit back and do nothing and still win the round. The attackers have to make those moves. Acid does make that first move and does claim a life, but they've got 5 seconds left to go to start getting towards site. But Zayden is the last player standing as leader cleans up the last 2 kills and makes it a nice easy 7-3 for Cybergrounds Gaming. And that's a very convincing win for them. Very convincing win. GG's.
Indeed, GG's. It's convincing. Maybe not on the score of 7-4. Some people might go, wow, that must have been quite a tense game. But if you look at the actual rounds won, the rounds that Playing Ducks won was maybe with 1 man still alive, 2 men, but Cyberground Gaming actually won very convincingly. And I think that's really the only thing that we can really say about this game, was that Cyberground Gaming showed up. They had the gunpowder to do it. I think that's what you highlighted very rightfully. And they outplayed the Playing Ducks.
The Playing Ducks got played. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, that was a great game. Like you say, 7-4 makes it look like it was a close game. And, you know, in terms of numbers and rounds, yes, it is. But when you look at, like, say, the rounds that went down, it was Playing Ducks winning by the skin of their teeth, or the skin of their bills, whatever it was. They very rarely showed any kind of real dominance over Cybergrounds. Very rarely showed that they had control of what was actually going on, and were basically playing Cybergrounds Gaming game rather than playing the Playing Ducks game, which I think was ultimately their downfall. They just didn't really. They had a couple of good adaptations, but ultimately it just wasn't their game. It was a case of Cybergrounds just winning the game rather than Playing Ducks really doing anything to stop them winning it. That makes 0 sense.
And with that, we're going to conclude game number 4. That's going to be casted today. We've got 1 more game, and I think that's a game of fatigue. Some teams have played, all teams have played at least 4 games now, or 3 games actually, and they're going to be heading into their 4th and or 5th in about half an hour or so. So stand by for that. I think too this is your last cast for today, if I'm correct.
Well, it depends. I mean, we've got Kangaroo Kenny in the wings. So if you wanted to take a break, 'cause I know you've done 4, I'm happy to do another one, but we'll work it out off stream. We'll work it out. But if this was my last, thank you very much, Yannick.
Yeah, no, we'll see how that's gonna go. I might be my last. I have been here since 1 p.m. my time, so yeah, it's been quite the ride. A fun ride though. It's been a pleasure casting. If it is my last, we're gonna figure this out off stream. There's gonna be a break of about 20 minutes to half an hour, as we're gonna have to wait for all the other games to be completed before we can generate the next round for the Swiss Cup, which is evidently gonna be the last round as well. And as we can see now, the brackets are starting to take shape. So head over to the tournament link that is going to be dropped into chat momentarily to see who the teams are that are up top, who the teams are that are down at the bottom, and see where your favorite team stands. This is it for now. We'll be back in about half an hour.
Yeah, thank you.
What it
Welcome back to round number 5, the last round of the Swiss bracket, or the Swiss Cup rather. And this is the fight between the two on top. It's going to be Cyber Ground Academy, the team you've seen last game against Humble Academy, and they're fighting for a guaranteed spot in the major.
Yeah, we have 2 spots open for the major division, and the winner of this game assures themselves of that coveted spot inside the major division, which is already stacked to the rafters. We have the likes of Makers Academy in there. We have Lions Creed. We have Jaegers. We have Skittle.jpg. We have Arctic. It is already stacked with talent, and we're looking to fill it even further. And both these rosters, currently unbeaten throughout the 4 games they've played, obviously have the talent to get there. The question is, which one will it be?
Yeah, that's indeed the question, as we have a good game of Oregon on our hands. Oregon, some people call it Boregon, but I'm looking forward to this. I've done 3 clubhouses, 1 cafe, and now Oregon as last. I mean, anything but clubhouse for me. How are you feeling about Oregon today?
Yeah, I'm feeling good about it. I think that Oregon has taken a very nice turn recently in that we've actually seen some development in strategy where inside of T1, especially in EUL, we've seen the rise in popularity of a big window white stairs take, which has really surprised me in the effectiveness of it. And especially Rogue inside of EUL, when they played on Oregon, I think they attacked the Kids Dorms Bond site, and they were successful in attacking big window takes, all 3 of their attempts on that top floor attack. So it'd be interesting to see if CGG or Humble do adopt that playstyle, or they go for just the standard attic and master take.
First 2 bands coming. It's going to be a Thatcher and the Nomad. Thatcher, I mean, we expected that. I think anybody could make a cold read onto a Thatcher, but the Nomad band seems to be telling of a more active roam game from CGG, from Cyber Ground Academy.
Yeah, the Nomads bans have become rising in their effectiveness. I think teams are starting to realize how dominant Nomad can be for the offense, especially because they're just place and forget utility. You place down an air jab and you can completely forget about your flank. It really tests teams and shows teams weakness when they don't have that Nomad to just lock down this one flank. When they actually have to actively utilize a player to hold a flank, it can really show the weakness in an attacking side. And I think if CGG, they start on the offense, they've banned away the Nomad, they're going to be prepared with those flank cams. The question is, are Humble prepared to do the same? There's a lot more emphasis on team play with a Nomad ban, especially with a Valkyrie ban as well. You're not able to crutch on the info that the Black Eye cams give you. You have to be prepared as a defender to trade out your teammates because you have less intel than you ideally want.
Indeed, and the Nomad ban is something we saw from Cyberground Gaming the last time around as on Cafe. It did work out in their favor. We saw a lot of runouts as well. That's something they like to do, at least from what I could observe from their Cafe game. There's a lot of runouts, a lot of roaming, a lot of rotations, and I think the Nomad ban facilitates that perfectly. It's the perfect addition to that. We are headed though upstairs to kids' dorms. Very standard first side for Oregon. See how their defense is going to line up. What do you expect from a good top 4 hold on Oregon?
A good top 4 hold, a pretty standard defensive lineup. The Malusi, Jaeger, Smoke, Mute, that's a stand-in at this point to hold top 4. Obviously with the Thatcher ban, the Mute jammers are going to be able to lock off those reinforcements, forcing the attackers to either go beneath into classroom and below into meeting as well to get rid of those Mute jammers, as there is a lack of Cali on the offense. But Bomber is bringing the Maverick, so they could potentially ignore those Mute jammers with the use of the Blowtorch and just open up, say, the attic wall fairly easy with the Blowtorch on him. But obviously a lot of soft reach. We have 4 nades and an Ashen Zephyr as well to boot. So there's a lot of emphasis on projectiles here for CGG. And with a lack of Wamai, it's going to be all up to the 3 ADSs to stop those grenades doing a whole mess of damage.
Especially since the nerf to Jaeger, or rather the rework as Ubisoft likes to call it, it's going to be a lot more difficult. But the impact trick It's going to be successful from Jukes, and that's going to cause 2 whole Selma charges to be wasted, or at least disposed of, from the side of CGG, and it's going to make it a little bit tougher for them to open up that wall, as he does still have one more impact in his pocket ready to do the exact same thing again. Robbie missing the shots, and Jukes, he doesn't, as he gets the repeat onto the Ash. Bio, he follows up with another one, but Runner gets one back. 4-3 now, 1 minute and 50 seconds remain.
Jukes ducks and dives around the crosshair of the Ash and punishes the lack of reaction time from Robbie. Alex is inside of Attic. He's going to have to duel with the SES shotgun at close range and the swift headshot dispatches of that smoke player. And now Attic and potentially the dip is in the offense's control. A 5 versus 3 now brought to a 5 versus 1, but the lack of the Nomad means there's a flank through the armory stairs. That's the Mozzie. Runner is aware of this, and he hits the deck wary of a peek. But the flanker of Yaza is just holding tight. He's now using his presence to waste CGG's time. They know that the Mozzie is inside of Armory, but they're wary of actually pushing him out. All Yaza's presence is doing is applying pressure to the CGG attack. And as Alec has adopted a very aggressive position inside of Games Room, he could catch Diana unawares, but it's Yaza who actually flanks through. He's evaded Runner, who rotated away and caused absolute mayhem. Jukes adding on, leaves Runner in a 1 versus 3 now. He does carry the diffuser and a highly capable gun as well, but Yaza's on top of that round. The flank up the armory stairs. CGG did ban out the Nomad themselves, and the very poor flank watch from them.
Yeah, the Mozzie just got free reign. As you said, he just stood there, and he didn't take on any gunfights for the first 30 seconds he was there. Just his presence caused CGG to stop in their tracks. Kind of, they're wary of him, but they can't really push him out. They don't want to take the gunfight, as they don't really have the resources to do so, and it stalled them out, and ultimately, he did go for the gunfight, catching Diana off guard and getting the kill, and thus starting the train of events that led to a Humble Academy win of round number 1. And now we're heading down towards Laundry and Supply.
That round really confused me. That where did Runner go? Because he was the one holding the push from the Mozzie for Armory. And then I saw a silhouette inside a Master, and I just thought, oh, that's Runner coming to support his teammate. But it was actually the Mozzie. And Runner was inside a trophy, and then just disappeared, did his best Houdini act, and the Mozzie found himself in Master and killed the Yana in Closet. That was absolutely baffling to me. But Humble, they do win their first defense on the top floor. That's most teams' primary bomb site. You would expect to come away with a victory there. So CGG, they're not going to be too disheartened by that. They're now going to have to attack onto the basement. This is another very fortifiable bomb site. And fortifying is that Aruni. Those Surya gates are going to mean that CGG are going to have to expend another projectile to be able to try and clear that elbow shield. There's 2 ADSs positioned aggressively on the elbow corridor, and that means that with the very little burn utility on CGG's attack, they have no operators with use of flashbangs. It's really only the Zafir concussion mines and potentially the Ace smoke canisters to burn any kind of ADS or Surya gates. CGG are going to have quite an issue clearing the utility if the utility and the ADSs are placed in the right position. But as CGG look to be going towards a front take, the Laundry freezer side is going to bring out that Humble need to rotate the utility. Exactly what they're doing. Reinforcing off elbow, rotating their ADSs, rotating their shields to stop this push.
Alex does find one, but Jukes gets one back onto Runner, and that's a trade that is not going to net any real advantage. The only thing that could be big is that the ace is now off the board. One of your main heart breachers has been found, and you need to rely solely on that Maverick to open up the hatches and or any walls you want to pass through. Robbie, though, he's going to hold the long angle on towards the door. He is going to be covering his teammate as Alex is going to take care of that Malusi gadget swiftly with his impact grenades. He's going to find off some angles, fire off some shots, not really hitting anything, just some pre-fires. Nothing really substantial from Alex just now. No kills coming out just yet from these shots. But Utility's going to get burned with his Zofia. Grishmont mines, and it does stun, but does not get rid of that shield. The main purpose of what he was trying to do there. The Maverick does get smoked out in main, and that's going to cause him to have to fall back, and Robbie finds onto Alec, and that's a good kill. Leader crumbling up with another one, and now it's a 4v2. Bio finds one back, and Alex just doubles it up again. Bio needs to go big, and that's exactly what he does with one, but can't find two more, as Bomber finds Bio, and that's round number 2 for CGG.
A really potent freezer push that just ultimately came down to the frags winning out the round for CGG. Their utility had been soaked up by the ADSs. That was obvious. The second nade from Bomber came out to destroy the shield inside, covering the rotate, and that allowed the freezer players to push deep because the crossfire between the laundry rotate and the freezer head holes had been cut off. It was all up to Jukes on the inside the top corner on the laundry bomb, but he had two angles to worry about. He had to worry about the advance through freezer and the players pushing laundry from bottom main stairs. Just a really good pinch there from CGG to come out on top that round. It's going to be a reattempt of the basement for Humble. So they're changing up. They're bringing in the Maestro. They're bringing in the Goyo. They've gone very bulletproof utility heavy. But with the lack of Wamai being brought, there's so much soft breach on CGG's attack that I really question this choice.
The CGG seems to really like their projectiles, having the 4 nades on the Iana and the Maverick, both having 2. And of course the Ash charges, the Sophia charges, even the Ace charges could be used against like shields and such, and Maestro cams. It's a lot of soft destruction on their side. Is that something you see that is going to impact the rest of the game?
I think that there's a lot of soft breach. You've got the Gon 6 and the 2 nades on Yana. You've got the 3 Ash charges on Robbie, the 2 impacts on Alex, and the 2 nades on Bomber. I think that anything that Humble bring in terms of bulletproof utility isn't really going to scare CGG. And you see the Yana clone getting so much worth. Robbie following up behind that Yana clone, able to trade it. There's no player from Humble positioned on those top 2 floors, but they get the intel in the first 40 seconds that the top floor is clear, and that allows a very fast push into the building so far from CGG. And Bomber can start to get to work on these hatches as well.
Bomber on the Maverick, he's going to be instrumental to getting these hatches open, and that's exactly what he's going to do. They spot out the first Maestro cam, and I reckon is going to be dealt swiftly here with the amount of soft destruction they have. It should be no problem for them. The only thing could be in their way are those Jaeger ADSs, and that's exactly what's happening here. Robbie's first Ash charge get eaten up, but the second does not, and bye-bye goes the Maestro cam. It's been destroyed and it's sent into its grave. With that, some of the utility on the defensive side has been handled and taken care of by CGG, and I think that was the shield as well. Bomber does take one of the lives away of Bio, and that's a good start for CGG. Leader follows up with another one to Yazzer, and now it's a 5v3. Humble, they're crumbling apart. They're losing manpower quickly here, and Bomber is just going to add up on that. Now it's just 2. It's a 2v5. Uganda gets 1 down, and now it's Robbie also following up with another kill. Runner is down, but Jukes, he's off site. He needs to retake. Finds 1, but not the second as Robbie repeaks Jukes. And that's CGG winning round number 3, excuse me.
The flank just coming too late there from Jukes. I spotted his silhouette inside of dining. I saw the silhouette coming along, and he could have really destroyed that push from CGG. It could have been bad, but the rest of his team, his anchors fell on the bomb site, so we're just going to pause the game and throw to a quick technical break just to fill out some things behind the scenes. We'll be back with the game very, very swiftly.
Well, after that short technical break, we are back. Excuse us for the wait, but round number 4 is upon us now. CGG leading 2-1, as we are going to be heading back to kids and dorms. Humble Academy with their second defense off the site. It went pretty well the first time. Do you think they can pull it off a second time, Kenny?
After 2 losses on basement defenses, CGG might just have the momentum that they can start to steamroll. But obviously we just had a little bit of a pause, and that's going to stunt their momentum. Humble Academy going back to this top 4, that was quite an assured victory for them. The same lineup, however, coming out from CGG worries me, that they're yet again relying on this ace, and when there's the potential of Duke's impact tricking yet again, if he gets the same success rate on 2 Selmas, it doesn't spell good news for CGG. I think in this situation a Hibana would be the better option than an ace, because she can selectively choose 2, 4 or 6 pellets and bait out the impacts from Dukes, and she can still, obviously then if she uses 2 pellets it gets impact trick, then use another 2 pellets it gets impact trick, she still has 14 left to make a hole with. Whereas the ace, it just, I hate having ace vault holes or ace crouch holes. It's just very restrictive. The Hibana just gives you a bit more versatility to work with, but we'll see how CGG go about it this round. Alex situated outside of a big window. He's just going to open up the big window for pressure and potentially look for an early pick on an unaware defender, but no one on Humble is exposed to that window, and we will just be going through the rhythm of the big tower and the master take again.
So as you say, a very standard take here. Bomber is just looking towards meeting, holding the flank, seeing if anybody on the side of Humble Academy is going to dare rotate around and flank them from the rear. It doesn't seem to be just that case. Yazzer, though, could come big, but no, Duke's going to tap him from above, and Robbie is going to get the kill. Sorry, Duke's going to get the kill into Robbie, and that's 1 ace Selma charged impact trick again, and you can't put more if you just kill the ace. He does get 1 more on the wall, though, and there does not seem to be another impact to cancel that, so the wall is going to be opened either way. Leader wants to get a refrag, but he's going to shy away, just shy of peeking the trophy door. Andrea peeking, losing a lot of HP. 1 minute 30. They have a lot of map control, but can they convert it towards anything meaningful?
Yeah, Leader on his own on the master side. If Humble recognize this, they possibly could go for a double peek on him. Yana has to worry about the trophy door and the breach just on his own, as the rest of his team look to push Attic. That's Bomber yet again facing up against that SAS shotgun at close range. He does have Alex in support. Alex has no concussions left to be able to burn these ADSs, which we've just heard reactivate, so there's no worry of the smoke being naded out. But he leaves Attic. He gives it up, keeps his life intact, even though his ADS had recharged. The Gemini replicator from Leader has now called the coast clear for both Alex and Bomber to take all this control. All 3 players now looking towards an Attic push, and with 30 seconds left, there's still 4 players of Humble Academy up alive. No smoke canisters left, but oh no! A team kill from Dukes does level the man count, and a nade almost finds the body of Bio, but the gun does it instead from Bomber. Dukes is in a position to trade, and he does so very well. Leader now rotating to the big window. This gives a second angle of attack for both CGG to work with and Humble to worry about. The player inside of Kids gets felled by Dukes, who's on a quick kill, and he doesn't worry about the ace. He's going to secure the round by running away and leave the gun work up to Andrea, who secures the final kill onto Leader. 2 top floor defenses successful for Humble. Are we going to see a tertiary site now, potentially dining or meeting instead of a repeat of the basement?
That would be the most logical answer, right? And that seems to be the case, as Meeting Hall Kitchen is now selected with 2 votes out of 5. Can we just say that technically Dukes had an ace with the team kill? He did have an ace. He got 5 kills. So technically an ace, but it was an unlucky team kill, one that should not have happened. It actually almost jeopardized the round for them. At some point, Bomber did get another kill, and then it was a smoke that was playing inside of dorms, and it was cutting it close, but Jukes, he redeemed himself, getting 4 kills, and then Andrea with the last, winning out the round. So a very good recovery. I wouldn't call it a recovery, but a very good round from Humble Academy in general. And now onto the tertiary bomb site to see if they can win this one, as they have been unsuccessful in holding Laundry, as CGG have always just been, they're very, very dominant on the Laundry you take.
Yeah, so it is this meeting bomb site, which I think it started off as the favoured tertiary site when Oregon Rework first came back into competitive play. Dining Room then overtook when the impact trick inside of showers was figured out by teams, and then they ran that strat religiously. But now the attack had managed to figure out ways, especially with Maverick on the board. I love the when the Maverick goes top small tower and Maverick's a hole in the showers wall to dining from above. That's really, really innovative, and that can completely destroy a showers hold. And that's why Humble going meeting now. It's a pretty standard lineup yet again, coming from them. The Mute Smoke combo, the Melusion Dukes, who has been putting in work in the fragging department as well with that MP5. Just the change up onto the Maestro is going to give them that bit more intel that the lack of Valkyrie being banned out obviously doesn't give them.
CGG getting all of that control very swiftly here. Robbie on top floor is going to need to contest some players, but he's going to get flanked from behind. How is that not covered, or was he just sitting in armory? I'm not quite sure. Andrea does get the kill on to the person, and he gets refragged by Leader. Very good shot there by the Iana, using her intel very, very wisely. Alec does find one back, though, putting the man count on a 4v3 in the favor of Humble Academy. We still have a lot of time to go, and a lot of time for CG to regroup, recuperate, and figure out how they want to attack this bomb site now with the man advantage not in their favor.
Yeah, they do have that single meeting wall open into the right side of Split, and now opening up the left side means that Alec is going to have to reposition. He's going to sit behind this safe spot on the other side of the brick wall on Split. He's going to be the first line of defense for the push into meeting. Runner levels up the man count by taking out Bio. That's a huge kill on the smoke. No toxic canister is able to stop or deny the plant, but a repeat from Alec onto Leader inside of Classroom finds the death of him. Quickly traded again, yet again by Alex, and Runner adds on to Dukes. It's now all up to Yazza, who has top floor control on the march from an Evil Eye. The red pings are giving him full intel on the plant going down. He drops and hits the Assassin's Creed onto one member. Down goes Alex. Runner manages to escape with the bomb down, and now in a post plant. 35 seconds left for Yazza to work with. He may stick this with 3 seconds left on the diffuser. Where's Runner? He hears the sprint from the ace and pulls off the bomb in time. Yazza are able to win out the 1 versus 2 clutch. He has plenty of time to get the disable. Fantastic bait away with the defuse from the Maestro.
They must have had some form of camera looking towards the Split and or main lobby area. Otherwise, I don't think the Maestro could have so confidently held the diffuser for that long. Or his game sense and sound might just be tip-top condition. Either way, a very convincing... Well, no, excuse me. Let me just rephrase that sentence. Either way, a win for Humble Academy. So it was a good call for them to go over to the tertiary bomb site. And now they're going to retry for the 3rd time Laundry and Supply. If they win this round, it's going to put them into that oh-so-favorable 4-2 split, that oh-so-wanted 4-2 split. If they can't, CGG is going to come in with a, in air quotes, small victory, getting the 3-3 splits and putting them in quite a good position, actually, to win the map.
Humble, I like what they're doing. I'm excited for this round. They're changing things up. They're bringing the combo of the Mozzie and the Vigil, potentially to hold kitchen and security and stop the absolutely explosive freezer laundry take that CGG have employed in their first 2 attacks onto the basement, which both were successful. Bomber moving off of the Maverick onto the Zephyr, and Robbie adopting the Hibana means that CGG are able to open up more hatches. They obviously lose a set of grenades, but I think that what they gain in the added flashbangs to be able to burn the ADSs. We've seen so many nades and just severe impacts being eaten by ADSs. Just having those extra 3 flashbangs really is going to help CGG. But they have to get through the defense first. And what do you know? It's a double bluff from CGG. After 2 successful laundry freezer attacks, and Humble situate themselves to counter that, CGG just say, we're going to go bunker.
It's almost like CGG is in the head of Humble Academy, but Yazzer is going to get... Oh, it's Iana Clown. They need to put a more clear indicator. If that's the real one or the fake one. I always think that's the real one, but no. That's the clone gets shot out, so now CGG Academy know of the roaming vigil playing inside meeting. Very valuable information to have, as leader is now going to peek towards meeting, trying to find the kill, but the vigil is long gone on the other side of the map. I think he's on the other side of the map, and at least no longer in meeting, so no kill for Iana just yet. Leader, though, he's been instrumental to getting these kills for CGG Academy. Doing really, really well on that Iana. And the hatch on top of E-Bucks is going to get opened up early on in the round, 2 minutes. Very good start here from CGG Academy. A lot of map control, top floor control, but I think there's still that roaming bandit that they might need to worry about.
2 toxic canisters already expended by Bio, and only 1:40 left. He still holds on to Elbow, but potentially not for longer. Elsewhere, Robbie does get eliminated for the round. That's Dukes, who is lurking on the top floor. That's the meeting player down. Leader yet again hot on the trades. He has been so pivotal in trading so far. And Bio adding on Yazza with another flank through meeting. This Nomad band is really hurting CGG. Alec with another aggressive angle inside of supply removes leader from the round. And yet again, Runner is in a 1 versus X situation. As a support, you expect yourself to be in these situations, and Runner can really clutch up for any team he plays on. He's going to advance through Elbow and get a beautiful shot onto the head of the smoke, but leaving him on 30 to 40 HP, he's going to be very, very disadvantaged in any future gunfight. He lurks his way onto the bomb site and spots out the bullet holes. Juice goes down, and Runner now has full site control. 1 player from Humble drops the E-Box hatch as they're now in a position to trade each other. The Jaeger and the Vigil, the epitome of the fragging duo. They have 2 very capable rifles in their hands. That 416 and that K1A punches a big punch, David Hay-like. Runner, he's going to have to be pinpoint. He's going to have to land that headshot because he will die to a single bullet. Attempting the plant, and he pulls off and lands a beautiful headshot onto the Jaeger. Yazza goes down, and now it's all up to the Jaeger, sorry. Runner pre-fires into the top corner, which the Jaeger of Alex is situated. Runner going to plant on the rotate. He's going to be able to pull off at any chance, but Alec runs around into highway. He's going to pre-fire. Runner gets the bomb down, but not wary of the flank round behind. Runner with a valiant effort in the 1 versus 4. Some fantastic shots from the young gunner. But ultimately, Alec was tasty and hungry and wanted the 4-2 split.
I was rooting for Runner there. He was so close. 1v4. That's such a terrible position to be in. But he clawed his way back, getting 1 kill. And then the next. And then the next. He almost got the Jaeger. If he would just peek a little bit further into the site, he would have gotten that kill into Jaeger. I'm sure of it, as the Jaeger was looking the other direction. But no, he chose the other way. And I think this might be something he looks back onto the VOD and be like, damn, if I would have just peeked a little bit further, I would have gotten that kill. But it's all in the history. It's a very, as you said, a very valiant effort by the ace. But it's all about the round count, and it's now 4-2 as we are headed into the halftime. Humble Academy coming away with 4 rounds on the defense.
Wow. I have to say, Runner did play that fantastically. But I think that the lack of sound on sub 20 HP really was his downfall, and the Jaeger pre-firing on the highway double door should have been heard by Runner, but potentially he thought it was just a bait out. Both players had a 50-50 chance of taking the right angle. Either the Jaeger picks the rotate and Runner's looking towards the rotate and Runner gets the kill, or the Jaeger, as we saw, picks the highway double door angle and he came out on top in that battle of the roulette. And CGG, they move on to defense. 4-2, well, a 2-4 split isn't the end of the world, and especially Oregon defense. We saw how just solid this top floor bomb site was for Humble. They're now going to have to attack onto a pretty decisively strong defense with the likes of an Ella, an Aruni, and a Jaeger to stop those Banshees from being destroyed.
Humble now. Gonna need to switch over. You're gonna need to be able to switch around the tactics as they now have to go to the attacking side. It's a whole different ball game now. The Aruni Gate there is gonna at least eat one piece of gadget, projectile, however you want to call it. It's gonna eat up at least one of those, and Leader from above is poised to strike anybody that's walking down beneath in Classroom. Alec does decide to drone it out, and he probably does see the holes that Aruni has made. He gets the Ash Charge off, and there goes the Mute Jammer. Very good start here for Humble Academy, but he still has 2 Aruni Gates. No, he has 1 Aruni Gate left. And what a big brain play it is to place it onto the wall and prevent a swift entry from Humble Academy once they get that wall open. It's going to be up to Bide to open up the wall, and that's exactly what he's going to do. There you go. 2 ace charges, and no impact tricks this time to stop him.
I really like Aruni's holding surrogates in their pockets, and they can obviously identify mid-round where the brunt of the push from the attack is coming from, and then place their surrogates accordingly. That's really smart there from Leader. Half the round has elapsed now, and Robbie is looking for a flank. He's on the yellow shotgun, but has the pistol out at the minute. The Bomber gets a huge C4. Boom goes the Nitro, and 2 players from Humble go down inside of Attic. A huge play from him, and that's the entire presence inside of Big Tower alleviated.
1 minute and a couple seconds remain here for Humble Academy, and they need to start making a push, but they're falling apart at the seams as Bio falls to his demise as well. It's now a 2v4 for them. Jukes and Alec need to pick up the pieces that is left of this attack and put it together into some semblance of a push. Juke here on Attic is going to decide to push in through Attic, he's in Big Tower. Alex and friends are going to be holding on to that really, really well. The Ash is in Trophy. Alex decides to peek it and gets the clean headshot off. He's going to make another peek onto Attic. He does a lot of damage to Jukes. He needs to reload. The Jaeger decides to peek, but to no avail. Jukes actually gets the kill onto the overextending Bomber. That's the Mute. And the Jaeger is really hungry for the kills. He's just peeking everything. Taking pot shots, but Jukes is just gonna sit down, lay down, and he's gonna stay down as Alex gets the kill onto him, and CGG win their first defensive round.
Ooh, I love that phrase. He's gonna sit down, lay down, and stay down. Ooh,
You like
a bit of a poet in our ranks.
Ooh.
Well, William Shakespeare would be proud as this fairy tale story between Humble and CGG. The stakes. One team, the winner of this best of one on Oregon, takes a major spot in the next season of ECS. And that coveted major division is stacked. And one of these 2 teams will be joining the likes of Lions Creed and Makers Academy in there. We've got big names, and big names outside and inside the server. Humble, they are unsuccessful on their first attack. But as we saw from CGG, not a big deal. They lost their first attack, and it's now we're coming into the brunt of things. We're coming into the meat of the game, where we've got 1 round between each team. We get into the penultimate round 8, 9, and 10, where things really start to heat up and pressure is applied, because every round, yes, every round matters, but when you're at 1-1, both teams have a chance. But when you're at 5-5 and one team is almost on match point, there's a lot of added pressure. So I love to see qualifier games, because there's everything on the line. It's the same with playoffs. We have this 3-4 week span of ECS where we get the playoffs and the qualifiers, and it's just tension in every single game, because you know it's do or die for both teams.
Do or die indeed, and CGG Academy, they have been keen on getting back onto the scoreboard. They've pulled back 1 round. Can they pull back another? As pulling back one more will put them level. Robbie does that, and he does want it as he gets the first gun to Jukes, and that's your 0 off the board. No more Argus cams, that's what they're called, from Jukes. And for the side of Humble Academy, only half a minute has been gone from the round, and the first opening kill has already fallen. Alec, though, could get one back, and that's exactly what he does. Robbie falls, and with it the Legion, and with him falls his goo mines that of course procedurally generate over time. So there's going to be a lot of wasted utility there on the side of CGG Academy.
I love the scramble on a basement defense. When the defense obviously set up initially for a heavy bunker take, they notice that the attack is actually coming freezer and laundry side, and then there's a scramble from the smoke, the Jaeger, the Aruni to reposition all their utility. I love it. But now we've hit that minute or sub-minute elapsed mark, and Humble, they've made their way down the freezer stairs, and it's Alec looking to add to his tally of the single kill so far, but it's the only kill that has been available to Humble. They've eliminated Robbie. A secondary peek comes from the angle that Jukes himself was holding so pivotally. A C4 gets expended but doesn't net anything. That's a vital piece of utility gone for the defense.
Nade coming in, but that, just like the C4, nets 0 damage for either team. But Alex here still aggressively peeking, aggressively holding that line of sight into freezer. Bio, though, on the main stairs could go huge if he times this correct. The barricade, he needs to shoot that down, does give away his position, and Alex capitalizes on that information by getting the kill. And now Humble with 2 men left, 1 man left, as Alex gets the triple and Leader cleans things up onto Yazzer. CGG Academy find yet another round, and we're all square on 4-4.
And there we go. The deficit that CGG had at their feet is now gone. Level pegging between these two teams. And that's testament to the game we've had. It has really been back and forth between the two squads. But CGG just looking that bit sleeker on their defense side than they were on their attack. There's a lot more commandness. Commandness? That is not a word. Commandingness? There's a lot more command.
Yeah.
I was overcomplicating it. There's a lot more command coming out from them. And Alex really holding strong. But there's a mistake there from Humble. Why are they pushing down Freezer when they haven't even destroyed the barricade at the bottom of Laundry Stairs? That barricade being up gives clear mind and peace of mind for Alex that he doesn't need to worry about his back. He doesn't need to worry about Laundry Stairs because A, the hatch isn't open, and B, the barricade's up. So he can just take every engagement through those freezer head height holes safely. He doesn't have to worry about being killed from bottom laundry. And that's a mistake on Humble's part. They allowed Alex to just peek when and where he wanted. And with the 416 in hand, you can't blame him because that is an incredible gun and he gets a 3k on the round for his troubles.
I think he was pivotal to that round for GTG Academy. You have stated very well that triple kill from Alex. He's been going big. Can we get the kills he has put on the board this matchup? 10 kills already in 8 rounds is insane. That's a lot of kills. Well, at least 1.2 per round. Just some quick top of the head math there. Definitely big brain casters right here. But the Montaigne coming in from Yazzer on Humble is it's a change of pace. It's a change of strategy that we haven't seen yet today. At least I haven't seen. I've been here for all 5 games and I haven't seen a Montaigne come out a single time. What does this really mean to you, Kenny? Like, what does this show for you from Humble?
I'm very confused that you picked a Monty to sit on double window. Because if he vaults in, there's the hole beneath. And he's dead if he vaults in the hole through security. But elsewhere, dying, is the rest of Humble. Alex, he doesn't need the 416 because he has the pistol as his sidearm to finish off 2 players that he does down with his primary rifle. And Leader adds on to the devastation that is happening inside of the Humble camp. It is all fallen by the wayside on this attack. Alex gets even more aggressive, but Yazza with the pistol finds one. Robbie getting aggro nearly finds his life down the drain as well, but he survives with just a minuscule of HP. Another peek from Leader gets that frag onto the one remaining member with an actual gun, and catch 'em all. We have Robbie finding his best Ash Ketchum impression. It's the round yet again for CGG.
I think our lovely producer Jerry could see the look on my face once the Aruni peeked around and got the kill into the ace. What a shot that was. The ace just did not see it coming. He was pre-aiming that, but no. The Aruni just went around and boom, headshot, dead. Alex though, 2 kills on trophy. He's just going insane, adding 2 more. Oh, putting up his average of kills per rounds, that for sure. And it's insane the amount of confidence CGG is just exuding at this point. They take every gunfight they can, or at least they can within reason, and they win it most of the time. It's the same thing we've seen last match as well on Cafe against I'm just going to pull up my notes here, against playing Ducks. CGG, when they're on their defense, they take the gunfights so smartly. They know which gunfights to take, and they know when they're not overextending. It's insane to me how you can just be so aware of that. Please teach me that.
I think our observer duly noted a bit of poor utility placement. The barbed wire on top of the Banshee. Now, both those pieces of utility do the exact same thing, and one grenades, one ash charge will clear them both out with one piece of utility. So, poor utility placement, and inside of your ranked games or whatever, please stop placing Banshees on staircases. You halve their effectiveness, because Banshees have a circumference. They have a circular radius in which they occupy their area of effect in. Stop putting them on staircases because you halve their area of effect.
Man.
So there's my lecture, but Alex is giving his own lecture in fragging. And Alec, he needs to take a book out of Alex's, a page out of Alex's book, because Ash and Jaeger, that deadly duo, it's the Jaeger that comes out on top.
It's the Jaeger just peeking everything. Robbie tries to peek as well, but does not net any kill. Does net a lot of damage, though, onto the Zofia of Yazzer. But in total, if you look at the total picture, it's CGG Academy, excuse me, netting the most gain. Alex is ready to take on the next gunfight. He's holding the angle and sees the sledge passing by. He knows he's there. The drone, he seems aware of the droning, and he does shoot the drone and tags Jukes. Jukes loses about 25% HP there, and he is still aggressively holding this angle. He sees the drone, shoots the drone, just keeps on holding this angle. Alex, man, you're insane. This man has the persistence of something very persistent, and I don't know what is persistent, but he gets the kill, and he does finally get the kill. Can he find a second? No. Andrea does get the refrag onto Alex, and that's their top fragger off the board, finally, after wreaking havoc for 1.5 minutes.
That was a reign of terror, and you just see that, as you said, the confidence that not only Alex but CGG are exuding. They've only just opened up the Master Breach. I think they had a lot of trouble with that mute jammer. They're not going to have trouble with the mute, however, because Yazza gets the frag onto Bomber. He's now going to work his way round to White Stairs. Attic presence has been destroyed there by Runner. The prone angle not working out for Andrea. So we move ourselves into a 2v2. A lot of time to work with. Diffuser in hand. All the breaches open as well. There's still an Aruni gate that Humble need to clear, and a shield on that kid's door. Runner with a C4 in pocket could spell devastation. Humble just taking their time looking for a pick, but a pick that CGG aren't giving them. Leader peeks for info and gets the intel that one player is on the trophy door. And the aces crouch walk into the site. And where is your angles there, CGG? He picks one onto Runner. Leader now at a 1 versus 1. His position given away by the ace, but Yaz is on 1 HP to take this gunfight. Zafir against Aruni, and it will be Leader that wins it out. The P10 Roni, fast fire rate, Leader fast on the trigger, and CGG fastly approaching match point.
CGG, they're looking very, very strong. They're on match point, actually, Kenny. I'm just going to correct you there. 6-4 to scoring, a flawless defense so far. They haven't lost a single round, and they need but one more to seal the deal, and with that, secure a position inside the major division of ECS Spring 2021. But if it's up to Humble Academy, they don't want nothing of that. They want to push it towards overtime and get that spot for themselves. So, see just how they're going to be able to stop that, because that's what they need right now. They need these next 2 rounds to push it into overtime and hopefully win it that way.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Hubble need to change up something drastically, and I'm not quite sure what it is. They're just being dominated by CGG, and when there is this essence of domination from a team on their defenses, it's really hard to find an answer. When everything you do on any bomb site is not working, what, as an IGL, what do you call for? What do you change up? Because Humble on Oregon, your attacking lineup isn't very flexible. You're not able to bring the likes of a Lion or a Dokkaebi to help your roam, or your roam clear, or just your clear in particular. You have to bring 2 hard breaches, you have to bring the Ash, you have to bring nades. It's a very restrictive map, Oregon, because there is a heavy emphasis on utility, but that's where this map thrives, and I think CGG are just playing not only the utility, but in gunfights as well. They're coming out on top.
I think we should highlight the Jaeger of Alex. He's been going insane. 14/8 right now. He seems to win every gunfight he gets into, or at least almost all of them. He at least 1 per round, that we can put in for sure. Robbie also wins his gunfights. This is going to get one into Yazzer, and that's a quick start yet again for CGG Academy. One of your Heartbreach is going to be off the board. Your Hibana, it's going to be gone. It's going to be a lot harder to get those hatches open, but you still have the Maverick and the Ace on your side to do just that. Alex, he seems to know of Alec playing on the back stairs. Robbie finds on the bio elsewhere, though, still playing an extend, and Alex gets the kill into Alec yet again, and now it's a 2v5. It's looking just very, very just not looking too good for Humble, and Alex finds yet another one. Come on, finish it off, Alex. Get the last kill, and that's exactly what he does not do just yet. Leader is outside. He wants to capitalize on this as well, wants to have some fun. Jukes gets on the bomber. It's just pure disrespect from CGG Academy. Jukes, he's getting a triple, but really, what does this mean? He could pull this back if he wants to. He has a diffuser in hand, knows someone is outside. The only one inside is Runner. This is an interesting turn of events right now. Jukes, he knows of the player outside, knows that Leader is off-site. The only person he needs to deal with right now is Runner and the Malusi. That is Runner, and he has the diffuser in hand. I'm just going to repeat myself one more time there, but he's going to push into site with the diffuser in hand. He knows someone there. Does he? No, he doesn't. Leader from Laundry gets the headshot on the Jukes, and that's all she wrote. CGG with a clean defense 5 rounds in a row show that they are more dominant than Humble Academy, and thus secure a spot inside the major division of ECS 2021 Spring. Yes.
A long name, Yannick, but it's been a long day for you. Your 5th game in a row, so commendations to you, commendations to CGG Academy. They find themselves in our next season of Major Division, fighting for that €900 prize pool. They are not going to have an easy ride. Major Division, wow. What a 9-week season this is going to be. We're going to have just incredible matches every single week. That is it for our qualifiers today. Our regular season does start on Monday. So our playdays, if you don't know, our season has transitioned from best of 2s into best of 1s. That allows us to be able to also stream open division. So our playdays are going to be on Monday. I'm doing this off the top of my head. Monday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I think, Jerry. I think contenders and open and midweek, and then major division is Saturday and Sunday. So There will be ECS games all over the week. So obviously, if you want to know when we're going live with games, follow the Twitter, follow our Twitch if you are here, if you haven't followed already. And we're going to have some incredible games. We've showcased the talent of teams so far today in our qualifiers, and that's just going to transition on into the season as well.
Indeed, and just like you said, this concludes the qualifiers for today. We've had 5 amazing rounds of Rainbow Six Siege. 3 times Clubhouse in a row was a bit of a pain for me, and I think for our observer Kizzo as well. He's behind the scenes, done an amazing job. He woke up at 3 a.m. his time to to observe this. An absolute hero. And he said he has a scrim in about 4 hours from now, so head over to Twitter, give him a good thanks if you like the content. He is the producer, and he is basically the orchestrator of everything that we cast. Without him, we couldn't do our job, and I think Kenny can attest to that. And also behind the scenes is going to be Jerry. He's been here since 1 p.m. Central European Standard Summertime as well, just like me, doing all the games. He's been absolutely amazing as well, doing admin work on the side. If you want to see where your favorite team ended up, there's going to be a link in the chat just in a minute. You can see all the latest standings. And do you have anything you want to say, Kenny, before we head off?
Yeah, so it's not only CGG that qualify. Obviously, we have another major spot to give away. That will be to the next highest seeded team from the Swiss system. And then the following standings from 1st to 17th will respectively receive contenders division spots and then open division spots. So there are 17 qualified teams into this season's ECS. We were just figuring out who's got the skill to compete in major and contenders and then finally open. So it is an exciting season up ahead for us, Yannick. But that's it for us today. And first play day Monday, I'll echo myself again. Be there. That's contenders. Contenders division is absolutely riddled with incredible talent as well. We had a contenders team make it to the semi-finals last season, and even an open team win the whole title 2 seasons ago. So every play day is competitive, and we look forward to seeing you here on Monday at ECS.